Hi, everyone. We are here. Welcome, day one, session one of Host Week. And I am so excited. We are officially live, and I cannot tell you how excited the entire HAR team is to kick this off with you. If this is your first Host Week, welcome. You're about to spend the next 5 days learning, laughing, networking, and probably questioning why you ever scheduled meetings during this week. We're starting each day with a coffee spot. So think lunch and learn, but caffeine first. And yes, there are Starbucks gift cards involved. My name is Shayna Zand. I am the managing director here at Host Agency Reviews. For anyone who I haven't met yet, and don't worry, I will reintroduce myself every day because that's how Host Week works. So the Starbucks gift cards, the more fun part of this. As a fun giveaway, we will be giving away 10 Starbucks gift cards every day. And only those who attend the coffee spots have a chance to enter. And yes, you can enter daily and possibly win more than one. So details on how to enter will be given after the coffee spot. So please stay tuned if you're not already officially registered for the coffee spot. So we're starting off the day and our host week incredibly strong with the wonderful team from Avoya Travel on a session about better resources and better results, and how Avoya as a host is built for advisor success. So please remember to drop your questions in the comments. Abby will pick them up. We're going to have time at the end with the Avoya team to do some Q&A. And really now I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to hand it over to Avoya Travel. So Chris, over to you.
Thanks, Shayna. It's so great to be here. We absolutely love Host Week. We're so excited to be leading things off in the number one spot. We're really excited because we've got a great presentation today. I don't think there's anybody in the travel business that would argue with me when we talk about getting off on the right foot is just critical to the success of a new agency. And we've got some really cornerstone resources at Avoya Travel that make that possible. So today we're all about better resources, better results with Avoya Travel. We're a host agency that's not just ticking a box to say we've got a resource. We've got staff behind it. We've got knowledge. We've got people with professional expertise to help guide along the way. They can't make the decisions for you, but they certainly, as the old statement goes, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. Well, we know where the water is, and we're certainly more than happy to share with you what all of our amazing history, our business intelligence, our data-driven results point towards. We've got a fantastic presentation today. Two wonderful team members joining me today. So our purpose is to highlight Avoya Travel's network enrichment team, our early success program, two of just a long list of the best-in-class resources offered by Avoya Travel. We hope that's a purpose that matches up really well with our audience today. So I'm excited to bring in a couple of our wonderful team members today. I'm going to introduce them, and then we're going to bring them on and hit them up with some questions, put them on the hot seat, and go from there. So joining me today on our panel is going to be, well, not myself. I guess I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Chris Green. I'm the Director of Network Expansion. I've proudly been with Avoya for 13 years now. When I first came to Avoya Travel, it was as a business owner. So I had my own agency. I was in the network. I really knew with my vast experience in the travel business that Avoya Travel was different. When the opportunity came along to be part of this amazing team and help new advisors make their dreams come true of being in the travel business, I jumped at it. It's been an amazing run. I work with some of the best people you're ever going to find in the travel business, including our guest today. So also joining me on the panel today is going to be Brenda Potter. Brenda is the manager of network enrichment, also a former owner in the agency, in the network, I should say. And just a really wealth of information about helping you get off on the right foot. So Brenda will be joining us in just a second. And then also joining us, and he's going to be all smiles all day today because he's a big Seattle Seahawks fan. So he's on Sky, Cloud 13, whatever you want to say. And that's my good friend, Alex Jacobs. Alex is the early success manager. And again, talk about a cornerstone resource, early success. You don't get any more important than that. So with all of that said, let's go ahead and kick off our program today and welcome our first guest to our program. Turning on the camera is going to be Brenda Potter. Brenda, so great to have you on our program today, being part of a host week, and welcome. So looking forward to this great conversation. First
It's
off,
always a good conversation.
tell me a little bit about yourself, leading up to how you became the manager of network enrichment for those with us today.
Okay, so my previous career had me traveling a lot. And so I came to Avoya as an independent agency owner and did that for a while and really experienced that side of things, which helped me when I decided to come to the Avoya employee side, helped me with that perspective. And so I've been now with Avoya for about 8.5 years, and I manage the network enrichment team, which we're all remote. So all over the place, and just happy to be there for the new agents. And most of us are already previous agents as well, or have years of travel industry experience.
So, Brenda, tell me first off, as I put you on the hot spot a little bit, what is network enrichment? How does it interact with those that are in the Avoya network? And the most important part, how does it make a difference for those people in the Avoya network?
So we chose the name network enrichment very carefully because we not only enrich those who are starting with Avoya and are new and getting to know how things work, but all the way through your Avoya journey, we're constantly providing additional resources. So what we actually provide for those who are new is the foundational knowledge to just simply use the system. Where are the resources? How do I get this done? So there is a curriculum and a series of lessons to help you get comfortable. And then we continue to enrich your Avoya journey with advanced procedures, updates or enhancements on our system, supplier knowledge. There's just so much to experience with the network enrichment team.
Brenda, we talk about why it's so important that as a new advisor, and I feel just as important as a host agency, to not just tick a box, right? Not just say, hey, we've got this program we call network enrichment. We're going to throw it up on the board. We're going to plaster it all over our marketing. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? If you scratch the surface, there's not going to be much behind it. Why is it important both for our company to make sure that the program is stout and built with individuals that have the real time to reach the real affiliates to make the real difference?
That's such a good point because with Avoya, we are a shared success model, which means that your success means our success. So all of us are fully invested in making sure that your journey is successful, that your business has every chance to grow, which, speaks to then everything that we do from the moment that you begin with us.
So part of the technology, that powers everything at Avoya Travel is our CRM, our Agent Power, SaaS technology. And through the network enrichment team and the Avoya University modules, people can really start to get hands-on practical experience with that. Talk to me about just how powerful that technology is and why it's so important to learn the ins and outs of that in order to really benefit and fine-tune your agency.
So we often see that people are very excited to get started, and you are correct. It's so important to learn how to get started on the right foot. And Avoya University is one of the first programs that you'll experience with Avoya. It's within the network enrichment team. You're right. We have you practice in our live system so that you can figure it out. Get your hands in there, play with Agent Power, set up yourself as a customer. We offer live classes. We have videos. We have documents, so we kind of address every learning style, as well as just some live office hours to get to know us, each other, and ask any question you have.
Really that first hand-holding, right? When you join the network, I mean, through that early phase and until they start to become a little bit more comfortable. And again, just going back to the idea of how deep the resources are at Avoya Travel, how many people are on the network enrichment team?
We have 6 members currently on the network enrichment team, 5 dedicated to assisting new accounts. And then, like I said, most of them having experience as an independent agency owner as well. But I want to go back to the word hand-holding. What I want to emphasize is we want to see your success. We want to support you. But in order to hold your hand, you got to meet us halfway. You got to find us where we are too. And so that's super important, is to realize that it's not about coming and swallowing what we give you and moving on, but really interacting and investing in what Avoya has to offer so that you can leverage on the investment you've made with Avoya.
Engagement, right? I mean, it's so simple. It makes so much sense. If you're not engaged, if you don't come to the table with this understanding that, hey, guess what? I just started a small business. And that small business, like bringing home a new puppy, it's going to need some time and attention and some love. And sometimes that time, attention, and love is going to happen in moments that just not convenient for you, but the puppy doesn't care. The business doesn't care. And as a business owner, you have to find a way to be able to incorporate all of that, right, Brenda, in order to be able to make it work. And that's part of that meeting you along the journey.
Absolutely. If I could share from my own experience, I came in eager to go, wants results, and I had to learn to not only gain the foundational knowledge to know what I was doing and speak with confidence, but to break down my process and really ask myself where my obstacles were. And the great thing was that Avoya has that support system so that you can discuss your obstacles, you can seek out resources, you can figure out the way to get to the finish line. But it definitely took a lot more time than I wanted it to take. But at the end, the result was what I wanted it to be.
I would have to imagine, though, with your team and being one of the very first people to really start to give life to somebody's dream, right? I mean, we deal in really powerful things here. It could be so simple for us just to think, our job is to help one business owner kind of connect with another business owner. But at the end of the day, it's people's dreams. And sometimes it's a lifelong dream of being in this travel industry. So as one of the first travel professionals to help breathe life into that person's dream, that's just a powerful spot that you guys sit in. And it must be so rewarding when you see people meet you halfway and want to take up the reins and be responsible for themselves and then just watch that success happen, right?
Absolutely. It's hands down our favorite experience is to hear your dream and walk with you through those first steps to help you start running. And just today, we received an email from someone and they were like, I'm trying to do this and I'm getting frustrated. And I walked away and it was so rewarding to say, okay, let's start at, step one. Here are the resources. Let's get you going. Yeah, and that success just motivates us for the next time too.
So if there was one piece of advice that you could offer to the host agency review crowd that's watching us today, who've taken the time out of their busy schedule, or maybe it's a snow day for them and they're just sitting, this sounds like a great way to spend a couple of hours while I'm snowed in. What's one piece of advice, Brenda, with all of your industry knowledge that you would want to pass along that you think could really help make a foundational difference for them moving forward with whatever steps they take in their business?
I think it's that you really need to learn to read carefully and understand why the information that you're trying to obtain to get your business going matters. Just to obtain it isn't going to mean a thing if you don't know why and what you need to do with it and how it grows and what the goal is. So it's really like being intentional about every step of your business to put a full picture together that means success.
Yeah, so that you're not just out there making noise, right? I mean, you want to drive home the point. You want to make a difference with the clients that you're serving. What about when people talk about specialties or their niche that they're looking to create? How are you able to help them kind of foundationally start to put that together? Or is that something that network enrichment can help participate in?
We come at that two ways, so we see people who are brand new to travel. And so we have a suggested list of specialties that we suggest they pick 2 to 3 out of. And we really try to help them understand what picking specialties means, where are the risks or where are the benefits, where your own strengths play into that selection. And then we have those who are experienced. And what we really can help that group of people do is know how Avoya Live leads come in, know what's available to them, know what our supplier partners are, and help them pick that list of specialties that enhance their existing business.
So we're chatting with Brenda Potter. Brenda is is a network enrichment manager at Avoya Travel, one of the unbelievable resources. Brenda, what do you love about being in the travel business?
I'm always looking for something new to see, new to do, new to experience. And so I love that every day is new anyway, because there's always new people, but also the perks of getting to go travel, right?
Absolutely. And while they are out there, the perks, these are not like there's not just like a free trip tree, right? We don't, you know what I mean? I think that's a misconception sometimes that people just getting into our industry think like, I'm just going to go pick this cruise and I'm going to pick this all-inclusive resort and they're going to pay for everything because I want to be able to talk to my clients from that knowledge. I mean, talk to me a little bit about what it takes to be a professional to be able to get some of those benefits, though.
That's an excellent category to talk about because no, it's not just all free and at the table just because you showed up. You have to put in the work. You have to get to know the suppliers. You have to identify who you are in this industry and be a brand that markets yourself as who you are, gives an authentic impression of what you have to offer. And then once you do the work, once you know who to talk to and know what you're doing, rewards come because of your hard work and not just because you signed up to be a travel agent.
Absolutely. Brenda, we've got a couple of minutes left in our part of this presentation for our friends again at Host Agency Reviews and Host Week. Is there anything that I just haven't asked you about that you think is just really vital to talk about from a network enrichment standpoint and just helping people become successful in this industry?
I would say that it's about being either an island or participating because I see the success rate. It's a vast difference between those who come at this and go, I'm going to use what I want to do, but I'm just going to go be over here and do my thing, as opposed to the ones that show up and they participate and they get to know other people and they invest themselves and share and receive. Those people I see find success sooner. And larger success because they're a part of something greater at the Avoya, with the Avoya family, really, right, Chris? We kind of still feel like a family.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do. And then one last question for you, Brenda, before we let you go for just the time being, and then we'll have you back for Q&A at the very end. But when you kind of glance into your crystal ball and you look at the future of leisure travel and you're on the front line day in, day out, you see the numbers, you know what sales look like. Are you optimistic about the future of leisure travel? And if you were not involved, is it something that you think you would consider seriously at this time as far as getting involved in?
I'm optimistic because even when I thought things were going to go a different way after COVID, people want to travel no matter what. People are never going to decide that they just want to stay at home. And so I'm always optimistic that there's somewhere new for people to go and that the desire to experience the outside world is just part of our human nature. So absolutely, I don't think travel's going anywhere. We just move with the times and keep figuring out what to give to the people who want to go.
Absolutely. Great presentation, Brenda. Thank you so much for your time. Brenda Potter, everybody, again, the manager of our network enrichment team. So glad to see you, Brenda, and we'll have you back for Q&A here in just a bit. Now coming on stage with me, and he's going to be just as smiley as his picture is there because he's still in that euphoric glow of the Seattle Seahawks having secured a trip to the Super Bowl last night. And if you're not familiar with American football, that's a big deal, right? I mean, that's the creme de la creme going for the Super Bowl. So congratulations to the Seahawks, Alex. We'll give you your second to gloat on that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I do think most people probably know the Super Bowl. Some people know it as that halftime show that they want to see or those funny commercials they want to see. I know people that actually just watch the Super Bowl for the commercials and the halftime show. But yes, the big game, as they have to call it, because they don't have the licensing rights. I'm so stoked. I can't make a complete sentence. It's amazing.
That's funny. So Alex Jacob is our early success manager. And again, early success is one of those cornerstone resources at Avoya Travel that really makes a foundational difference in those in our network. Alex, tell us a little bit about yourself, your background as a travel professional, and how you found your way to this position with Avoya Travel, my friend.
Yeah, so I was an IA with Avoya, an agency owner with Avoya for 13 years. I joined Avoya in 2023 on this team, the early success team. I'll tell you, I joined Avoya much like most agencies owners do when they've come from another host agency. And the reason was simply because I was not getting support that I needed. I'd only run my agency for about a year and a half, and I went to, I think it was Cruise 360, and went to the Avoya booth, and I talked to them, and I learned about everything that they have. And again, the shared success model, it's a legitimate thing. And I joined, and I partially for the live leads, but a lot of it was because of agent power and all the resources allocated. And then I don't know if you'd call it a calling. In 2023, I saw this opening up for this position, and I jumped on it and haven't looked back. Much like Brenda, I get a lot of satisfaction in seeing new IAs find success and grow their agency. There's something about it that just that drives me. So yeah, that's the story.
Awesome. So tell us what early success is, how it fits in the Avoya network, how it fits into the journey of a new affiliate in our network, and why it makes such a big difference. Because, man, it really does. I mean, people who are engaged, there's that buzzword I love to use, engage, but people who are engaged with the early success team really seem to just find amazing levels of success with their business.
Yeah. So, I mean, you would go through network enrichment. You go through Avoya University first, and that's Brenda's team that you were just told about, and then you'd be gentle handoff to our team, the early success team, which is optional. You don't have to participate in our program, but most do because it's included. So why wouldn't you participate in something that was included? And really, our goal is to get you up and running with Avoya Live Leads. Like the program was developed for that purpose originally. Like that is the core of our program. Our goal is to get our IAs up and running and successful with live leads, but we have expanded it to other topics as well, workshops, different things. We expand a little bit on personal clients. We talk about retention, which is a big push right now at Avoya, and lots of other topics that we talk about as well.
So live leads has been the calling card for Avoya Travel since I certainly, found my way to the network. It's the reason why I initially joined Avoya Travel as an agency owner, because I can sell, but I'm not much of a marketer, and I didn't know where the clients were coming from. And so when I heard about this amazing program, Live Leads, from your standpoint, Alex, just give us a little overview of Live Leads and why that's just such an amazing resource that somebody, especially new, can tap into.
Yeah, totally. So we have a lot of IAs that come in and they either have a small network, not a big community, or they live maybe somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And so for them to generate personal clients through networking or friends and family is just not something that is going to work for them. We have a lot of IAs that come into our program and they thrive on live leads because if you get your systems in place and you work them properly, you could sit at your desk. We encourage you to get up and stand every now and then, but you could sit at your desk all day, claim live leads, work them, win them, and build a very successful agency that way. I'll elaborate a little bit. We have IAs that come through with zero sales experience. One of our IAs did $1 million in her first year, and she had never been on a cruise. And they say, well, what's good? Do you have to have sales experience? And just to elaborate, yes, Chris, you could sell. But a lot of people are saying, well, I'm not really a salesperson. That's okay. We find people who come from other industries, they have a lot of portable skills. People who come from healthcare and education, you have patience. And a lot of it. And you do have to have patience when you're working with clients. If you come from financial, you're most likely really organized. If you come from real estate, you understand leads, you understand, running your business. There's a lot of portable skills that come from almost any other industry. And we see the people who aren't the most successful aren't necessarily the ones that come in and they have previous sales experience. I would say most of them don't. Most of them are coming into this. They know of travel. They've probably been on a few cruises at least at some point or left the country, because why else would you have this interest? But generally, they have skills. They come in, they listen, they apply themselves. And again, engagement, participation, there's a lot of resources. I mean, Brenda and I, our two departments, are just two of a lot that you get at Avoya.
Originally, we were going to do this massive show of force on going to bring just about everybody in the
Right.
kitchen table, but for the sake of being all of us on camera, we scaled it back a little bit. But as Alex makes the point, Avoya Travel, we're really deep in our resources. Again, we're not about ticking a box. I want to elaborate for just a second on live leads, because I'm going to say to them, oh yes, my program has a lead program. But again, you've got to dig a little deeper and find out, is that somebody ticking a box, or is that somebody with a real program? Because at Avoya Travel in 2025, those live leads accounted for about 50% of the gross sales of an average affiliate in our network. And we're a big company, right? I mean, I don't know that they've released official numbers from last year, but we're going to be somewhere in the $600 million range when it all comes out. And that means about $300 million in gross sales came from live leads. So if you're part of our audience today, let that number resonate with you. $300 million in gross sales, and only for those in the Avoya network. Pretty powerful stuff, right, Alex?
Yes, and I'm going to add one more thing. This is actually a stat that I kept track of myself when I first joined Avoya because I was curious. I joined Avoya in July of 2023. I've been tracking the emails as they come in, because every week we get an email saying, here are the world cruises that were booked. Here are the big bookings we've had. Of all of the leads, all of the world cruises that have been booked since July of 2023, 67% were from live leads. Now, yes, you can get world cruises, from your own network and from your own advertising and social media and everything, but that's 2/3, right? I mean, the IAs that are in our live leads program and finding success are the ones that are, organized, taking the information and flourishing with it.
So give me a practical tip. If I was just green as a blade of grass, Alex, and I show up in early success, and I followed Brenda's advice, and I'm engaged, and I'm really ready to do the work. Give me some advice on some practical things that I can do to really set myself apart and start moving to the head of the class.
Yeah, so first thing I would say is specialization. Like Brenda talked about 2 or 3 to start. We really do recommend 2 to 3 to start, because it's a lot to learn. And you might say, oh, but I've been on every cruise, at least 10 times. That's true, but you're learning a lot of other stuff about them that you didn't know before. You're learning their booking portals. You're learning their policies. Truly specialize would be the first one. The second one is get your systems in place. Have a schedule. Get your resources. Use your calendar. That's like organization. Like being organized and keeping everything on schedule and on time is going, because we talk about how time is finite. It's a commodity. You only have so much time to get stuff done in your day. And the first year, actually, your entire career, everything you're learning, you're never going to know everything. But your first year, you're learning a lot. So learn from mistakes. Take time to assess and see what's working, what's not. One of the things I say over and over again in my department, and people are tired of hearing me say it, but it's true. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So this is why it's important to assess what you're doing. If it's not working, change it. If it is working, great. See how maybe you can improve it, right? So yeah, organization, I would say, is like the number one thing if I had to choose one.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's not like we don't have access to the business intelligence to show, the ways that people have been successful. And that's the great thing about a shared success relationship, is that we're not shy with sharing with you the information about how other agents have become successful. Again, there's no mandate. There's no mandate on the amount of time that you invest in your business. There's no mandate on how you work your business, as long as it's done with integrity and professionalism. But it's sure nice to have that professional advice along the way, I would say. Right, Alex?
100%. I will actually add, we do have virtual events that are specifically designed around our new IAs. And so we're doing 3 this year. And so this is an opportunity not just to learn about suppliers, but to we have a lot of panels with IAs on different topics: social media, true specialization, AI. We have an IA who used to be a BDM, so it's his perspective on what it was like in that relationship. We had him on a panel, and there's so many different panels we do. And I know that we have sales development coaches. I have 3 sales development coaches on my team. We all used to be agency owners, so we understand what it's like to be in your shoes. But ultimately, yes, that's true. But hearing it from someone who's going through it right now, the same as you, provides sometimes a lot more influence, and can really help you out, help people out, because we work in silos, right? Most host agencies are working from home, so being able to have that connection, even if hopefully it's in person, but even virtually, is really going to help a lot.
So I want to tackle a couple of the misconceptions, because Avoya, one of the things I love about our network is we're pretty much straight shooters. We're not going to, I know my team is, we're not going to give you this pie in the sky expectation of what it's like to be a travel advisor and how you're going to go on all these free trips the first 6 months you're in the business and be raking in millions of dollars. Talk to me about realistic expectations, say for my first 6 months to a year. What should some of my goals be as a new travel advisor in order to be realistic with myself?
That's a good question. It's a little bit tough, only because we talked about people come in with different financial goals. But I think that would be like the number one thing, is to have those goals. Like, a lot of things we say is, what's your why? Why are you doing this? So knowing what you're doing, why you're doing this, what's your purpose, and then come up with your goals. Like, what do you want to make after 6 months? What do you want to say, sell in a week, in a month? What do those numbers look like? And to say what would be like, I would hope that by the end of the year, you're speaking with confidence. You know your specialties. Maybe you've branched out a little bit, and your close rate percentage is growing. Your sales are growing. You're seeing more opportunity. It's tough to put like an actual number on it, because everyone's needs are different. We have people who are coming in here saying, this is what I need to do. It's my primary source of income. I need to go, go, go. For other people coming in saying, okay, I'm doing this part-time. I want to work towards this and build it to where I can do it in retirement, and then everything in between, right? So it is kind of tough to say what specifics you could do, but I would say being able to speak about your specialties with confidence, and being able to provide good customer service and quality information to your leads and or clients, and get more bookings.
Alex, we've got just a couple of minutes before we're going to jump into the Q&A with our guests here from Host Agency Reviews. But why do you love being a travel professional? What is it about this industry that just keeps you coming back for more and more?
There's just so much to it. I mean, every year there's something different, right? Some different things come out. I mean, river cruises was just a thing that you heard about, when I started, and now there's so many river cruise lines there. Some that are just European based. You go on a river cruise now and you just see all these ships and lines you've never heard of, because they don't advertise to the US. There's always something to explore. Even if you've been there before, you don't see everything. You can always go back. Learning about different cultures, I think, for me, is like the big one. Just seeing how people are different, and yet also in many ways the same. And maybe that sounds a little cheesy, but it's true. People say, oh, you go to France, everyone there was rude. Didn't have that experience. I thought everyone there was great. So I don't know. It's just great to get out there and just experience the world and different cultures and meet new people.
So I want to give you the same opportunity I gave Brenda, and that's just that if there's anything that I didn't cover that you think is really vital to share about the early success program from Avoya Travel.
Yeah, I would just add, you have access to our program for a year, from the point where you finish Brenda's program and you start working in our agency and creating bookings. We thrive on that connection. We're called coaches for a reason. We give advice to our IAs, our agents, and they can take it or they could not take it. We do recommend, test and learn, right? If something's not working, like I said, change it up, see what works better. When we're talking about communicating with live leads, it's, getting in touch, what's working, what's resonating with those live leads. I just think that engagement, you guys have already talked about it many times. Those who participate and implement strategies that we suggest tend to have more success.
So the final question, I just love always wrapping up on a high note. But when you look at your crystal ball and you look down the road here in our travel industry, are you excited about being in leisure travel, and why?
Yeah, it's kind of some of the reasons I said before. It's just, again, always evolving. There's always going to be something to see. People have bucket lists. I don't know, mine's like a bucket scroll or something. It's long and there's still lots of places I need to go that I haven't gone. So for me, just everything from a safari to Antarctica to, Asia, and there's so many things. It's tough, Chris. I wish I could give you a solid one, but it's just the coolest thing. It's the coolest industry. There's just so much about it that's amazing.
Absolutely. Alex, we look forward to having you as part of our Q&A here in just a second. We want to say thank you to everybody at Host Agency Reviews, everybody in our audience today for having listened to our program. We're really proud of the level of support that we offer, up to 17 times more than you're going to find with some of our leading competitors. Real people making a real difference in the lives of our affiliates, and couldn't be more proud to have Brenda and Alex as co-workers. Shayna, we're going to bring you back in because we hope we've got lots of questions coming down the line, and we were hoping maybe we could tackle some of those for your audience.
You have so many questions. I don't even know where to start. This is great. Okay. So first off, I want to say thank you to everyone who's here. I think we've actually broken a record for the amount of live attendees at a Coffeespot in our 6th edition of Host Week. So that always makes me excited. But let's, you ready for the first question?
I'm ready.
Okay, there's a lot of them. So here we go.
Okay.
First one is, once we sign up, how soon can we start selling? Do we have to complete the university first?
Brenda, you want to tackle that one?
Absolutely. So you can start selling the minute you're affiliated with Avoya, but we're going to tell you to be smart about it. Don't start selling a group of 20 to go on a safari the minute you've arrived, because there's a whole lot that you want to know about the system first. So we do have a process in place when you have urgent personal customer bookings, but we also suggest that maybe you take a little time to really invest in your new host agency.
And I would just add to that really quick that, we're creatures of habit. And so when you start without really learning the formal steps, you're going to create bad habits that have to be broken later on down the road, and bad habits that are going to stand between you and your ultimate goal. So just be smart about the business, but yeah, you're in control.
I would just add really quick, part of you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes in your first year, couple years. Part of our program, Brenda's program and mine, and all of Avoya, is to hopefully mitigate those a little bit so they're not massive mistakes, right? So just selling right away, you might be opening yourself up to a little bit of, I won't say danger, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, hey, we're all about training over here and getting set up for success. So I'm all about doing that to get yourself ready for selling as well. All right. The next of the 5,000 questions we have here. It's great. We love it. As I am just getting started, why would I choose Avoya over a different host agency?
Wow. I can take that one.
Do it.
Sure.
So you would choose Avoya because the length of experience we have in this industry, the growth that we have year after year shows our success. But also the resources that are available to you are out of this world. I can just tell you that everyone who comes to us goes, oh my gosh, if I knew this was here before, I would have shown up sooner. And Alex, I'm sure that you hear that as well.
Yeah, it's the agencies that we have who come in who have been elsewhere. They're like sky high. They just love it. Everything about it. They're like, this is great. I love the support. I love the resources. They are the most appreciative agencies that we get.
Oh, wonderful. I do have a couple questions about how many advisors are connected with Avoya. So what is the size of your host?
So we're about 2,000 advisors right now. And on top of that, there's some what we would call, people in the industry would call sub-agents or subcontractors of our affiliates. So we call them additional licenses. But we have about 2,000 agencies in the network and another couple hundred users on top of that of our technology.
Great. Abby, if you want to share our link, we have a full article about what sub-agents are, how it works. So Abby, if you want to share that, as Chris just kind of mentioned what that is for everybody in the comments, for anyone who doesn't know what a sub-agent is, just to get an idea, that would be wonderful. All right, next question. We got some keeners. What are the fees involved to join Avoya?
Sure, I'll tackle that one. It's part of my job every single day.
Yeah.
So our affiliate program has a fee of $4.95 to join. That's for the first year. We do have a military or first responders discount. It takes $100 off that program. So that would bring it down to $3.95 to affiliate there. Again, that's for a year. $79 monthly fee. At the end of the first year, if both parties want to continue the relationship, it's $150 to renew. if you look at everything you get, the amount of support that Avoya Travel offers, and you really think about, you're building a new business here. So your investment, that minimal in order to be able to access, I mean, you heard Alex talk about people selling $1 million in their first year. I still think it's a real win-win.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next one is from Cindy. How do you commission splits work moving from beyond a brand new advisor to a more experienced one?
Sure. Again, I'm going to tackle that one on a commission split right in my wheelhouse. So our split is different, right? Because you heard us talk about our amazing live lead program. So I'm going to talk about it in twofold. One, if they're your clients. So if you source the client, they're out of your personal sphere of influence. Maybe you've invested some money in a marketing program. You've generated clients. You went to a local event, and good on you if you did, right? That's amazing that you're going to take that step to really support your business. Those clients are commissioned at 80% of the overall commission that comes in-house. And again, with our amazing live lead program that, like I mentioned, accounts for about 50% of an average affiliate's gross sales, that's commissioned to start at 30% off those live leads, because Avoya Travel has invested just a tremendous amount of money, millions and millions of dollars on a monthly basis to generate the live leads, to play the game at the highest level, to get the kind of results that for a small business owner, it's almost impossible to get. But we have a great new program called 5 in Mind, which basically, I mean, there's going to be some other caveats that I don't have the time to go into, but basically you sell to that client 5 times over a certain period of time, and that client now is commissioned at your 80% rate, even though Avoya will still retain ownership of that client. So 80-20, 30-70, but with a chance for those live leads to go all the way up to your 80% split level, Shayna.
Great. Right, I'm going to jump into the next one because there are lots of great questions. Yeah, I got a holy moly, the questions from the team. Sorry, I had to point that out. I think that's great. We have someone who said, I'm a little bit confused. Are you a host that provides technology and marketing for your business, or do you get commission from you all? I think you answered the commission question, but could you dive a bit more into the technology and marketing and how you support your advisors in that regard?
Sure, absolutely. Alex, you want to tackle some of that, and then I'll jump in on the back end?
Yeah, I mean, we touched on it a little bit when we talked about all the different teams that we have providing support. We have a whole brand sales team that helps with recommended how to quote a specific specialty that we support. What else do we have? Why am I spacing on this? Because it's so vast.
We have a world-class marketing resource center that has thousands and thousands of deployable assets from every imaginable brand, covering every imaginable holiday, every reason to reach out. Our technology, imagine technology, Shayna, where you could look and see not only what the price point was, but what our differentiator is in price versus if they called out and reached out to the vendor directly. So you knew the level of strength that you were talking to somebody from the get-go. Just part of the resources that we offered, how they make a big difference. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Alex.
No, I mean, if they give me time to think. So Learning Enrichment Center, you guys don't know what that means. And then Brenda's department basically runs that, is a massive library of information. We have supplier resources where you can learn about just about any supplier that we support, and some that we don't, that aren't preferred. We have preferred suppliers where we have special relationships with them, which generate a higher commission and exclusive promotions. Brenda, what am I missing?
We've got a library of webinar recordings from IAs giving advice to suppliers talking to us to, Avoya just presenting enhancements to the system. It just goes on. And to be honest, being in charge of the education piece, we cannot keep up with how fast Avoya evolves, changes, advances, and innovates. And so, job security, man, I'll always be doing something.
I will say
And
really
Shayna,
quick. I just have a lot of Avoya employees who used to be agents with Avoya have a lot of envy on that 5 in Mind program. And I'm not going to try and push it down anyone's throat, but it's an amazing program. You book somebody 5 times, and they become your client. You get it bumps up to 80% on commission. I wish I had that when I was selling travel, but it's just a really great program.
I think what's so great is how many advisors now work for Avoya. So they're coming from a place when they're speaking to all of your membership, they're coming from a place of, I've been in your shoes, I know exactly what you're doing and how you're doing it, and this is what we have for you. So I love when you've kind of experienced that already. So I think that that's great that you have so many of those, yourselves included. So beautiful. I do have some questions about the lead programs, or lead program. So great question. How do you handle bogus leads that come in? Do you screen them before passing them along?
Yeah, we've got all the bells and whistles of a modern company to be able to shuffle some of that through. Obviously, if somebody's really, like focused on getting through the system, they're going to be there. But again, we pick it up pretty quick. So there's not, and it's a numbers game. So I would rather have a bogus call where I reached out to a bad number than somebody that just toyed with me and called me back 80 million times and then said, oh, I just booked it on a website. You know what I mean? Take your information and run, so to speak. We definitely have the ways to deal with bogus leads. But again, I go back to the fact that you only factor in a live lead when you sell it. It completes the trip. We collect the commission, and last year that was about $300 million worth. So the program's working pretty good, Shayna.
I was going to say, I hope everyone in the audience heard that last comment. That is fantastic. Speaking of the leads, I have another question here from Lori. Is there a separate cost for the live leads program, or is that built in? Oh,
built in, only factored in on a commission split, right? So yeah, if you take a lead and you don't sell it, costs you nothing. If you take a lead and you sell it and it turns into a trip where the client completes the process and we collect the commission, cha-ching, money in your bank.
Amazing. Lori, when he's singing it, that he's singing it. Like, this is great. I love it. I think we may have time for one more question. So are you considered a new advisor if you already have your travel advisor certification and you're proficient in various systems? For example, Travefy was the one given. Are you still considered new?
It depends. We would have the conversation. We'd invite them to reach out to avoyanetwork.com, get the process started, get connected with somebody like Sylvia Pearsall on my team, who's going to have that back and forth with you, find out exactly where you're at and be able to move it there. We have an amazing Avoya Travel Academy for people that are just brand new with no foundational knowledge, where they can get from the ground floor to that first rung on the ladder. We're more than happy to talk about it. Of course, sales is always the easiest way to bypass that. If you've got some verifiable sales in the past, certainly happy to move you from, new to the industry to an experienced advisor there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I always go with the ask questions to your host, right? Let them know where you're at. Be very honest with them. Be very honest with yourself. That's how, to me. Okay. One more question. And then I think, let's ask, did I freeze?
You look good to us.
I hope not.
Oh, no. Are we good? Yep. Okay.
Yep, we're good, I think.
Okay, good. Sometimes I freeze. It happens. It's freezing outside, so it all makes sense. Does Avoya offer errors and omissions insurance?
We do not offer it specifically. We've got a master policy. It's got a big old deductible. You don't want to get involved in that. You are better off for the pennies you were talking about, $1 a day, right? Or whatever, to have your own coverage, to have the peace of mind. Because most times when you're with somebody, they say we've got it covered. What it means is they're ultimately going to make the decision for you. They're going to evaluate your claim, decide whether or not that rises to the point where they're willing to invest their insurance in letting that happen. When you're in control, you make that decision. If I'm going into business and I'm talking about an expense, again, under $1 a day, there's absolutely no way I'm putting that in anybody else's hands but mine.
Absolutely. And we had a few people ask that question. I want to thank everybody for all the questions that you had. Chris, Alex, Brenda, and I know we have Sylvia in the back that was also supporting. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to everyone. I want to remind you that if we didn't get to your questions, because I know that there were a few more, don't worry. You can go directly to Avoya's directory on host agency reviews. Abby has been linking it multiple times. She'll link it again in the comments for you. And you can send them the questions directly. let me tell you, I'm always CC'd into the responses, and the Avoya crew is so quick to respond. So please go and send them all of your questions and get in touch directly. Now,
real quick, can I just mention, we've got a Host Week special, special, $100 off any of the platforms in the Avoya Travel Academy or to affiliate with the Avoya Network. The code is Host Week 2026. Again, Host Week 2026. It'll take $100 off any of the packages in the Avoya Travel Academy.
That's so wonderful. And we will link to all of the Host Week deals very shortly. Thank you, Chris, for that so much. And we'll remind everybody when Avoya comes back for their Host Week interview, if you want to learn more about Avoya again this week. Now, I'm going to have Juan share the QR code for anyone that is interested in winning one of the 10 Starbucks gift cards from the Avoya team. So we will be drawing for these tonight. So we will let you know tomorrow. And please register for the Coffeespot. That is how you will be entered to win. And we will reach out to you directly from the HAR team. But please thank Avoya for the incredible presentation, all the Q&A, and also for these fun gift cards. As a final reminder, before I let you go, what we have coming up throughout the week, the next set of coffee spots. Tomorrow, we have Travify joining us. Wednesday, we have Global Travel Collection. Thursday, we have Tour Radar. And finally, on Friday, we have Incentive Connection Travel. Those all require separate registrations if you would like to be entered to win. If you win today, you can win tomorrow too. So you may as well register and keep coming to join us here. This is a ton of fun to have you all. We are going to give you a little break. And when I say a little break, about 4 minutes, go run, make some tea. I know that's what I'm going to do. Go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. And we're going to come back here at 11:55 Central Time to listen to our One Thing from Scott at Rainbow Getaways. And then we are going to jump into the day. And we may have a special guest joining us for the first little bit. So stay tuned.
Hi, everyone. I'm Scott Wismont, the founder of Rainbow Getaways Travel Network. If you don't know us, we're a host agency built for advisors who want to run real businesses with a strong focus on inclusive travel, professionalism, and long-term growth. Today, I want to share one thing that has completely changed how I operate as a business owner, and honestly, how I stay sane, and that's block scheduling. I didn't always do this. Early on, my days were pure chaos. I was reacting instead of leading, emailing all day, calls scattered everywhere, client fires popping up nonstop, supplier meetings wedged into random gaps, and personal life squeezed in wherever it fit. And it was usually last. And here's the thing. When everything is urgent, nothing actually gets the attention that it deserves. Block scheduling changed that for me. At its simplest, block scheduling means you assign specific types of work to specific chunks of time on your calendar, instead of letting your day get dictated by whoever emails you next. Instead of bouncing between 10 different tasks, you group similar work together, and then you protect that time. For example, I don't answer emails all day long. I have email blocks. I don't take calls when someone asks. I have call days and call windows. I don't try to do creative work between meetings because, quite frankly, that's always a losing battle. Each type of work that I have has a specific home on my calendar. That's client planning, admin work, advisor support, marketing, leadership work, even personal time. All of it gets its own block. And I want to be clear about something. This is not about being rigid. It's about being intentional. Before block scheduling, my business ran me. And now I run my business. One of the biggest benefits that you get from this is you don't have decision fatigue. When you know what you're supposed to be working on at any given time, you stop wasting mental energy trying to decide what to do next. You just do the thing that you already planned to do. It also forces you to be realistic about your capacity. If your calendar is full of blocks and someone asks you for something new, you can see immediately whether it actually fits or whether something else has to move. That alone has saved me multiple times from overcommitting. Block scheduling has also helped me to step into being more of a business professional. A lot of travel professionals are great at taking care of their clients, but are terrible at protecting their own time. We tell our clients to value our expertise, but then we make ourselves available to them 24/7 and wonder why we get burnt out. When your calendar has structure, it changes how people interact with you. Clients know when you're available, advisors know when to reach you, suppliers know what to expect. That consistency builds trust and professionalism without you having to say a word. On a personal level, this has been huge. I run a host agency. I still work with clients. I speak at events. I sit on boards. I travel a lot. And I also live a life that I want to enjoy. Block scheduling lets me be fully present where I am. When I'm working, I am working. When I'm off, I'm actually off. I'm not checking my email. I'm not stressed. I am off. Now, does this mean that nothing ever goes wrong? Of course not. Travel is still travel and stuff is going to happen. But the difference is that now disruptions are exceptions and not the default. If you're thinking that sounds great, but my schedule is too unpredictable for that, I used to say the same thing. You don't need a perfect system. You just need to get started. Start by blocking just 2 things out of your day, your emails and your calls, or your client work and your admin work. Protect those blocks for a week and see how different it feels. You'll learn fast what works for you and then what doesn't. And this is something that we talk a lot about inside of Rainbow Getaways. We're big believers that being a successful advisor isn't just about sales or destinations. It's about how you run your business day to day, time management, boundaries, systems that support growth instead of burning you out. So if you're watching this during host week and thinking about your next step as a travel advisor, I'd love for you to check out the Rainbow Getaways host week deal. And if you want a host that encourages you to build a business that supports your life, not the other way around, we might be a really good fit. Thank you for spending these few minutes with me, and I hope block scheduling gives you back some of your time. Now let's get today's host week's presentations started. Off to you, Steph and Shayna.
We are here, day one, session one of Host Week. And when I say session one, I actually mean that we're just opening up Host Week. We had our coffee spot earlier today with the Avoya team. And really, thank you for kicking it off. Thank you, Scott, so much for your one thing. I can't actually believe Host Week is already here. The team and I have been working so hard the last few months for you all. And we'll be kickstarting every day with that coffee spot, like I mentioned, hosted by a different partner, followed by the one thing. And the one thing is essentially a short little nugget of advice from one pro to another. So I like to think of them, the one things, as if you sat down with another industry professional and said, tell me one thing I should be doing to help improve my business in 2026. And these are their responses. So we'll have one every day for you. You can think of the coffee spots like Lunch and Learns, but with caffeine instead of actual sustenance. And each coffee spot company has provided 10 $7 gift cards for coffee. So make sure to tune into them all week. And yes, you can absolutely go back and listen to them after the fact as well. They do require separate registrations. So check out the comments for the registration links. We also share them in the daily emails if you are registered for Host Week. So make sure you are. And we have 4 more this week with Travelify, Global Travel Collection, Tour Radar, and Incentive Connection Travel. We have a lot of quality content for you, so I hope you're ready. And I promise today will be the most that you listen to me. And then we're going to bring in more and more people. Welcome to everyone that is just hopping on now. Go ahead, please say hi. Tell us where you're tuning in from. We would love to know where you all are. And now I want to pull on a special guest onto the screen. She really does not need an introduction because we all know and love her. And she is the reason that we have Host Agency Reviews. So I'm just going to hand it over to you if you want to jump on the screen.
Hello, everyone. I am Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Reviews. And this year, I am not going to be emceeing like I normally do, as I've been having a couple health issues that are truthfully kicking my butt. But you are in amazing hands with Shayna, Rita, Abby, Jenn. And of course, if you've attended Host Week before, which I hope you have, and if you haven't, welcome. We're so excited you're here. But you also know we have an amazing producer behind the curtain that no one ever really sees, and that's the mysterious Juan. And if you are a diehard Host Week person, you might remember when a few years ago, Juan showed us pictures of baby Joaquin. Well, Juan just updated us that Joaquin is going to have a little baby brother or baby sister this summer. So big congrats to Juan. We're looking forward to showcasing said baby in Host Week 2027. All right, next order of business. So like I said, I won't be on the screen much this week, but I wanted to pop in and say hello to all of you and give you a big welcome virtual hug. Thank you for coming. And then another thing to chat on. So as many of you know, HAR is based out of Minneapolis, and several of our team members have personal ties to Minnesota. And I'm sure as many or all of you know what happened in Minneapolis on Saturday. It was less than a half a block from my house, and my partner was walking our dogs on 26 where it happened, and just a few blocks away when this occurred. We don't want Host Week to become a political forum, so I ask you all, please, no hate or dogpiling on people in the comments. What we're going through here in Minnesota, especially in the metro area, is really, really difficult, and it's hard to put into words, and obviously it's pretty emotional. So I'd ask you to show us compassion. There are many, many families here that are afraid to leave their homes for fear of being detained or separated from their children. That means that they can't work, they don't have any income. So pretty much all of the schools in our communities are raising money for these families to help with basic needs like rent and groceries. These funds support U.S. citizens that are people of color. It supports legal immigrants. It also supports illegal immigrants at these schools. Now, you can let the organizers know when you donate which group or groups you would like your donation to. If you don't want it to go to illegal immigrants, you can state that. There are a lot of people that need help that are legal and are just afraid because of what's happening here. Again, please keep this positive in the comments, as I do not think that there is anything controversial about helping families with kids in elementary schools that are afraid to leave their house. And if there is any negativity in the comments, please just ignore it. So Abby, who's in our comments and also resides in Minneapolis, is going to link to some ways that you can get involved and help support our local communities with some schools. And Juan, if you wouldn't mind popping up the QR codes. So this will lead you to some of the schools in our neighborhoods, the elementary schools. So there will be Whittier Elementary, which is in my neighborhood, which is where the shooting happened. Abby has 2 schools listed up by her in Northeast Minneapolis. And then Garden City is my sister's school, just north of the cities, where she currently has, I think, 6 students in her class, because that many are gone. So on behalf of all of us, thank you for taking a moment with us just to acknowledge what's happening and for being a part of a community that leads with care, empathy, and thoughtfulness. I don't want to be a downer on Host Week, but obviously these are unusual times, to say the least, and not saying anything didn't feel right. So we are excited you're here. We are so grateful to spend this time together as we continue on with yet another Host Week. And so like I said, I'm not feeling well, so I know I may not look as excited as I normally am, but I want you to know that I am out of bed. I put on a clean shirt. I wanted to brush my hair for you, but I didn't. So that is now my cue to turn it back over to Shayna, so that I can head back to bed. But thank you all for being here, and Host Week forever.
You know what? It looks like you brushed your hair a lot more than I brushed mine. So,
no, you can see the knot.
I just have one big knot, but I like it. I like the big knots. We love you, Steph, so much.
You. See you in the comments, everyone.
So for those of you with keen eyes that aren't staring at the knot on my head, may also be looking out my window and seeing all the snow outside. I'm here in sunny and snowy Toronto, just north of the border. And it's a perfect day, I think, for us to cozy up and start this exciting and packed week of celebrating my 1-year anniversary here with HAR, Abby's 2-year, Rita's 10th year, all the Jenn's almost 1 year, and all the fun and wonderful things going on here at HAR. Before we do get into our annual State of the Host Agency address, I do want to take some time to give the most incredible of thank yous to our wonderful weekly sponsors of this event, who are just some of the many partners that allow us to pull off Host Week. So Alternative Travel Services, you can catch their host interview later today. Incentive Connection Travel, you can catch their host interview on Wednesday and their Coffeespot on Friday. We have Rainbow Getaways. So if you were with us right before Steph and I jumped on, you would have already met Scott during his One Thing, and their host interview will be tomorrow. Turn, you'll hear from them right after me. And they're also a sponsor of, because they're a sponsor of the keynote session today. Travify, join us tomorrow morning at 12 p.m. Central Time for their Coffeespot. And sorry, that's 11 a.m. Central Time. And then we have Travel Industry Solutions, and they have been a weekly sponsor for many years and such an incredible supporter of HAR. We also have many daily sponsors today for Monday, so we want to give a thank you to Montecito Village Travel. Their host interview is on Wednesday, and then you can join their educational session, so their Edge Spot on Friday. We have Sava Travel, also interviewed on Friday. Travel Edge, who will interview Thursday. Uniglobe Travel Center, their interview is on Wednesday. Yes, we have lots of interviews. The Wander Network, host interview is on Wednesday. Cruise Planners, tomorrow is their interview. AMT Travel, who we will also interview on Thursday. And finally, thank you to Avoya Travel. So lots of wonderful sponsors who help keep this free for all of you, but also incredible supporters of Host Agency Reviews and Host Week. Now, probably one of my favorite things to do is to introduce you to the team that makes this all happen. So you know who to thank for this a week of fun, and also when you run into them throughout the week and you see them virtually. So Juan, can you bring the team on to the screen? Hey! So we've got Jenn Myers, who is our marketing and partnerships manager. All those daily emails that you're getting, those are from Jenn.
Sorry.
Yeah. And she also is all things annual report. So lots of fun. We have Abby. Abby is celebrating 2 years with HAR, and she has been the most incredible addition to the team. And she's the one in the comments. So have some fun. Say hi. Hey, Abby. And then we have the Host Week queen herself, Rita, with Take the Helm, who is instrumental in the background of Host Week. And when I talk about instrumental, we have to talk about Juan, who is also in the, and see, she gives me all the time cues. It's my favorite. So we are back for another year of fun. And thank you so much to the team. As you all saw, Steph, our founder and absolute queen, was able to be here with us. And she does send her love for the rest of the week. And hopefully she'll send us a few pictures of her fur babies. So thank you, team. And remember to say hi to everybody throughout the week. Okay, so now back to business and what you can expect during Host Week. So here's the general flow of the days. We kick things off each morning with a coffee spot. Next, you'll hear helpful pieces of advice during our one thing. Then we move into our keynote speaker. And after that, it's into the interview part of the day with first the Consortia interviews and then the host interviews. And then we round out the day with the afternoon full of EduSpot learning sessions. And naturally, that's not all, because when we do something at HAR, we go big. So what do I mean by that? There are more than 40 exclusive deals for Host Week attendees. So make sure you're registered and joining in for the host interviews, because you'll hear more. We have a blog with all of our Host Week deals, so we will link that for you. We have 9 giveaways this year. That's right. You heard me correctly, 9. So make sure you enter in the drawings to tune in on Friday. We will share the QR code later for you. We will also share a link in the comments to enter to win any of those prizes. And lastly, it's a Host Week tradition that we end the week with the awards ceremony for our annual Luminary Awards, where we award the best of the best host agencies out there. This is a session not to be missed because we also have a lot of fun with it. Now, a few things before we move into our keynote sponsor and the actual keynote, I promise. First, we're often asked if this is recorded, and the answer is yep, they are recorded, and you can always find them in our YouTube channel under the Host Week playlist. And if you are registered, you will get an email after the fact with links for specific times. So if there's something specific you want to watch, links directly to it. Last thing, you may have seen this. You may have seen our Host Week magazine, which we will link to in the comments. But please go and check it out. We've got so many great articles in there. We've got the whole schedule in there. Lots of fun. Definitely take a look at the magazine. And sorry, last, we need pictures of your pets, obviously. Please send those over to hello@hostagencyreviews.com. And as we have some time to just relax, we will share some pet photos. That is always our favorite. All right, if you're ready, we're ready. Let's have fun. I think Rita's going to be very happy with me because I'm on time, which I usually am, I think, although I can yap. But before we hand it over to our keynote speakers, which happen to be myself and Jenn, let's turn it over to Turn, our keynote sponsor today, to introduce, well, us.
I hear from advisors that I love planning travel, but I hate the admin nightmare that comes with it. And the problem isn't that you don't work hard. We all know that you guys bust your butt all the time. But the tools that you use are not exactly built for the way you actually work. They are separate CRM tools, separate itinerary tools, invoicing platforms that aren't connected. And so you end up in this crazy workflow loop that makes you paying multiple subscriptions. And so what happens? Leads get lost in your inbox, follow-ups fall through the cracks, and you spend 40 minutes building a quote that really probably should have taken 10. And when a client from 2 weeks ago is ready to book, you're digging through old emails trying to find their trip details. And the result is that you're working so much harder than you need to and leaving money on the table. And that is why we built Turn. It is the first platform designed specifically for travel advisors and how they really run their businesses, from that first inquiry all the way to your final payment and when they travel. Here's what that actually looks like. You can plan, quote, talk to your clients all in one place. You can build an itinerary, price it out, send a beautiful branded proposal to your client. But even more so, you can keep track of your communications together. You can invoice to your host agency to make sure you get paid with your commissions. And you can even track all of your calendar bookings because of our calendar builder tool. Plus, we just released an incredible new analytics tool that will allow you to keep track of your sales, your best clients, and so many more really important pieces of information that shouldn't take you multiple spreadsheets to figure out. One of our advisors recently went from 40 minutes on a different software per quote down to 5, just because she kept up with our templates for her most common trips. Now she just customizes them and sends. And your CRM here actually understands travel. Our CRM isn't generic. You could see every client's trip history, filtered by who's traveled in the past year, and you could even set up automated follow-ups so that past clients don't slip through the cracks. One of our advisors actually doubled their rebooking rate in one season just by their automatic check-ins. And payments and invoicing are built in. You can request deposits, send invoices, collect authorizations, and track what's being paid, all without leaving the platform or switching to another tool mid-workflow. It's not about cramming more features into your day. It's about getting the admin work off of your plate so that you can focus on what you are actually really great at, and that is planning incredible trips and building relationships with your clients. Let me give you a real example. Megan is a solo travel advisor in California, and before Turn, she was losing leads because follow-ups were manual and inconsistent. She would get busy, things would slip, and by the time she circled back, clients might have booked elsewhere. But with Turn, she was able to set up automations and workflows so that past clients could get re-engaged depending on different settings. She also now can book 3 times faster by being able to take a proposal all the way to collecting choices on room types and optionality and activities, all the way to authorization without any back and forth. You heard that right. We have dynamic itinerary tools that literally allow a client to choose pieces of their itinerary, and it takes them automatically into authorization for the amount based on what they picked out. It's pretty incredible. Now, we hear all the time that Turn makes this advisor's life feel like a real business and not just a service provider that's trying to figure it out. And we hear that over and over and over. It's not about just saving you more time. It's about showing up more professionally, staying organized, and actually capturing the revenue that you are working so hard to create, and being able to prove it with the data too. We believe at Turn that advisors are incredibly powerful business owners who make the travel more approachable for their clients. You deserve tools that work just as hard as you do, but you also need those invisible clicks removed. We're not trying to be everything to everyone. We are laser focused on building the platform that helps travel advisors grow a suitable, profitable business without drowning in admin work. If anything you heard just resonated, if you've ever even heard of Turn or feel like your tools are working against you, I highly recommend just reaching out to us.
And as a thank you, please use code HOSTWEEK to get $49 off your first subscription, which is the equivalent of a free month of Turn. That's code HOSTWEEK at www.turn.travel.
We are so excited to help you build better businesses together.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back to me. I promise I am really gonna try to stop talking as much after this. But that's what you get when I'm your MC. But today I am joined by the amazing Jenn Myers, our marketing and partnerships manager, to share our annual 2025-2026 State of the Host Agency address. So Juan, if you want to toss it up onto the screen, our presentation for everyone. Amazing. Okay, so again, for those of you who are just joining us, my name is Shayna, and I'm the managing director here at HAR. So for this session really, if you've joined us for this before, you know what it's all about. But for us, this really isn't about predictions pulled out of thin air. And this keynote is an annual tradition. This really is grounded in very real data from real advisors.
Very real advisors. Matter of fact, this year's insights are coming from 3,456 travel advisors, and 85% of those identified as hosted travel advisors. So it's highly relevant for today's agenda. And what we're seeing in 2025 is something really important to acknowledge. We as an industry are no longer in rebound mode. The hosted advisor community has moved into a phase of steady, intentional growth. Advisors are building businesses with a lot more clarity. Hosts are refining their models. And we're seeing that expectations on both sides are more mature than ever, which is exciting. So today, Shayna and I are going to walk through what the data has told us about income and experience, fees, and just revenue diversification in general, technology and AI, what makes advisors stay or leave a host and the industry, and then what all of this means as we head into 2026. And our goal is that you don't just hear numbers, but that you can see yourself in them.
Okay, so thank you, Jen. Let's start with everyone's favorite, which is income, because this is always the question, I think, underneath every other question.
Yeah.
So, yep, for sure. This slide shows something that we do see every single year, but it's especially clear in 2025. So for newer advisors, that first 1 to 2 years, income is modest. And that's not a failure. That's the reality of building a pipeline, learning about suppliers, figuring out your niche, and honestly, just learning how to run a business. So one really important thing to understand here is timing. So in those early years, many advisors are actually booking quite a bit, but commissions don't always show up right away. Coming from the supplier side, booking windows can be long, and most commissions are paid either at the time of travel or just after your client has traveled, not at the time of booking. So you may be doing the work today, but the income shows up months later, sometimes even a year later, depending on how long that booking window is. That lag can feel discouraging, especially if you're not expecting it. But that's why we're here, to let you know that.
I didn't mean to laugh at that point either.
For everyone here, Jenn is an ex-travel advisor, so she gets it. Yeah.
I feel the pain.
Yeah. So even though it feels discouraging, it is not a sign that things aren't working. It's a sign that you're building your pipeline. So remember that. Now, I want you to look on the screen and look at what happens around that 3 to 5 year mark. This is where we see income start to steadily climb. And at this point, advisors now have repeat clients, referrals, better efficiencies, and critically, they're being paid on trips booked in previous years while continuing to book new business. So by the time the advisor reaches 15 plus years, you can see that in the comments, the difference is dramatic. And this is where experience, relationships, specialization, and long-term client loyalty, you really start to see that all compound. So you will notice a drastic difference also if you are full-time, which are those top 2 lines, blue and red, versus the part-time, which are the bottom 2, the light pink and the light green. This matters because for us, it really reinforces 2 things. First, this is a long-term career, not a quick win. Second, the hosted model really rewards experience, consistency, and business maturity over time. So if you're newer, and this does feel discouraging, really, it shouldn't at all. this data isn't showing struggle, it's showing really strong progression. So yeah, the advisors who stay and who plan for cash flow, who learn and understand how the commission cycle works, and who keep showing up are the ones who really do see a great payoff.
Let's take a minute now. We want to show you what we've learned about fees, because this is, I think, one of the biggest shifts that we've seen in the last few years. So in 2025, 63% of hosted advisors charged service fees. And I think even more interesting, 32% I hope we were. The universe has a way.
Yeah. Oh, I think we are now. Okay.
Can we talk consultation fees again?
We are back. I hope for everybody. So sorry. Some power went down, but we are back. I hope nobody heard the conversation Jenn and I were having in the background.
I hope you did. But for those who missed it, Shayna is a singer.
Shayna's not a singer. Jenn is the actual singer. Shayna just makes a lot of loud noises, as you've probably all experienced. So
Lord have mercy. This is where I take it back.
This is where Jenn and I are going to have a very serious conversation off screen.
I think I have a performance review coming up. I have a feeling this may come up, but
Oh, what perfect timing. Anyways, we'll jump back in now. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Rita, so much for getting that all set up. Technical issues and power going out, all the fun. But Jen, if you want to jump back in, start at consultation fee. Let's do it.
Yep. Okay. And like we were saying earlier, this is how you know we're live. When things like this happen, we are coming to you live. I touched on service fees, and now what I wanted to explain was the difference, and the difference between a service fee and a consultation fee. So again, if you've heard this 3 times, sorry. Service fees are flat transaction charges that you would charge when you're booking a trip segment. So again, these are flat fees. Consultation fees, on the other hand, are a charge for your time. And that's time that you spend in the researching, in the booking, and supporting of a client during their travel. Consultation fees are becoming much more popular among leisure advisors. And there's good reason for that, because you are providing a service. And it does take a lot of time to plan and book a trip. And I don't know if Abby was able to link yet, but we do have a great article on the different types of fees that different travel advisors will charge. And Abby's going to link that article in the comments for you. If this is new for you, I'd encourage you to take a look at that. But the real headline number that we wanted to point out was that advisors who charge fees earn 37% more than advisors who don't. That is an important piece of information, especially for those of you who are getting started or haven't really looked into charging fees. A 37% raise is a big deal. And that is not about nickel and diming clients. It's about valuing the expertise that you bring. And it's also about protecting your time. It's also, frankly, about just understanding that you are providing a service and your clients understand that. Every other industry, when someone provides a service, they charge a fee for their service. And you are no different. You shouldn't have to be any different. So I want to talk about consultation fees in particular. 69% of advisors are now charging them. And 84% use flat fees, which tells us advisors really value clarity and simplicity. They're not looking for sliding scales. We want to keep this easy. And what this data is signaling to us is a mindset shift. Advisors are no longer asking, can I charge fees? They're asking, how do I charge fees well? And we have a link again to a great article around charging fees that Abby will toss into the comments. We've got a lot of resources at hostagencyreviews.com on this topic, so I'd encourage you to check them out.
Okay, so this slide really does connect the dots of what we've been talking about so far. And I think the big one is that income growth isn't driven by just one thing. It is layered for travel advisors. So one thing we'll touch on just a little bit today during this presentation is just that group bookings matter. Not because everyone has to do them, but because it's even 1 or 2 well-run groups a year can create meaningful income leverage. So something for you all to consider. Niches matter. Advisors who clearly define who they serve tend to book faster, charge fees more confidently, and see stronger repeat business. Time invested matters. So this is where momentum starts to build, especially once you are being paid on trips booked in previous years while continuing to book new ones. Experience matters. The longer advisors stay in the business, the more efficient they become, the better they price their time, and the more strategic their bookings. As Jen just talked about, fees matter. And we're seeing this clearly in the data. Revenue is coming from multiple streams. So commissions, service fees, consultation fees, not just one. And advisors who combine a clear niche with intentional revenue strategies, including selective group sales when it makes sense for their business, significantly outperform those who don't. So the takeaway here is that the most successful hosted advisors aren't necessarily working harder, they're working more intentionally and building businesses designed to compound over time.
That's right. Now we want to just kind of shift and talk a little bit about how advisors are actually running their businesses. So 69% of hosted advisors operate solo, meaning no ICs, no sub-agents, no employees. And Chris from Avoya, if you were here for our Coffeespot this morning, spoke about what sub-agents are. Abby's also going to link an article for you in the comments just about what is a sub-agent, because that'll give you the groundwork for what I'm talking about here. But that flexibility of being just a solo advisor is one of the biggest reasons people choose the hosted model. You have independence, but you still have the support, you still have the training, and I think most importantly, the community of other travel advisors within your host to learn from. But the income data is really pretty clear here. Advisors who bring on ICs, sub-agents, or employees earn significantly more, and in some cases, up to 228% more when they have employees. Now, that is not about working longer hours, because nobody can work that many hours in a day. That's leverage, and that's smart. That's smart business building. For many advisors, that leverage shows up through sub-agents or ICs, maybe somebody who supports overflow business, somebody who helps manage just groups, or specializes in a specific niche. For others, it evolves into hiring an employee to handle just admin, ticketing, or client support, and that frees the advisor to focus on sales, relationships, and just in general higher value work. Most advisors in this data, or who make up this data set, are already working full-time, typically 31 to 40 hours a week. So this isn't about doing more, like I said. This is about deciding how you want to grow. But let's step back for a second, because this slide isn't saying everybody should build a team. In fact, everybody shouldn't. But it is saying that there's a clear growth pathway when advisors decide they're ready to scale. And that scale can look very different depending on the type of business that you want to build.
Oh, there we go. I got a little excited. I do want to remind everybody to please press the live button just so that you're seeing what's live. Sometimes YouTube can lag. So just when you get to this part, just to remember to press that so that you're watching from the beginning. Okay, so this is one of my favorite sections every year, because for me, it shows how fast the industry is evolving. And also, these incredible tech companies are building more tools that create efficiencies to make your jobs easier. Most importantly, they're building these tools specifically for the travel industry. And we will have Abby link to our travel agency software profiles so that you can get an idea of what's out there. So 55% of hosted advisors are using AI, mostly for writing, email, and marketing. AI is no longer experimental at this point. It really is a business assistant. And we are seeing more and more hosts and consortia build their own AI assistants and support internally. So definitely a question that you should be asking when you're looking for a new host. Beyond AI, 86% have a travel agency website, 81% use a CRM, 79% use itinerary builders, and 42% use form building tools. So what's also interesting here is what's declining, which we're actually seeing commission tracking software now at 37%. And that doesn't mean that advisors care less about tracking commissions, but what we're actually seeing is a shift. So most hosts are integrating commission tracking directly into their systems, or connecting it with a small number of tools that make the process simpler and more centralized for their entire advisor community. So instead of advisors needing separate standalone software, a lot of the functionality is being absorbed into host level tech stacks, which reduces duplication. I can't say the word. Duplication of manual work. This is another example of how host support and technology are evolving to remove friction, especially as you as advisors continue to scale. And what this does tell us is that advisors are currently prioritizing tools that help them market, communicate, and scale relationships, not just about tracking your transactions.
So good. So good. Okay. And now this next slide, I think, is especially important for the hosts in the room. And it was really important to me as somebody who owned an agency. Only 8% of advisors switched host agencies in 2025, and the average tenure before switching is now 2.5 years, which is up from prior years. So new advisors are sticking with a host longer before they're deciding this is maybe not the right fit for me. So why? Because satisfaction is no longer driven just by commission splits. And again, we've used the word maturity, I think, in this presentation a few times. This is a mature decision and this is a mature shift in the industry. Yes, splits have increased and they're averaging 75% for new advisors and 84% for experienced advisors. Now that's just a broad range across the industry. But advisors tell us that partnership quality, support, transparency, and a big one, culture, matter even more than their commission split. Advisors are choosing hosts that align with their business values and support their long-term growth, this isn't just about short-term income. Advisors are doing their research when choosing their host, and they're understanding that hosts are not a one-size-fits-all. And my favorite, they're asking questions beyond just, what are the commissions? And they're understanding, it's more than just understanding what the commission split is and understanding that commission is one piece of a much larger picture when you're choosing a host. And it's why I love that this week we have 38 host interviews coming your way and 7 Consortia interviews over just the next 5 days. So that's very exciting.
I think so. It's going to be a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. So this slide really gives us a clear pulse check on the profession. So 96% of hosted advisors say that they would choose this career again. And that number has really held strong year after year. That tells us something really important. And it's remarkable and exciting at the same time. What is the biggest challenge, though? The work isn't easy. Advisors are running real businesses, and the biggest challenge continues to be finding new clients, which makes sense when you're an entrepreneur building something of your own. So Abby is actually going to link our article about travel leads for you as well. And we're also going to link a really special Friday 15 that we did at the end of last year, where we had our own Jenn and Rita. And the first question is all about leads and lead programs. And you definitely want to take a listen to that. But, we've got challenges, but then we've got rewards that are just as clear. Strong client relationships, gratitude, and the feeling of truly helping people plan meaningful travel consistently rise to the top. And 67% of advisors say that they feel fairly compensated, a number that has remained steady and reinforces that this career can both be sustainable and fulfilling. So what does this data tell us? It tells us that while the work is real, the fulfillment is real too. And for most advisors, the trade-off is absolutely worth it.
This is such a cool industry when you see the kind of people that it attracts. It's just, look around the room, look around your host agency. I know that I can speak for just about everybody. There are some really great people in this industry. I think we can be proud of that. Okay, this chart shows income by niche, and this is really interesting. While every niche can be profitable, there is a clear difference here. Luxury, river cruising, and ocean cruising lead the way in terms of niche. Now, the takeaway when you see this kind of information isn't, I'm going to focus on luxury or river cruising. It's not pick the highest earning niche. It's pick a niche, understand it deeply, and build systems around it. This is to show you that picking a niche versus just remaining a generalist can really affect your income. And potentially it can protect your sanity. Because as a generalist, you're doing it all. And there's so much more, frankly, to know and learn. There's already so much to know in this industry, and there's so many different styles of travel, which is one of the most exciting things about being in this industry, but it can also be one of the most overwhelming parts of being a travel advisor. You do not need to know everything about everything. And like every other profession under the sun, you will always be learning in this industry. And as we say in our article about choosing a niche, that again, we're throwing links your way because we're about giving you resources. Abby's going to throw another link in the comments about finding a niche. But finding finding your piece in the niche travel pie isn't as hard as you might think. There are millions, probably more, hobbies, destinations, and just types of travelers out there. And so that being the case, possibilities are everywhere. They're just limitless. And the key to finding a successful niche for your agency is making sure it's not only a niche that can be profitable, but your heart is in it as well.
As we come up on the last few minutes of our keynote, we're not pronouncing words left, right, and center correctly. It's fun. Okay, so new advisors still make up a significant portion of the hosted space. So from our annual report, we got 36% of the segment. Startup costs are averaging just over $3,700, with most new advisors investing between $1,000 and $5,000. What's exciting is that the new advisor income has nearly quintupled since 2022. So that's exciting to note. And that tells us that the hosted model remains one of the most accessible and scalable entry points into the profession, especially for advisors who do commit full-time.
That's awesome. Now, when we look ahead into 2026, knowing all of this data, what stands out most is not disruption, it is direction. The hosted agency model is no longer experimenting, it's maturing. There's that word again. And these trends tell a really clear story about where we believe the industry is headed. First, we're seeing more advisors moving into full-time roles. And this isn't about hustle culture. This is about confidence. Advisors are choosing to go all in because the business model is proving to be sustainable. They're seeing consistent income, they're seeing repeat clients, and there are clearer paths to grow a viable business. And that shift towards full-time commitment is raising the bar of professionalism for the entire industry. It's legitimizing us even more. Second, fee adoption continues to widen. Fees are no longer controversial. They are very much normalized. Advisors are refining how they charge, when they charge, and how they communicate that value to their clients. And what's important here is that fees aren't replacing commissions. They're stabilizing income. They allow advisors to weather slow booking cycles, to protect their time, and to just generally help them build healthier businesses. We're also seeing incremental, not dramatic, improvements in commission splits. But this tells us something important, and that's that hosts are also being intentional. So rather than racing to the top with unsustainable offers, hosts are adjusting splits strategically to attract and retain the right advisors. It's less about headline numbers and more about long-term partnership visibility or viability. And on the tech side, we're entering a new phase of obviously deeper AI and tech integration. AI is moving beyond content creation. I would say it's well past that at this point, and it's moving into operations, workflows, even decision-making support. Advisors aren't asking if they should use AI anymore. They're asking how. And the focus is shifting to tools that will save time, improve consistency, and support scaling without sacrificing the personality and personalization. I think that's really important in this industry. And if there was anything we saw with that data circulating around AI and tech, the fear was, I don't want to lose the personal touch. So that's still important. And then finally, there's a continued and growing focus on career satisfaction and relationship with clients. And that I think is critical. Advisors are measuring success not just by income, but by things like quality of life, client alignment, longevity in the business. Hosts that prioritize things like mentorship, transparency, and culture are going to stand out even more in this next phase. And so when you step back and look at all of this together, the big picture becomes really clear. This is a mature industry growing thoughtfully and not chaotically. Growth is happening, but it's happening with intention. Advisors are making smarter decisions. Hosts are refining their models. And the relationship between the two is becoming more strategic, more collaborative, and more future focused, I think, than ever before, which is pretty great.
I completely agree. So to wrap up, we have strong host partnerships really do underpin success. Career satisfaction remains high. Technology, especially AI, is accelerating. Fees are now a standard part of advisor businesses, and income growth is steady, diversified, and intentional. And if there's one message that I really want you to take away from all of this today, is that the hosted model isn't just surviving, it's growing, it's adapting, and it continues to get smarter.
Mm-hmm.
So before I hand it back to me to introduce the host segment, the interview segment, so really I want to share now that you've gotten a taste of the incredible information that your fellow advisors have shared with us, and probably many of you listening right now participated in our survey. So thank you so much. The survey was 193 questions with almost 3,500 advisors responding. The report is a beautiful 100 pages created by Jenn. And for the next 2 weeks, we're going to offer the report for $99 for anyone that's attending. So no matter the size of your agency, we want it to be accessible to you as much as possible. The QR code is up there for you. We also have it up and listed with our host week deals and specials, just in case you missed this now, but you can always email us too if you missed out on this. Thank you for being a part of this evolution. Thank you so much for being here at Host Week and joining us today for our annual State of the Host Agency Address. Thank you so much.
So great.
Yeah. So now back to me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. So welcome back to me. So as a reminder, if you are joining us and you are not registered, please go ahead and register. Abby will share the link in the comments so that you can get a daily reminder email of the schedule, among reminders of many other things like our 9 giveaways, our amazing Host Week magazine with articles written by some of our amazing speakers, hosts, also some from our team. I have an article in there, Jenn does, Rita does. And of course, just so many other fun things that we have going on this week. Okay, on to our next section. Here is our rundown of Meet the Consortia segment. So these Consortia interviews are key as you search for a host because 99.97% of hosts belong to a consortium. Through your host, you'll gain access to many of the consortium's tools and programs. So it's worth understanding what sets each consortium apart and whether there's one you'd especially like to align with. While there are hundreds of host agencies out there, the consortia playing field is a lot smaller. There are only a handful of consortia in the North American travel agency market, almost all of which you're going to hear from during this week, which is exciting. So if you're listening and you do already belong to a host that is part of a consortium or you belong directly to a consortium, we'd love for you to take a moment right now to go onto our website and write them a glowing review or just a review of any kind, please. We always want your honest opinions. Your feedback helps other travel advisors make the best decisions for their businesses. So at the end of the week, we will be giving away a $25 Starbucks gift card to one of you that leaves a review for the consortium that you are a member of. We also really know that the consortiums would love to hear from you. So you ready for the first one? So our first consortium interview of the year. So throughout Host Week, we'll be featuring conversations with the various consortia and host partners. And today we are starting it off with Travel Leaders Network. If you're newer and still wrapping your head around what a consortium actually is, don't worry. The HAR team will drop a super helpful article in the comments, breaking it all down in plain English for you. Travel Leaders Network has been a major force in this industry for many decades, supporting agencies across a wide range of business models, from independent advisors and boutique agencies to larger, more established operations. So what really stands out is the scale, education, and supplier relationships that they bring to the table. along with tools designed to support advisors at every stage of their career. I had the chance, sorry again, you're going to have to hear from me. I had the chance to sit down with Travel Leaders President, Lindsay Perlman, to talk about how Travel Leaders supports advisors, what they're seeing in the market right now, and how advisors can really make the most of their consortium relationships. Just as a reminder for all of you listening right now, if you want to make sure that you're live and it's not lagging behind, because YouTube sometimes tends to do that, please go and press the live button so that you get us live. Also remember that if you are registered, we would love for you to be registered for Host Week so that you hear from us every day with what's happening each day, just an update. We only send you the one a day, do not worry. But even more importantly, post Host Week, we send you an email that has the time slots for every single interview, every educational session that we do, so that you can link directly to anything that you would like to rewatch later. Everything is recorded. Please enjoy. And without further ado, to hear more from Travel Leaders Network, I turn it over to the interview with Lindsay and myself. Hello, everyone. I am really excited to welcome Lindsay Perlman from Travel Leaders Network. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Shayna. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thrilled to be here on this very cold day. We're all bundled up and saying, why don't we take some of our own medicine and travel to nice, warm places? But, you know, this is the price we all pay, I guess, being in this industry.
I know, and I'm very excited. I have a fellow Torontonian on the call with me. That is rare, so this is exciting. But yeah, you ready to jump right into the questions?
Ready to go? Go, ask away.
All right, so question number one. When your consortium set their intentions for 2026, which initiatives, either existing or new, excited you the most?
Well, you know, I guess what we like to do is ask ourselves a question first and foremost, and that being on any of the initiatives that we kind of put forward, the question is do they do one of two things, right? Do they drive incremental revenues or do they drive efficiencies? So you kind of balance that out. And if you take a look at some of the programs that we've been working on the last 5 years, not maybe 5 years, some of them shorter, some of them longer, but I'll kind of go through them, and we're going to have still a lot of focus on that into next year and continued evolution of it. So, you know, for the last couple of years, we've been talking with Snap, and Snap is our air, hotel, and car booking tool. That every month that continues to get better and better. About 15% of our member base now use Snap on a regular basis, so that does both things. It allows them to earn on air, it drives efficiency on booking hotels, incremental commissions on hotels as well, and ease of use on car. So we'll continue on that, and we have an infrastructure that we've built that's in place to continue to support that. Cruise space, you know, that industry, that piece of the industry continues to grow significantly. We grow our cruise program with that. And that's of high value. And keep in mind, the products that kind of fall into that, like Cruise Complete, which is our booking tool for this, include not only our preferred partners, but our non-preferred, because one of the things we're trying to do is make it that much easier for advisors to source one place for all of their cruise needs. And they can book on that, ease of booking, all of that. And those bookings stay with them. It's their bookings. It's just we provide the technology to kind of drive that. And there's also our product that we have in there, like the culinary collection and our block cruise space, all that. That's all loaded in there as well. And for the host, what they can do is load their stuff into there too. So it's a single source, right? So it works well. The other piece that we've spent 8 years on is Agent Profiler. And that continues to just grow and grow and grow. And for our hosts who kind of leverage that, it really elevates the advisor in the marketplace, especially when that advisor kind of identifies where their level of expertise is and what they enjoy doing and they narrow in on. So this year alone, we'll provide something like 300,000 leads and The average sale with one of those leads that closes, which is running around a 25-30% close rate, but the average sale on that is $10,000 to $12,000, right?
That's fantastic.
It's real money.
Yeah.
And the last one I'll kind of expand on this question is, we're a very large organization, but what we kind of focus in on as well, how do we create communities within our organization? So we have our alliances, and those alliances, especially that we have one for our host agencies, those alliances work really well because it brings like-minded people together. So not so much a revenue generator, but an efficiency discussion, and we can share best practices within those groups. So those are probably the top 4 things I would say we're focused in on for 2026. Ooh, that sounds weird to say.
I know.
Yeah.
I love the efficiency and kind of, I would even call it a community builder that you have, which I think that's a beautiful thing. I also love how much all of these programs really support the hosts as well, because you've got some incredible hosts that are part of TLN that everyone will hear from throughout the week, which is great. All right, question number 2, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So we know that many host agencies offer their own annual conferences. Can you suggest the top reasons that advisors would also want to attend the Travel Leaders one this year?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a couple of reasons. First off, a lot of host agencies do great conferences, and we actually attend them because we're a resource for them while we're there. I would say the benefit of why those advisors should come to our conference as well, couple things, maybe 3 things. One is networking overall. You're exposed to a much broader audience than you would be within a certain area. Supplier networking as well, because there might be suppliers that the host doesn't have preferred, but they're preferred through travel leaders, right? So that allows them to see that as well. And then I think the last and the biggest piece, when we talk about the programs that we kind of are leaning into for next year, well, it gives them added time within our environment to spend time on, how do I leverage Profile better, or how do I use Cruise Complete, or, I have questions on Snap if the host agency uses Snap, or different things. So it gives you what they get at the host level, but kind of expands it on certain key areas. And I think that's probably the best use of their time. The amount of ICs that come to our conference is fantastic. So they're obviously seeing the benefit of it because they keep coming back. And I guess San Diego between June 2nd and 6th, I just put the pitch in there for you, will be a fun time. Well, we're already sold out. We're on a wait list on it. Yeah, believe it or not, it's like weeks, and there's like 2,000 people. It's great fun. There's a ton that goes into doing this, but it's so much fun, and it's so great to be able to spend time with everybody and have these chats. So, yeah, that's why I'd say the main reasons are.
I completely agree. As someone who's attended multiple travel leaders conferences, I can attest to everything you just said. So, yeah, absolutely. All right. Question number 3. This is one of my favorites. I always love to know from each consortium, what are some of the most popular travel trends you feel that your advisors should lean in on to have a profitable business?
So there's 1 of 2 ways of answering this question for you. Mm-hmm. The safe answer is to say, well, based on what we're seeing in the future, this is the type of product that's selling, and this is what you should look at. I'm going to go the harder answer. And the harder answer is, it really depends as an advisor what you want, right? So everybody's talking luxury, and trust me, there's that area of the business is growing considerably. And if you do it right, operative word, understand what does it mean to be a luxury advisor, right? And what do you have to put into making that work? Well, somebody may not want to do that, or they're really good with premium cruise or contemporary cruise, or they want to sell the parks, or whatever the case might be. So all I'm saying is the best thing to do on that, regardless of and you can future-proof yourself in going forward on this, is really find what you love to do. Pick a lane, right? Really become an expert in that field that you love. So it doesn't matter what it is, just be the best at it, right? And that's the trend, because then if you take a look and we sit down with our partners and say, who are your top sellers? You'd be shocked. It's not the product that you may think it is, right? Mm-hmm. It's the person who brings the most value because of their level of expertise. And that could be on any of the products and services that are out there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen from our annual report that over 85% of advisors pick a niche, and that 93% of them would pick the same niche had they had to go back and start again. Yeah. So that says that they're very focused on their niche, but they're also successful within it. So.
Yeah. Look, I'll give you an example. And the niche doesn't necessarily have to be the product. It could be something like, I'm going to specialize in multi-generational travel. I'm going to take the grandparents who are cutting the check, the parents who are deciding where to go, and the kids because it's an absolute delight. And that's where I'm going to work, right? And that works great. And so that's the type of, that's the harder answer than the, luxury is doing well, everybody should sell luxury. That's not the case.
No, I love it. I absolutely love it. So the last question before the fun question, although I think they're all fun questions personally, maybe I'm a little biased because we made them up, but Travel Leaders has quite a few host agency members. So what are your predictions for host agency growth in 2026?
That segment of the business continues to grow significantly and outpace everything else. I don't see why that would change, right? If you take a look at the different, everybody says, well, all hosts are the same. Hardly, right? Hosts vary based on what their level of, it's the same thing with a host. What do you love to do, right? Some host agencies just want to bring on agents that are veterans. Some like to bring in people who are brand new to the industry and kind of train them up. In the grand scheme of things, I think the host model works great for people who are new to the business because they can come in and get the resources and the training and that kind of that focus that they need more than, like, we're not set up to handle new advisors. We provide products and services to the host that will allow them to do that. So we have in our industry, we have a shortage of travel advisors. For an industry that was supposed to be dead years ago, it's like we can't hire people fast enough. Yeah. So as the industry continues to grow and we bring people in, I think that platform, the host platform, is the way to go. And I don't see why over the next several years why that growth pattern would change.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, final and fun question. If Travel Leaders had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Wow, you can go all over the place on this. So Here's one of the things that we get criticized on all the time, right? A lot of people turn around and say we're just too big, right? Now I think we've addressed that. I think when we build the alliances and kind of provide people with the products and services that they need, and you're going to see we've kind of realigned for 2026 on how we're going to bring more resources to the field. So that's a separate issue, and that's kind of an exciting piece. But so I think it's fair to say, we've been accused of being the gorilla in the room. So let's go with a gorilla, right? But I think that we're a gorilla that speaks softly. So I think when used correctly, with alliances and things that I've said, I think that works really well. But let's just go with the gorilla. I like that idea.
I like that. Gorillas are someone who just went trekking with them. They're very family oriented. So I like that you look at yourselves as the gorilla. Very cool.
Perfect.
Lindsay, I cannot thank you enough. This was wonderful, and awkwardly, as I do, I'm going to hand it back to myself. But thank you so much, Lindsay, for being here and sharing your insights about Travel Leaders. And I'm sure you will have lots of questions coming your way after this.
Thanks, Shayna. Appreciate it. And have fun, everyone. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Lindsay. And as a reminder to everyone, that is Travel Leaders Network. If you are just jumping on, welcome to Host Week, the week where we celebrate hosted advisors and the industry that supports them. So for those of you tuning in live and feeling like the comments are not matching the conversation you're listening to, go ahead, bring up that red play bar at the bottom of the stream and drag it all the way to the right. Or you can click the button that says live so you're on the live version. Now, next up is our Get to Know the Host section. So what is the deal with our daily Meet the Host segments? This is where we have the team from ASTA, so the American Society of Travel Advisors, and ACTA, the Canadian Society of Travel Advisors team, and some of our HAR team as well, sit down and ask the hosts questions about their programs, culture, and of course, a fun question. It's an amazing way to hear from 38 different hosts from all from the comfort of your home, office, wherever you are today. Please interact in the comments, say hi, ask your questions. And if you're with the host, I know prospective advisors would love to hear all about your experience. If you're friends with the speaker, don't be afraid to show them some love as well. The host agency's teams will be in the comments and will be able to answer your questions. And similar to our Consortia interviews, we ask each host the same set of questions. Some are your stereotypical questions that help you learn about their programs. But in true HAR fashion, we've also whipped up some less traditional questions that give you an inside peek to the company's culture and philosophies. So we'll start off today's Meet the Host segments with KHM Travel Group, and then we've got 8 more hosts after that. So here's today's lineup. We've got KHM, Dream Vacations Franchise, Global Travel Collection, WorldVia Travel, Nexion Travel Group, Travel Agent Pro, Outside Agents, Travel Leaders Market Square, and to round it off, we have Alternative Travel Services. All of these are members of Travel Leaders Network, so definitely worth taking a listen and learning more. So let's wait no longer, and we're going to jump in to start the host interviews with Carolyn from KHM Travel Group. Over to you, Juan.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to another session with Host Agency Review and the Host Week interviews with our wonderful hosts. I have with me today Carolyn Orff with KHM, and I am excited to be able to pose some questions to Carolyn and find out more about KHM and all that they have to offer. But I'll let her get started first by giving us a little background about herself and the KHM and what their host capabilities are.
Well, thank you, Todd. Thanks for having me today. This is one of my favorite things to do, the Friday 15. So I've done it a couple times, and it's always so fun. I am the education manager at KHM Travel Group, and I've been in that role for almost 4 years. I think what's interesting is that I still also run my travel business. So I've been doing this for 18 years. And so it's my understanding it's a little unusual to find an education manager who still runs their business at the same time. So just know that everything we put out there, and it's not just me on my team that is still an active agent. I have 2 other active agents. And so it's very authentic, right? We're in the trenches with you. Everything we're saying and doing, we completely understand because we're doing it as well. And so I think that's really unique about our team. And, I absolutely love what I do at KHM. We have a fantastic community. So I'm happy to be here with everyone today.
Great. Well, as you look forward to 2026, what do you see as KHM's unfair advantage or the support piece or tool or relationship that you offer that most hosts don't? Yeah. And what outcome do you think that's going to produce for advisors?
So I think our number one thing that we do is our teams. We have so many teams in place at KHM to help support our agents. We have a 65-to-1 ratio of staff to agents, which I think is the best in the industry. So just to highlight a few of our teams, we have an agent support team made up of 9 team members, and they have varying hours. We've got 2 team members on the West Coast, so that helps that side of the country. We've got hours from Monday through Saturday, and so there's always someone available via chat, email, phone, and that's really unique. We also have a compliance and resolution team. We have 3 members on that team, and their job is to support agents in times where maybe they need, some help with a client or a booking. They're there to listen. They're there to problem solve and step in if need be. And that's definitely something that we are proud of. I don't know that every host agency has a team like that. We also have an amazing groups team. There are 3 members that are part of that team that help support our agents learn and grow their group business. They're not there to book your groups for you or help you book your groups into your groups, but they're there to answer questions, help you grow your business, review contracts, things like that, to help you be successful in one of the largest areas of the travel industry. And then, Todd, I am going to toot my own team's horn here a little bit. As an educator for many, many years, I have a master's degree in education with an emphasis in curriculum development. I've owned my own travel agency for 18 years. 2 of my team members have over 25 years of experience, one specifically in groups, the other in high-end travel. And then I have a team member that's specifically, I wouldn't say specifically dedicated, but very, very dedicated to our CRM. So as a team, we have a lot of experience, a lot of hands-on experience, and just the knowledge and know-how as to how to present working within the travel agency and really understanding not only how to book travel, but owning and operating your own company. So that is where I feel like we really set ourselves apart and raise our agents up.
That is fantastic. I mean, especially for new agents coming into the business and even seasoned agents who want that kind of backup support.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So tell me how your network is embracing technology or even AI to make business easier and hopefully more fun for advisors.
Yeah. So we have talked about this a lot. And I think the conversation around AI has been out there for many years now. And what we're trying to do is embrace it, educate our agents about it, educate ourselves about it. But at the end of the day, we're using it to work harder or smarter, not harder. And we're being cognizant at the same time about the information that's being put out there and what we do with that information. We are never encouraging this to replace the knowledge and the personal relationship that an agent builds with a client through qualifying, through the whole process of booking and selling travel. So we use it for the purpose that we feel it was intended for, to help supplement what it is you know and do, not replace it.
Perfect. So when you think about some of your top advisors at KHM, what are some of the creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
So I think the first way is travel clubs. This has gone gangbusters, and I'm so proud of so many of our agents who have created these groups of people within their business that are like-minded and want to travel together. And these agents are booking groups out 2027, 2028, and they are just growing and growing. We had an agent that just did a half charter with Alma Waterways, and it was sold out. I mean, and she didn't start there, obviously, but it's just grown over time. And so it's really, really encouraging to see people want to travel together and have someone guide them and be there present on some of these trips. So travel clubs, definitely number one. Number two, we've had a lot of agents that set up shop in a local coffee shop and share through their social media platforms that they're going to be there. And they encourage people to just come in, sit down and talk travel. It's not an opportunity to book. It's just an opportunity to get to know the person, them to get to know you, and just talk travel and learn a little bit more about each other, with the hope that eventually it turns into a booking, but it's just the beginning of that relationship. And finally, Todd, I don't know about you, but the number one way I feel like I personally get leads is all I have to do is start telling people that I'm personally going on vacation, and the phone will ring off the hook. So it's not creative. It's not a genius idea, but all you have to do is tell people that you're getting ready, you're packing your bags, you're finding your passport, and that phone will start ringing off the hook for you, and you'll have those
create a little bit of FOMO, a little bit of fear of missing out.
Yes, and here you are, you're trying to plan, you're ready to go, yet someone is saying, I want to book. So that is, I think, so if you just want to start telling people that you're constantly going on vacation, that phone will ring.
Those are great ideas. So with all this success in groups and others, what is a way that you all are planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Well, we love celebration at KHM. We celebrate through our Crystal Conference. So 2026 this year is on a cruise. It will be our 21st year. And that is our main venue and platform for acknowledging recognition within our company and also with our suppliers. Something fun that was brought to our event last year is the KHMEs. Love that play on words. And these awards are an opportunity for us to acknowledge agents and team members for things that are outside the scope of sales. It could be a creative use of marketing. It could be something that they did with their client or another agent that was kind of outside the norm. It could be something as simple as just being that person that's always answering the messages in our Facebook group. So it's a way to recognize people for doing other things within our corporate culture that are outside of the numbers. So those are the ways that we really love to support our agents. And of course, our agents we have different journey levels, and our agents love posting when they have made it to another journey level. And both team members and agents then post on Facebook, fantastic job, you've done a great job. It's in a very encouraging environment.
That's great. It definitely sets some
good
examples and role model examples for others.
Yes. And what I think is really, really fun is it sets an encouragement tone, not a competition tone. Right. And I think that's so important. Everyone's in this business for their own reasons. And I like to remind agents all the time, the only competition is yourself. If you're even doing that, you're not comparing yourself to your neighbor or the other agent. It truly is what you want to get out of this business, and with a reminder of why you're in this business in the first place.
That's very true. So a little bit of a fun question for you. If your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
So I did put this out to the entire team, and I said, here's the question, guys, how am I going to answer this? And I loved the variety of answers that we got from our team members. But ultimately, the one I loved was the otter. The otter, they are smart, resourceful, social, and playful, but capable. And they also hold hands so that they don't drift apart. And I think that accurately depicts how our agents and team members work in tandem to grow our businesses and to be successful together. We can't do it without each other. And that really is what the otter represents.
That is a terrific example. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one in all of our interviews. So I love that, though. So are you planning to offer a Host Week special? And if you are, can you tell us a little bit about it?
We are planning to offer Host Week special, and I would encourage all of you to go to the promotions page for this Host Agency Week through Host Agency Reviews and take a look at the opportunities that are out there. And of course, you can always check out khmtravel.com for the latest offers out there as well. But we will be posting that on the webpage.
Perfect. Well, Carolyn, it has been a pleasure speaking with you today and learning more about KHM. And we definitely encourage any agents that are interested in finding out more about KHM to visit your website and to inquire about what might offer for them. Again,
so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, guys. It was wonderful to be with all of you.
Well, thank you so much, Carolyn and KHM, as always, for that generous special. We appreciate you always participating in the Host Week specials. And if this is the first that you're hearing of our specials, you are in for a treat because we have over 40 specials exclusive to Host Week registrants. They range from host agencies to consortia to education to tech. So really take the time to take a peek. And we will also share a link to them in the comments. Most specials end a week or two after Host Week, but some do expire at the end of Host Week. So make sure that you do check the expiration dates. Next up, we have Dream Vacations franchise. So today you will hear from their franchise team, and tomorrow you will hear from their hosted advisor team. So definitely come back to hear to them. But without further ado, I am going to hand it over to Natalie and Alvin from Asta.
Greetings, everyone. So glad to be here, especially here for HAR's Host Week. But for those that don't know me, my name is Alvin Adriano. I'm the Director of Education here at Asta, and I oversee all of Asta's educational offerings, from courses and curriculum to the mentoring program, and of course, the VTA certification. But today, I'm super thrilled to introduce an amazing industry leader, and we're going to spend a couple minutes chatting about her and, of course, her company. But today's industry leader is Natalie Losa, Vice President of Sales at Dream Vacations, the franchise. So how are you doing today, Natalie?
Good. How are you, Alvin? Super excited to be here.
Yeah, me too. And I can't wait to, well, I know all the viewers are super excited. They can't wait to learn more about you and, of course, the franchise model at Dream Vacations. So let's just jump right into it, all right? Like 2026, there's going to be so many new things. I mean, there's such an explosion of technology and new content and social media, but everyone has that competitive edge. Everyone has that unfair advantage. And so for you guys at Dream Vacation, what separates you guys from everyone else, and how do your advisors really leverage that and maximize it to their benefit?
Well, that's a great question. I think, we started in 2026, and just what we've seen is really amazing. It's shaping up to be one of the strongest years that we've had, and looking at, as you mentioned, just embracing the changes, because growth is there, but there are also so many changes with technology and tools that advisors are using. So I think as we look ahead in 2026, one of the advantages, one of the things that I feel sets Dream Vacations apart is really, it's a combination of two things. I would say it's the support that we offer our franchisees, our network of advisors. We have dedicated business development managers or coaches that really help support and guide our advisors to the right direction. And I think that, paired with a lot of our marketing and technology tools, it really puts them for success and really sets them up for success. And I think in that situation, advisors aren't left to figure things out on their own. We're actively coaching them in certain areas like, lead generation, niche development, supplier strategies, and I think business planning too. That's a very important thing. We start off the year, we do our goals, our personal goals, but I think the business planning, what you're looking for, everybody's so different in the network as advisors of what they focus on. So I think that's one of the things that we really look forward to, is not just giving them tools, technology, but also giving them support, training, to really support them in a long-term profitability, not just, short-term. So I think that really supports and mentors our network.
That's awesome. People don't always think about the frameworks that they put around them to be successful. I know a lot of advisors, they don't come into the business because they know everything. They just love travel and love connecting people to these communities, to the world, but they don't sometimes know how to balance their books. Sometimes they don't know anything about marketing, and sometimes they need help in being able to have that support group around them, those lines of connection, so that they can get the help that they need. So important to have the right people around you. So love how you guys support your network and your advisors. Now, Natalie, the big question in 2026 is going to be how we're going to embrace technology, how we're going to weave in AI. I mean, how are you guys in your network really embracing technology?
So really, I think, with AI, we've seen so many venues, we've seen so many avenues of really how it's transformed not just the travel industry, but so many different areas. And I think that, the approach that we've taken is making sure that when we're investing in AI and tools, we're doing it really in ways that is going to help our advisors be more efficient, work smarter, not harder.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, there's that question that I think everybody in the travel community has heard is, will AI eventually replace travel advisors?
Yeah.
And I think our perspective on that is you're not going to be replaced by AI, but you could be replaced by someone that knows how to use it
Exactly.
effectively and is utilizing their time. But in the travel community, in the travel advisor community, I think number one, it's still relationships, and
Mhm.
it's still how do we maintain and how do we efficiently focus on building relationships. And I think that's where certain AI tools come in handy, is really ensuring that you're personalizing it, you're using it for productivity, and we're allowing advisors to deliver even greater value with their clients. So there's certain areas that we focused on, but I think number one is really the education on it. So
Mhm.
we have several training portals that we provide our advisors. We also have um, a learning center that actually holds over 2,000 training portals, anywhere from, creating groups or focusing on several niches. And we've actually put an AI assistant in that learning center, and it's going to help advisors really easily locate and leverage the learning courses that they're looking for. Um, and then additionally, we also have a lot of trainings in the learning center that cover, uh, a lot of AI and their advantages. Now, on the marketing side, more we've created and we've implemented AI for image, video design,
Mm.
creation tools, all of the things that are going to help them modify posts for social media or advertising collateral. Um, and again, going back to they're doing this already, but how does AI help them be more effective?
Yeah.
Um, We've also designed platforms that help them uh, with day-to-day trip itineraries, campaign visuals, agent profilers, and just certain things on the marketing side that you don't have to be a marketing expert, but now you have this support that can help you along the way in creating a lot of these resources.
That's incredible. I think that's so important, being able to have the resources around it. Like, it's a pivotal time. It's like you said, those that don't start adopting it and interweaving it into their operations are just going to be left behind. And I mean, there's nothing about AI that's stopping. Every time I turn around, there's something new. There's something integrating with it. There's some new consolidation, whether in technology or what. So it's the wild, wild west, but we have to be able to be resilient and make sure that we innovate with everything that's going on in the real world. But
Definitely.
it's fantastic. I mean, some of the things that I've seen, some of the videos, the content creation, advisors are so creative in the ways that they grab visibility, they create influence. But and Natalie, for your network, I mean, what are some of the creative ways that you've seen your advisors really help generate leads for themselves?
So that's a really important topic, because I think anybody that starts in this industry as a travel advisor, as a franchise owner, a business owner, the first question they have is, how do I get leads, right?
Mhm.
And part of it is, we're going to give you the tools to help you generate leads. We're going to give you, we have lead programs, but at the end of the day, the best way that we can really empower our advisors is different avenues. And I think a lot of our top advisors don't really focus on one particular lead source, but they're always
Mhm.
creative. And also a lot of it relationship driven. So some of the areas that we've seen the most success is, niche focused marketing, where advisors really position themselves as an expert in specific areas of
Mhm.
maybe cruises or
Mhm.
luxury or groups or destination weddings. And they really make sure that their clients go to them as an expert in those areas. Um, Also, I think going back to just saying this is a relationship business, so repeat clients, referrals, that
Mhm.
tends to be one of the strongest lead sources. But how do you utilize that? So we're giving a lot of the tools to our advisors to make sure that when somebody is one of their clients is traveling, making sure that they're creating memorable touch points. So either before, during, or even after that trip, they're making sure that they're getting that feedback, and putting it and posting it in different avenues, because that at the end is going to turn into referrals. And also, a lot of ways that they can do automation, so they don't necessarily have to stay on top of when their client is traveling, or when they're coming back, or even when they're posting these incredible really feedback from their trips. Some other areas that we've seen also is community-based lead generation. So, a lot of local events, so hosting a lot of local events, partnering with small businesses, again, diving into their community organization. I know travel clubs have been huge this year for us, or last year for us as well. So I think it's to answer it, it could be a lengthy question because there's so many different avenues, but I think thinking
I think
about
that's
not just focusing on one area, right?
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. I think, when we use automation, AI and all that to build awareness, the conversion really happens in the relationship. It's in that the connections and being able to understand the preferences, understanding your clients, and the back and the forth. And then from there, building that trust, building that loyalty, because they know what it is. And, like, AI is when we look at it, there's so many ideas, but it's just like the internet. There's a lot of ideas, but the practicality of the things that you're going to actually do sometimes don't add up. And you can see it from the itineraries. Like, some things are not feasible. And those are things that advisors really understand when they are there and they can share those experiences. And those clients really understand and really want to replicate those. So I can't agree with you more. And I love what advisors are really doing to build and show their stories through authenticity, through those content creations. It really helps document what it is that they do, because sometimes clients, they really don't know what we do behind the scenes. We make it seem so glamorous, but it's a lot of conversations, a lot of relationship building, a lot of follow through, and making sure what's promised is delivered. So
yeah, and I think you made a great point in saying, having advisors show a little bit of their story. And I think that they have to be careful sometimes when using AI, because they want to make sure that it still sounds like them, that it's their story, but it's just, they're getting a little help on the creation or the content. But that relationship, or even their clients knowing that, that's them, I think it's also, authenticity is really important.
It is.
Right?
And again, this is a perfect segue into it, because, a lot of advisors, sometimes the momentum, sometimes the careers, they're so busy selling that they don't get to celebrate themselves. There's certain milestones, especially when you get your first client, when you get your group, or you have a bucket list destination that you finally put together, because sometimes trips take like a year to plan. And so when you get to that point, it's great to have those people behind you, cheering you on and helping you build momentum. So at Dream Vacations, how do you guys celebrate your advisors? How are you guys going to reach those milestones and acknowledge your advisor wins?
So I personally love this question, because I think the most I'm proud of Dream Vacations and the network is the way that we recognize our advisors, the really the community feel, the culture behind it. So some of the ways that we really stay on top of it is celebrating not just specific milestones, but trying to go overall with, even if it's their initial milestone, they're making their first group. One example is that we have a growing $1 million club. So this is when we celebrate advisors when they reach this significant milestone. But just like that, we have other recognitions, not all based on just producing, or a lot of it is based on engagement. We also look forward to our national conference every year. Last year, we actually had it. We usually have it around November. That's kind of the travel conference season. We had it last year on the Star Princess, and we had over 1,000 advisors that were in person. We host an award ceremony there, where we, were able to celebrate a lot of our advisors. We have a wide range of accomplishments, from franchise of the year, rookie of the year, We celebrate innovation, growth, and again, going into not just the sales part of it or the top producers, but we also host a lot of and encourage a lot of engagement awards. And I think part of that I'm also proud in seeing is that our agents, our advisors, they support each other and they celebrate each other's wins. So every time that somebody comes into a company or a network, they feel like, well, there's always going to be a competitive nature to it. But I think that I'm most impressed in seeing our more tenure agents going in there and helping the newer advisors that are starting. It really is impressive to see that support and that community, because again, you're running your own business, you're really doing things that you're looking and your goals, but at the same time, you have the support of not just the Dream Vacation headquarters team, but this whole community of advisors that are all sharing the same goal as you. So I think that's really impressive when we see that.
I love that. I mean, entrepreneurship is isolating. Sometimes you just don't know and you can't grow when you're by yourself. So having that community edge you on, help you build that momentum and reach those milestones is so important. You don't know how much of a confidence booster it is when you have people who are supporting you. And, it's just one of those things that adds so much value to someone building their business. Natalie, we're getting close to the end. My most favorite question is, knowing how big a community and how much you support your advisors, what is that official mascot that best represents Dream Vacations? What would that be?
So I'm going to say a lion. I'm also a Leo, so I'm not saying that just because I'm a Leo, but when you think about the lion, it represents strength, confidence, leadership. And I think us at Dream Vacations, we really lead first with support and expertise. And I think, we empower a network of agents to grow their business successfully, but we're standing behind them every step of the way. So, just like a lion that they're leading, they're supporting. I think that's what I think of when I think of Dream Vacations as a mascot.
That's awesome. What a powerful, strong mascot for Dream Vacations. So, but before we go, Natalie, is there a Host Week special that you like to say to all the viewers out there who are thinking about joining Dream Vacations?
Sure. So again, if you're watching this and you have any questions or, you really want to learn a little bit more, we do consistently offer special promotions for, and this is ongoing for military veterans, community heroes, also individuals that have travel industry experience. But right now, we do have a whole special, a special that we're offering for the first quarter of the year. And that is if you have a certain book of revenue, or we talk to us and we can give you some information on that, we are actually waiving the franchise fee for the initial fee. So talk to us, and if you don't qualify for that, we have a lot of other opportunities, so please talk to us and yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Natalie, for stopping by, sharing your insights and all your energy. And for everyone watching that's watching out there, we're going to drop a link to Natalie and Dream Vacations franchise. So if you would like to learn more, just click on the link. But again, Natalie, thank you for being here. And I'll send it back.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I'll send it back to Steph and Shayna. Thank you, Natalie.
Bye, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Natalie and Alvin, and thank you for your Host Week special. As a reminder, this is their franchise division. If you want to understand and learn more about their hosted and advisor division, that will be tomorrow. I also want to shout out everyone in the comments. I actually just saw a few reviews come in for KHM that presented right before, and we absolutely love that. And I know KHM will be super happy to get those. So thank you. All right. So before we head into the next host, I want to remind to anyone who's new here that doesn't know that every afternoon, right after the host interviews, we have our 3 EduSpot sessions. So these are 20-minute educational sessions on various topics that will support both personal and business growth. And as a reminder, if you do want to get those daily reminders, so you want to see what the educational sessions are every day, because they are different every day, please sign up and register for Host Week, and you shall receive. So go ahead and do that if you want to receive those. Okay, next up, we have Global Travel Collection, who will also be joining us on Wednesday for a Coffeespot session. So those are at 11 a.m. Central Time. If you have not registered for that, registration is separate for the Coffeespots. We are going to link to it in the comments. And when I say we, I mean Abby. We want to make sure that if you want to be there, register. But more importantly, if you want to win some coffee gift cards, definitely register because you will automatically be entered to win. Global Travel Collection also happens to be the winner this year of the ASTA Adventure Travel Specialist Award from the ASTA Globes that only happened, I think, last week. So a huge congratulations to them. And without further ado, I'm going to send it over to Simon and Margot.
Welcome back to Host Week Interviews. I'm Margot Van Ness, Director of Communications at ASTA, and I'm joined today by Simon Brooks, Senior Vice President of Advisor Success at Global Travel Collection. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you, Margot. I'm very happy to be here. Lovely to see you.
I am very happy that you're here. We're very excited to chat with you today, have the opportunity. Thank you for jumping on. So let's go ahead and just dive right in and get started on these questions. So as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your one advantage that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will give advisors?
It's a great question. And I would have to say our biggest and really unfair advantage is our size and scale. I think in terms of biggest isn't always best for sure, but I think if you're intelligent and you use it with humility, the fact that Global Travel Collection is, I think we might be 4 times larger than our next competitor. So that comes with a lot of responsibility, but also a lot of advantages. And I think in terms of how we can leverage our size with our suppliers and our vendors is really important. And I see examples of that all the time. Just last week, we had, I think, probably the world's largest airline group came into our offices in New York, and the entire senior leadership were with us for hours. They weren't on a tour of New York City or anywhere. They literally just come to see us and to see our advisors. And it really struck me as to the strength of the size of GTC and how we can really work with our top suppliers. So how I see that working in 26 as it does today, we've got the best deals, Margot, that we really do in terms of how we work with the airlines, the cruise companies, all of the different components of luxury travel. It's just, like I say, with absolute humility, there aren't any deals out there that are better than ours. And that comes with real confidence that we can deliver for the advisor community. It also means that when things go a little bit wrong or when travel plans change, we're able to use our relationships with the cruise businesses. I think just twice in the last week, I've seen scenarios where we're able to undo tricky situations that come through booking high-end travel. And we've been able to really work with our partners at 2 of the top cruise lines to be able to essentially find solutions that probably wouldn't have been able to go away if it weren't for the production that we actually deliver for those partners.
That's a great, thank you for sharing that. Great examples there. Let's shift and talk a little bit about tech, right? Everybody's, I feel like, favorite topic and most maybe mysterious topic too. How is your network embracing technology or AI to make business easier, maybe even more fun for your advisors?
Yeah, and we really are. I think it's really important to say, first of all, as part of our core values at Global Travel Collection, and we're part of the Internova Travel Group, we are absolutely human first. We're people first, okay? Everybody belongs within the company, but we would be naive not to ignore the advantages of really wonderful artificial intelligence and how we use it. And we're using it brilliantly, I think. We've got 8 developers actually dedicated to AI within GTC and Internova. We've got our own proprietary search tool we called Atlas. We launched it in conjunction with a partnership with Microsoft and Copilot to allow our advisors to curate wonderful trips using AI. And we believe through all of the research that we've done, it saves our advisors on average about 3 hours for every trip that they put together just by using Atlas. So just one example of how we can really use AI in a complementary way and not in a conflicting way, because we are all about the people.
Oh, so great. So when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
Do you know, I was thinking about this, and there's a really great example. Our top advisors they're creating the noise themselves. And a great example of that is we've partnered with NBC Studios, and we've got a series of TV programs out at the moment called the Extra Mile Club. And what it is a really fun show where our top advisors at GTC curate really wonderful trips for celebrities through around the world. The last one just went out this past weekend, was in Scotland, and 2 groups of advisors working with celebrities to put on incredible best-in-class type trips. And it's a fun way of really demonstrating the value of the travel advisor. But what we get from that is a real halo effect of how that then generates leads towards the globaltravelcollection.com website. And it really sort of permeates throughout our ecosystem. And it's a real wonderful example. So they're kind of doing it for us, along with the standard kind of email campaigns and the way that we help them promote and market to their client base. But yeah, the Extra Mile Club is a really fun way for them to create the noise themselves.
It sounds really fun and unique. I
really
definitely be checking that out.
Mm-hmm.
What's one way you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Oh my goodness, we celebrate all the time. This is an incredibly fun industry that we're in, and we make sure that it's a constant challenge, I think, with home workers these days to be able to get people together. So we do an awful lot of mixing and mingling together with our advisors throughout our offices in New York and in Beverly Hills, in Palm Desert, all over. We've got offices all over the country. So we try and get people together as best we can. We do an amazing conference every year to celebrate our top advisors. We were in Arizona this year. We're in Austin, Texas next year. And we're constantly coming up with ingenious ways as to how we can celebrate with them. And in person is the best way to do that. But yeah, lots of ways to celebrate.
Oh, so great. Okay, let's shift to a fun question. I just love this one. I just feel like it's just not, one of these things is not like the other. And here it comes. So if your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Okay. I've got it. Okay. It would be my dog, Maggie. Maggie is a Labrador, and Maggie is just about as welcoming as you can possibly get to any interaction that she has with any visitors. She's always hungry for knowledge and hungry for growth. She's got a nose in just about everything, and she's very inquisitive. So I would say welcoming, hungry for growth, and really inquisitive about how she can sort of interact with me and the family. So yeah, Maggie would be my answer.
Okay, I love that. So that's an actual real life dog.
Yes,
so it's not like
she's over at the other side of the room.
Does Maggie ever go into the office with you? Like, do people know of her? Is that
Yeah, I've got to tell you, Maggie's quite old. All right, her days of public transport are over. But yeah, she would. I'm sure she would.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Well, Simon, thank you so much for spending the time with us today. It was so great to see you.
Lovely.
Happy to have you spending this time and sharing your insights. Really, really, really valuable for us. So, all right, we will kick it back over to Steph and Shayna. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Margaret.
Well, thank you so much. And I saw some comments, so I just want to make a shout out for a couple of things. For someone who's asking for Canadian content, I hear you, fellow Canadian over here. We kind of have our quote unquote Canada Day on Thursday. So those are agencies that accept both or hosts that accept both Canadians and Americans. And we do have more Canadian content coming to the website. So stay tuned. Trust me, that is a big priority for this Canadian over here. In terms of the names and the companies listed, some of these are pre-recorded. So all of the host interviews are pre-recorded. So there are some where we missed having the company name. We will remind you, do not worry. We just had the interview with Global Travel Collection, and you will get an email post-host week specifically for each of the hosts and what times their interviews start as well. I think there was one more thing I saw in the comments, but I can't quite remember. I will get to that later. So before we continue with our next interview, I want to give a big thank you again to ASTA for their support in helping with all the host agency interviews. If you aren't familiar with ASTA, they are a national trade organization, and they make sure that advisors are aware of any legislation that might negatively or positively affect agencies. So really incredible organization. Definitely check them out, get involved. I know most, if not all of your hosts are. So before we jump into our next host, WorldVia Travel Network, a fun reminder to send your pet photos because we always have some fun short breaks and we like to show photos of pets. Clearly GTC and Simon love themselves some pets. Please send them to hello@hostagencyreviews.com and we'll definitely share them in a slideshow throughout the week. So next up, we have WorldVia Travel Network, who you can also join on Wednesday this week when Laura hosts a really fun EduSpot session. So one of the educational sessions on Wednesday on the confidence factor, owning your value as an advisor. This will be a fantastic session. But for now, Laura is going to be interviewed by the ASTA team. So Laura, you're up.
Hi there, Jackie Miller with the American Society of Travel Advisors. I have today with us Laura De Vega from WorldVia. Laura, very good to see you.
Hi, everyone. God, it's so nice to see you. And hello, everyone out there. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, real quick, tell us a little bit about your role before we kind of roll into the questions.
Yeah, sure. So I am the Director of Agency Development at WorldVia Travel Network. And that's just basically a fancy title to say I oversee everything agency operations. So from coming in, we bring new members on, getting to know many of you, as well as your onboarding, making sure you feel good and comfortable in the process. And then our member success team, which is the equivalent of our customer service team. But they're so much more than that. They're fantastic. And making sure all your questions are answered, anything you need, that's all under my purview at WorldVia. So anything agency operations.
Awesome. So let's kind of put our little thinking caps on and think about as we're looking forward to this year. So what do you see? What do you think is WorldVia's unfair advantage or the one support piece, the tool, whatever relationship, something like that that you think you feel you offer that most hosts don't? And then what do you think that does? How does that help in good outcomes for your advisors?
Yeah, I'm going to cheat a little. I have one big one and a smaller one, but so if you're asking one, but I am cheating. The biggest one I definitely think is something that we have that no one else has right now is it's our Avoya tool, which is our AI workspace that we've created ourselves. Why I'm so incredibly proud of it, and I know it's so different than everything else that's out there, as this was built internally. It's similar to your ChatGPTs, your Perplexities, all those systems, except it's built based off the knowledge, one, from all that, because it pulls in from there, but also based off the knowledge of over 900 videos or 900 hours of videos of training that we have in our system, as well as 15 years of support tickets that it pulls from. So when it's pulling the knowledge, it's pulling real travel knowledge behind it. Cool. It's very cool. And just for me,
that I've already been at all the FAQs.
Yeah, like for me, when I was an advisor, because I was an advisor, that's how I started in the industry, to have that knowledge just at my fingertips at any point in time, just to walk you through questions, how to build itineraries, how to build a social campaign, just the components it's going to pull in is just so knowledgeable knowledgeable and has all those factors into it. And also what I think is very cool too, is you can use it to, like, if you're just starting out, as like a role play in your sales. So you can be like, hey, let's play pretend, which I love. Like, it's just so innovative, and it's there for you at all times. And it's free as being part of our network. We do not charge for it. It's just come, use it to your best ability, work with it. We're very big in the AI space and wanting to grow with it. Jason, our CEO, is very tech. I think in a perfect world, I don't think he'd be mad at me even saying this. He would love to be working in a tech company, but he is in a travel company with which we're heavy into tech. And I'm very proud of that. As a millennial in this world of kind of adapting travel, travel for a long time, tech wasn't quite on par with where we needed to be. And we're really working very hard to get that there. And then my other little short caveat, I will say something I know that is an advantage to us. It's brand new. So I just want to talk about it because it's kind of our baby. We have this program called Foundations. And we have a team of business growth managers that their sole job is to bring on members. If you sign up with our growth plan or higher, it's a 12-week program where they will help you through the first 12 weeks in the industry. I was very lucky when I started. I sat in a 2-week training intensive program where people told me exactly how to put in saber coding and do all the things. Thank goodness I don't do that anymore, but I was very thankful for that training. And we wanted to provide a space where our members that join us have a place where they can have a similar kind of education and have someone to walk them through those first weeks. We hear so often on our member success team, I don't know what to do first. So Mason's our shining star in the business growth team right now. And she's just walking everybody through, and we're just hearing star reviews about it and just loving that interaction and having that person when you're first starting, because it can be so isolating out there. So we just want to make sure we have that team and that space for you to grow when you're first getting started.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So you maybe kind of touched on this a little bit, but are there other ways? So it's specifically kind of like to tech and AI. So are there other ways or something else you kind of want to highlight that your network is doing or to embrace technology, specifically AI? Again, we kind of touched on, but is there anything else to make it easier or even like more fun? Any tools that help that end of it?
And I talked a lot about Avoya, and that truly is our shining star right now, but we've really found a way and have acknowledged like working AI into wherever we can just makes the most sense. Even we have a really fantastic sites tool. It's our website builder tool that has AI capability into it. So if you're a person like me that like website building is just not it for you, it's going to help you with that. Even if it's like, show me how to like put this in what place, show me what I need to be in there, build the profiles build all the bios, things like that. We've worked that into there, which is fantastic. Same with we have an email plus program, which is an email campaign builder. So again, like I feel like so many people get into travel and they're like, I just love travel, and don't realize all the other components that really we have to do in this job.
Running a business.
And so we try to build AI into anywhere that we could to make that easier for them. So our email campaign builder also is very AI driven. You do not have to overthink it. So we have a couple places that we've just saw the opportunity. And there's some other things coming down the road that I cannot speak to yet that are very cool, but there's an AI workspace that we are working on that I am incredibly proud and excited to very soon be launching. So there's some very cool things that we're working on, and I'm very proud of that because like I said earlier, like it was tough with travel with tech for a long time. So I'm excited to be on the forefront of that. So
super cool. Shifting gears a little bit to be a little more personal. So when you think of your top advisors, what are some of the creative ways specifically that they're generating leads and bringing in new business?
So something I'm seeing more of, and we're kind of encouraging too, again, because the host space is different, right? It's not what it always was before, and how you kind of interacted with individuals, whether you were in a storefront or anything like that. A cool thing I've been seeing among our more successful advisors is joint group travel. So they have individual niches, and they're figuring out the niches that work best for the both of them. And they're like, let's pull group space together. And what I love about that is because one, you're pulling from two different client bases, right? So less work. Also, if you're not great on the admin side and they are, that's someone that can help in that, you know? And also it's a little bit, one, it's accountability to keep you in line with it because there's someone else that's, on the line for it, but also keeps you feel a little bit like more at ease because it's not all on you, right? So we're seeing that work really well. And then they're getting different leads. So if it's a niche that they're not comfortable with and they get it from there, they know they can transfer off to that person maybe for something in the future, and it could still come back around, which is very cool. So just that kind of teamwork with it, building your own little teams, I think is a very cool way that people are building out their lead generation. And I will just say, we also have we have a lead generation tool within us that is free and complimentary with our when you come underneath us, where we are sourcing in leads from our worldvia.com website and getting them out to our members. That's just another way that can bring in a lead source when you're trying to figure out where to go and where to start. So
very cool. For those successful advisors, and this is however you determine it, but what are some ways that you help celebrate your advisors' wins or ways that you're planning to do so this year? And especially if they're like unique to you.
Yeah, well, you know what? In the past, we've always we have a part of the member success team's job. They will see if we have even just a large sale come in. We're like, hey, way to go. We're reaching out. We're saying, this is so fantastic. We can't wait to see it. And we're always shocked that people are like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you called. Because listen, we aren't hiding it. We know we're a larger host agency, but we want to make sure we never lose that touch base of where we started. So we make sure to reach out. We make sure that we have that interaction, but also we hold a big yearly event where we celebrate all the wins. It's what we call our Questy Awards. But at that event, we don't just award the top sales, because God, that can feel very overwhelming when you're first starting and you can't get those sales. So we acknowledge, are you great in your community? Here, we want to talk about it. You have a great social presence. Let's talk about it. So that's something we're very proud of. People get real dolled up for it, especially this last year was in Texas. So people really went to the nines on it. It was very fun. But we always try to do that. We also recognize them. We have monthly calls that we talk about it. And we're working on some new things for this year that I think could be very cool. But I'm a big believer in little wins, and that kind of encouragement really makes it all a lot easier to get through, especially the tough times. So it's very important to us.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And then this is our last and obviously the most fun questions. There's always one fun question that we have to pose. So this year it is, if your agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why? And I keep saying what, but I guess technically it could be a who, but it really probably should be a what.
So I'm going to give the joke answer, but then the answer is going to divulge from this. So we always, there's something we talk about in our own inner bravery in our team, which Joshua, our CRO, very lovingly calls his inner dragon, which in side conversations, I've always told him that I believe his inner dragon looks a little bit like Shaka Khan, which I think is just a fun thing. But I want to lean into the dragon of it, right? I do think that we are a small but mighty force, and we have some fire behind us. And I'm a little bit of I enjoy Disney. Some people might have seen some hints to it behind me, but I like the figment element of that dragon. And I think there's something really cool about a dragon. I think that, and I would say purple because it's our color. That's right. I think my brain went figment there, but I think there's something very powerful and wonderful about a dragon, and what you can put behind that, and something to show your bravery with and show what you're capable of. So I'm gonna lean into dragon for this one. I like it.
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Any final words before we part?
No, just listen, I thank you for the opportunity to chat today.
Yeah.
I love having these opportunities so people can learn more about us and what I know we're a whole personality. I made a Shaka Khan joke 5 seconds ago. You can kind of see what's behind me, but that's what I love about our hosts. We are really a collection of voices and faces, and I find it very lovely that it's one of the first places I've worked where I can be unapologetically myself. And I think that shows in our members too. We really want you to embrace who you are and your authenticity and just grow and shine. So it's really important to us. So I'll end it at that. So if you're looking for a place to truly be yourself, I hope we can be a part of that for you. So
awesome. Well, thanks, Laura, so much. It was great talking with you, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. See everyone.
And I'm back. I promise only for a short while. And this next section of what I'm about to say, you all definitely want to listen to. Thank you again, Laura and WorldVia Travel Network. Thank you to everybody in the comments. There's been so much love for WorldVia, and we love that. For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. You've landed in our Meet the Host section, where today we are hearing from Travel Leaders Network host agencies. Before we jump into the next interview, I promised I would share something fun, and this is what our giveaways are. We have 9 amazing giveaways. So we're going to link in the comments if you would like to enter to win. We will be announcing at the end of day Friday the winners, so stay tuned. So the giveaways we have from the Wander Network, we have a social media session with them. Dugan's Travels is giving us a Starbucks gift card. Colette, a $1,000 travel voucher. Oh, yes, Juan, you are fantastic. Right up on the screen. Feel free to scan that QR code. Royal Caribbean, 2 spots on a cruise. There are 2 different ones to choose from, either the Bahamas or Alaska. Solstice Collective, building a website in a day for you. Anchor Travel Experts, 1-to-1 travel agent efficiency audit for processes. Intrepid Travel, a short break trip valued up to $2,500. Still Waters Safaris, we have a $500 travel voucher. And the Wyndham Grand Rio Mar Rainforest Beach and Golf Resort, we have a 3-day, 2-night stay. So please feel free to scan the QR code or go into the comments. Like I mentioned, winners will be announced on Friday. There will be lots of opportunities to enter and win. Okay, up next is our first host interview with Nexion Travel Group. And I'm thinking you might be slightly confused by me saying that. It's because their Canadian team will be back on Thursday. So if you are a Canadian advisor, definitely come back on Thursday. Like I mentioned a couple interviews ago, that is our unofficial Canada Day, where we will feature hosts that accept both US and Canadian advisors, or even just Canadians to their host. So Margot found some time to meet up with Jackie Friedman at Nexion. So let's see what they have to say.
Welcome back to Host Week Interviews. I'm Margot Van Ness, Director of Communications at ASTA, and today I am joined by the one and only Jackie Friedman, President of Nexion Travel Group. Welcome, Jackie.
Thanks so much, Margot. It's so fun to be here with you.
I am so excited to have you on, and I'm really looking forward to diving right into these questions. So let's go ahead and get started. So as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your one advantage that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will give advisors?
That's a great question. If I have to look at my crystal ball, one advantage that I really want to highlight is just the fact that Nexion is part of Internova Travel Group. And what that means for our advisors is that in addition to getting all of the programs and services that Nexion offers, they also get access to a lot of the benefits of being part of Internova, things like hotel programs, commissionable air contracts. There will be a pretty meaningful investment in technology in 2026. We have an artificial intelligence center of excellence that we're working very closely with to bring benefits to our advisors. So just being part of that larger organization will be so advantageous for our members.
Yeah, that's a great point. And just following up, how is your network embracing technology or AI? So we all have these questions, right, around tech and AI, how this is going to impact our industry and our profession. So how would you say your network is embracing that to make business easier, maybe potentially even more fun for your advisors?
Yeah, I love that. And, we constantly talk to them about finding the right blend of high touch and high tech. So, we're certainly not talking about AI replacing them in any meaningful way in terms of the value that they provide to their clients. But there are a lot of tasks, a lot of repetitive functions that are important, but don't necessarily add a ton of value to the relationship with the advisors or the overall success. So finding ways to streamline processes, to automate things that are taking a lot of time today. We've seen advisors in our network really use AI to enhance their overall social media plan, doing long-term contracts, helping with newsletters, other posts, other forms of communication. But again, finding that right blend of using it to just make them more efficient so that they can allocate more of their time for the high value relationship building and client acquisition. So it's a work in progress, but we kind of go back and restate history. Everyone thought the internet was going to replace advisors, and it certainly didn't, and enhance them. And there's nothing to make us believe that AI is going to replace them. What is going to replace them is other advisors that are embracing the new technologies and not the technologies themselves.
It's a great point. And so speaking of advisors, let's brag on some of your advisors for a little bit. So when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
One of the creative approaches that really impressed me and we're starting to see is, again, going back to using AI to uncover opportunities. So let's say they start off by having an area of specialization or a niche that is really conducive to finding other people that might share that interest and to build kind of group travel around. It could be culinary, it could be wine, it could be history, it could be any number of things. And using AI to uncover organizations within a geographic region of where that advisor might be based that has online and offline members that may share that passion that could become a great target for a group. So using AI to uncover the opportunities, using AI to craft a letter of introduction for the advisor, explaining the opportunity that the advisor would like to discuss with these contacts. And I've seen advisors then send that information off to a number of groups and turning one or two of them into opportunities. At that point, they pick it up with the in-person. They reach out, they contact the key person at these organizations to try and schedule an appointment. But it's just a great way to uncover potential Pied Pipers that can help them build group business.
Absolutely. What's one way you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
We always find different ways to recognize advisors. We've always recognized sales success, but we've also started to build on recognizing other things, contributions to the network, contributions to their community. We have our social pro, folks that are really leading the way with social media. We have our Nexion Townies of the Year, folks that are very engaged in our community and are always available to help and support other advisors. We have our network leaders. We have our brand ambassadors. So finding fun ways to recognize, because one thing I learned very early on in my career is that salespeople are motivated by recognition. Financial recognition, of course, is great, but there are all sorts of other types of recognition. And we're constantly looking for new and meaningful ways to recognize folks, whether they're brand new and they're rising stars or whether they're established vets that have been doing this for years.
That's great. Okay, let's shift to a fun question. These are all fun questions, but this one is really fun. So can you tell me, if your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Well, we have a great foundation to start. Our Nexion ball is very recognizable without any words to it. The ball with the 4 colors. And so I would love to turn that Nexion ball into a mascot called Nexi the Navigator. Because when I look at Nexion and what role we play in the overall success of our advisors, we help steer them towards partnerships, towards technology, towards marketing approaches, towards the tools and the resources to help them achieve success. So think of us as being that navigator, providing the pathway for them, but that they walk down that pathway and create their own success. So we're behind the scenes. We're very happy to be behind the scenes. They market to their consumers using their brand under their business. And we're the Nexi Navigator that's empowering them and enabling them to be as successful as they want to be.
Okay, so Nexi Navigate, that is so creative. I love it. I feel like this can happen. I feel like it can happen here.
I even used AI to create Nexi the Navigator. So we're bringing her to life, and you may see her in marketing in a trade publication near you one of these days.
There you go. I love it. Okay, so on to the next one. Can you tell me about your Host Week special?
Sure. So we have two ways the advisors joining Nexion during the next couple of weeks can participate. The first one is advisors that are experienced, meaning they're not brand new to the industry. They've already had their initial training. They have somewhat of a book of business or are off to a great start. We will give them $100 off that one-time activation fee. So the activation fee would be $99 instead of $199. For those advisors coming in under our Next Start program, which includes our Travel Leaders of Tomorrow virtual campus training, we will give them $100 off Module 1, so they too can take advantage of that $100 discount. So that's for folks new to the industry that want that award-winning training program to help them really get off to a great start.
So amazing. Thank you for doing that. Jackie, thank you so much for spending time with us today. It's always so great to see you. And all right, we'll head it back over to Steph and Shayna. Thanks again.
Well, thank you so much. And we're all looking forward to hearing from you again, Jackie, on Thursday to tell us a bit more about your Canadian division. And thank you for both specials. Super incredible. Before we jump into our next host interview, I want to take another moment to thank our amazing Host Week weekly sponsors and the daily sponsors for Monday for their incredible support. Our weekly sponsors, Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travify, and Travel Industry Solutions, and our wonderful daily sponsors, Montecito Village Travel, Sava Travel, Travel Edge, Uniglobe Travel Center, The Wander Network, Cruise Planners, AMT Travel, and Davo. Thank you so much. So next up, we are welcoming Jill from Travel Agent Pro. So now I give you less of me and more of Jill and Alvin. Let's go.
Hello there, everyone. It's Alvin Adriano, ASS's Director of Education. I'm super thrilled to welcome an amazing industry leader and a dear friend. So I'm excited to spend the next few minutes with Jill Labar, President of Travel Agent Pro. Oh, hi, Jill. How are you?
Hi, Alvin. How are you doing? I'm so excited to be here with you. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me about Travel Agent Pro. I really appreciate it.
It's funny, our story goes back so many years ago on the mountains or hills of China. And so to be here with you, spending this time, I'm just excited for you to join Host Week. And I know all the viewers are so excited to learn more about you and Travel Agent Pro. So let's go ahead and get right into it.
Sounds good.
So Jill, I mean, it's the new year. Everyone's excited. There's so much uncertainty about what's going to happen, but we know there's going to be huge change. But for Travel Agent Pro, what would you say your unfair advantage or your competitive edge that most hosts don't offer, and how does that really separate you from all the others?
You know, Alvin, when I was thinking about what makes us different, you know, we have within the host world so many incredible host agencies that offer all the great tools that travel advisors need to be successful travel entrepreneurs. But I do think for Travel Agent Pro, one difference is the fact that we have the boutique difference. We are by design boutique in size, and we are a host agency that is by advisors for advisors. Travel Agent Pro was founded by industry veterans, and we understand the trenches. So we have that actual hands-on experience of what it's like to build a business, to try and build a database, to sort through all the preferred supplier partners and what makes the most sense in what you're looking to accomplish to take care of your clients. So I think that that sets us apart because we are boutique in size by design, and you're working with leadership that has the hands-on experience. So you're going to be supported by a team because we are a boutique in size that's going to know your name. We're going to know your niche. We spend time getting to know all of our members one-on-one so that we can help and guide, whether you're an experienced advisor or someone who's a new travel entrepreneur. We also want to make sure that we're accessible to you. And that means I have advisor members that reach out to me by text, email, they can call or schedule a Zoom meeting through my signature. We're really connected to our members on a very personal and intimate level. We're all about collaborative growth and not isolation. We want you to have a sense that you belong, and that's really key for us. That's what makes a difference. You know, we're fostering an environment of community and not competition.
Yeah.
You know, for many years, I've talked about how important it is for you to find your tribe, find your industry tribe. Who are the people that you connect with on a personal, sorry about that. There's one of my advisors right now calling me. Honest to goodness.
They saw you on the call. They're like, I got to talk to Jill.
They're calling to connect and ask for help. So there you go. Proof right there.
Well, I love that, Jill. I think that's so important. People, you know, we always talk about being in the business, but it's also about surrounding yourself with the right people. And we all know that there's not one successful travel agent model. There's so many different kinds, but making sure you partner with the right people. And I love what you said, personal care. I mean, we have so much relationships with our clients. Wouldn't you love having that personal relationship with your agency that is there for you 24/7, who understands what you're going through and have been there, who understands what every advisor has been there.
And that is how we've built our agency. We know what it was like trying to take care of our clients. Well, now our members are our clients, and we want to be able to provide them with that personalized touch. So our members are benefiting from the camaraderie and shared experiences. We're building a supportive community. We have a variety of collaborative events so that the members can trade their tips. They can, whether you're a rookie or a pro, we've got a shared journey, and that includes your leadership team. So we want you to connect and get inspired and never feel like you're alone in your business growth. And our members are gaining support and insights, proven strategies, and they feel less alone, not only from the agency leadership, but from their peers as well. So it does make a difference. We're a people business. So just as our advisors want to provide support and services and connect with their clients, we do the same with our members.
Well, let me ask you this, Joe. You said people business, we're totally that, but you know, there's this thing called technology and AI that's really disrupting a lot of industries. You know, how does your community, how does all of your network really embrace technology, and how are you making it easier for advisors to incorporate into their operations?
You know, again, I'm going to go back to the people part of this business. And so I don't think you can ever you can't take away from that piece, but you can use AI to help become more efficient. And there's a lot of ways that you can do that. And Travel Agent Pro's membership within the Signature Travel Network, it's the backbone of our agency. So we do love that our members have access to all the tools that Signature creates. Storybook, for example, I'm so sorry, he won't go away. Let me just put that on silent. Storybook, you know, does create personalized marketing content that, you know, whether it's for your emails or your bio or your social posts, that helps streamline how you're spending your time. It'll also use things like itinerary suggestions. So maybe you get a request for a destination that isn't necessarily in your wheelhouse, but it's a good client and you want to do your best to take care of them. Well, Storybook is an AI tool that can help with itinerary suggestions. What I caution people, though, when it comes to AI is to use that to get the ball rolling, but then further research, because it's not, we all know it's not actually 100% accurate yet, right? There are some really great tools, and we're really aiming to help advisors sell more by reducing the grunt work and then enabling them to have those deeper client connections. So when you're freeing up the time by using AI, that helps. The most important thing for people who have been hesitant about embracing AI, we do have training and support. So we have Inspire Academy, and that teaches advisors social media and AI skills so that they can embrace it and not get in that left behind mindset.
No, I think that's totally the correct message. I mean, adoption is necessary. Those that don't adopt it easily and start learning more about it will just get left behind. It's the same way. And, we have to encourage those, all advisors to really start using it and trying to find ways. And it's true. I mean, we're at the tip of the iceberg on how the different ways that we can maximize AI, not only in operations and social media, in automating some of our processes. I mean, advisors now have been doing some amazing things. And so, Jill, I'll ask you, what are some creative ways that your advisors have been generating leads, whether it's with AI or just...
Well, before we even talk about the leads, when we talk, AI, I think, has become so important. So I want to make sure that, we're really embracing that message. Just the content generation alone, that agents can use AI to draft marketing emails, social media posts, blog content, even generating the subject lines that they use for the body of their emails. There's so much that you can do with AI, and even personalized marketing, crafting materials. Those are things that used to take us hours and hours as travel advisors. And now you can use AI to really become so efficient with that. And the workflow efficiency that AI can assist with your routine tasks, updating your bio online, freshening that up from time to time. If you've been in the business a while, it may have been some time since you've looked at your bio and figured out what you should be saying. Go ahead and use AI to figure that out and update that. Even creating destination guides is freeing up so much advisors' time. But I do want to make sure that we are focusing on that human touch. The goal of using AI as an assistant to enhance but not replace our expertise, that's what the storytelling needs to be about, so that you're building that client trust.
I love that. I love it. Being able to humanize the exceptional and automate those mundane tasks that bother us. Efficiency is the name of the game. And so I love the way that advisors are using it to maximize their reach and what they're able to do in their businesses.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, it took me a while to embrace it. But now I have found so many ways that it's really streamlining my workday and helping me to do more. So I think if you haven't touched it yet, play with it a little bit and see how you can use it.
Well, I'd like to ask, 2026 is geared up to be a great year for all of travel. We're excited with some of the destinations. Big things are milestones for advisors, being able to hit some of these sales and being able to reach out and build their book of business. But at Travel Agent Pro, how do you guys really celebrate your advisors this year? What are you guys going to do to really help them get recognized?
Well, there's so many things that we can do when it comes to celebrating success. And that doesn't just have to mean about who's got the most sales. There are, advisors are having wins all year long. And so we do. And sometimes, especially when you're working from home or you're working independently, it's just so nice to have somebody recognize, hey, look at that, you've reported a new group, or you've had your first cruise sale when you sold primarily land, or you've achieved an educational goal that you were looking to do. It doesn't have to be about sales numbers. So we strive to make those recognitions when when that something is shared with us, we want to shout it out and celebrate. But of course, in addition to always recognizing what people are doing on a day in and day out that makes the work so enjoyable. And we all love an attaboy, right? We want to have that. But I'm happy to say that, this year we're having a top producers trip for our top advisors and our rookie of the year. And so we'll be traveling to Turks and Caicos and excited to celebrate that success. We do think it's important to acknowledge and celebrate those wins all year round with a variety of gratitude and appreciation. We wouldn't have an agency if it wasn't for our members. So it's important that we're recognizing that. And I just love what our members are doing all year round to generate leads for their businesses. It's really amazing what's going on there. So maybe we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the way that advisors are being resilient and finding ways to connect with their clientele, whether it's through online platforms or in person. I mean, let's talk a little bit more about how your advisors are doing that, Jill.
So, one of the things that I've found is that tried and true is not so bad. There's a reason things work, and also consistency. So when I talk to our most successful travel entrepreneurs, it's really the consistency of reaching out to their database throughout the year, and not just with, hey, we're booking a trip or there's this promotion, but using some of the tools that we provide to them, like the travel magazine or destination information, and where we're just sharing an article. Those advisors who do that kind of thing with the tools that we're providing for them and just say, I know that Asia was always on your bucket list, and I have a great article about that. I just wanted to share it with you. That is so meaningful in keeping those clients engaged year in and year out. But then you also have to always build your network and add to your database, because some people move on for whatever reason, and you want to always be filtering that in. So building their network with social media marketing is a constant win for experienced advisors, and for new advisors, that people who are entering into the business, it is one of the most cost-effective ways for them to grow interest in the business and the services they're providing. I've also found and heard from our members that community involvement is another great way that they have garnered business leads. So getting involved, whether it's with the school or local programs, their Chamber of Commerce, connecting with other business owners through networking groups. Those are all things that have proven very successful for them. And probably one of the hardest things for people to do is to, when their clients come back and they're getting the feedback about the trip, asking for the referral. If people are happy with your services, they are also going to likely be happy to share with their family and friends. Hey, I've got a really great travel advisor, whether it's their advisor, accountant, or whatever the service is that somebody's providing for them. They're happy to share, and sometimes they won't do that unless you ask. Do you know of anybody who's looking to plan a great trip this year? I'd love to help them. I'm so glad that you were happy with the services I provided. If you know anyone that you think would appreciate and value what I did for you and would like me to do that for them, would you please share my contact information?
I love that. I think and being intentional and purposeful with all your communication touch points, it makes it so much easier, because you know exactly how you're going to gather all your clients and make them be ambassadors for you and your services.
Absolutely. And for the new advisors, people who are starting out, I highly encourage you to connect with a business development manager for guidance to help you build and market for group business. That's a really great way to get started. So if you have a supplier partner, maybe it's a guided vacation company, or maybe it's a tour operator who knows how to put those toes in the sand vacations together for you. Connect with that business development manager and ask for their help. Because once you build a group, that's a group is nothing more than a whole bunch of people going at the same time.
Right.
And then you can turn those people into additional vacations all year long. So think about that. If you're brand new, you want to connect with those business development managers whose sole purpose is to help you grow business with them. So they'll give you some good ideas.
Great insight. Well, we're running out of time, Jill. I have one more question. The most important question probably of this whole interview is if Travel Agent Pro had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Very interesting question. So, I don't want to be cliche and say something like a cheerleader or, rah, rah, rah kind of thing. But I think if I was to pick a mascot, I'd probably pick an owl, because the owl is known to be wise. Mm-hmm. They have insight. They can see in the dark, right? So if you think about an owl and, if you're a new travel advisor and it's just black, dark space for you, well, we can help you with some insights and help you navigate through the dark, because we've got that great eyesight. And we're wise. So to me, an owl makes perfect sense of
that's great. Whenever I think of you, Jill, I'm going to think of an owl.
Oh, no. and our heads know how to spin.
Yeah. Okay, Jill. Well, again, thank you for being here. I know you have a Host Week special. Did you want to tell all those that are interested in joining Travel Agent Pro what the special is?
Absolutely. We are so excited to welcome business-minded people who want to grow a travel business and have Travel Agent Pro be the service and support provider that you need to be successful. And so what we're offering through Host Agency Reviews is if you sign up with us by the end of February in 2026, we are happy to offer a 50% discount off of our already low monthly fees. So you can check that out on our website, travelagentpro.com. We have a variety of commission plans that you can choose for what's right for you. And we will give you 50% off your monthly fees for the rest of 2026.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jill. Thank you for being on the show, sharing your insights, all of your energy today. And for everyone that's viewing that wants to learn more about Jill and Travel Agent Pro, we'll put the link in the comments so that you can click on it and learn more. And then, Jill's fantastic and can't wait to see her and cross paths again.
Thank you so much, Alvin. You have been amazing today. I was so nervous about talking about this because I'm so passionate about Travel Agent Pro, and you just made me feel so good. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, sending you hugs. Well, with that, I'll send it back to Steph and Shayna. Take care, everyone.
Well, thank you, Jill, and thank you for that incredible Host Week special. And you made us feel incredible too, so we love it. I have been checking out the comments. Thank you so much for all the love to all of the hosts. We love seeing it and hearing it, so keep it coming. We've also seen a lot of questions. So if you do have any questions for these amazing hosts or for future hosts presenting this week, we have a wonderful Q&A function on our website on every single profile for the hosts and the consortia and the travel tech providers, for every profile up there. So it's a great way to quickly ask companies your questions. And the part I like best is it really helps other visitors because they're able to see the questions that you asked and the answers. It's a great reminder that it's a great reminder to both our hosts to update their travel technology sections of their profiles so that all the advisors or potential advisors out there can see this information that would also be included. So any of you hosts listening, make sure that those are up to date as well. And also I get to see all the questions and all the answers personally in my inbox. So keep them flowing. I love it. If you do already work directly with a host or you work with a consortia directly, Please go ahead and leave some reviews. Specifically, we would love some more reviews for these amazing consortium. They open up the interview days each day. So please go leave those consortias some reviews if you're part of a host that's part of a consortium, or if you just work directly with the consortium. We will be doing a gift card giveaway at the end of the week and pick a winner from all of those who do leave a consortia review. So please go head to the website when you have a chance and go leave reviews for them. So who's coming up next? We have outside agents joining us, and they will actually be back with us on February 25th for a webinar talking candidly about what separates advisors who grow sustainably from those who feel constantly overwhelmed or plateaued. They'll cover the real world factors that matter most in 2026, including support systems, smart use of technology, business structure, and long-term decision making. Abby will link to their webinar. If you would like to join us, please register. Again, it is absolutely complimentary and free of charge. But for now, we're going to go to their interview. So please welcome Chad and Jackie. Take it away.
Hey there. Hi, Chad with OutsideAgents.com. We're going to be here today talking to you for Host Week. My name is Jackie Miller. I'm with the American Society of Travel Advisors on the membership team. So, Chad, really good to see you. Thanks for coming on today.
Jackie, I'm always stoked to be here. It's great to meet you. I'm really looking forward to this.
Awesome. All right. So as you know, sort of set of questions, but just so everybody can get to know you and all that you do. So when you're looking ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, maybe one support piece, tool, or a certain relationship maybe that you offer that most hosts don't? And then what outcome do you think that'll produce for advisors involved with you?
The unfair advantage we have are humans. We enjoy almost 12,000 independently contracted partners. And I don't know if you noticed, but I'm kind of all ears, and I'm in the habit of listening to the people who actually work. I do a thing called a Pro Series webinar, and its slogan is Cool People, Dirty Boots. We listen to the people who work for a living, not just the people up in the top floor, right? And because of this, we've been able to deploy an AI platform called Maggie. It stands for My Agent Genie's Generative Intelligence Engine.
Okay.
And what we did, Jackie, is
say it 5 times fast, would you?
Yeah, that's why we call it Maggie. But what we did a little different than everybody else was we started with AI by not figuring out what she could do, but rather how she could learn to do things. And so we started with a support system, ticketing system, to learn how people talked, what their expectations were, what their intentions were. And then we built out Maggie. She's a fully integrated artificial intelligence program that does a few things. First, it gets to know our agents. It's so important to know who we're talking to.
Yep.
What's your education? What's your sales look like? What are your goals? What have you been doing lately? Second, it tries to understand your clients. Third, it tries to do 3 things: augment, assist, and accelerate agents. At no point is she trying to make things easier for you. She wants to make sure that you're focused on the actually hard things and doing the easy things instead, so that you can reallocate your time. So our advantage is a fundamentally human AI environment where it's human first. It's agent in, agent out. At no point do I want your clients to ever know that you're using AI.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I kind of dubbed her a teenage intern. They're smart, they're fast, but you got to keep an eye on them, because sometimes they're too smart and they're too fast.
You got to check their work a little bit.
Yeah. So she's going to be making marketing in your brand voice videos, layouts, destination guides, all kinds of stuff, and making it fluid and easy so you can do the human part, and that's talk with your clients. That's our advantage.
Well, that means you get to skip the second question, actually, because it's a little bit about how technology and AI are making business easier or more fun for advisors. So unless there's another piece, if there's another piece of technology that you'd care to share, that'd be great.
Can I speak on that just real broadly?
Yeah, please.
If I ask my wife and my barber what the word fine means, I'm going to get at least 3 answers.
Right.
Okay. Context matters. Folks, as you're looking at AI solutions, technology solutions, and all that, just because it looks cool doesn't mean it is. Get to know it, think about it, and by all means, don't trust it any more than you would a really smart teenager. I wouldn't let my teenage son sign a mortgage. I wouldn't let him go do a presentation for me. Okay? You're the human. You're the adult. So there's a lot of solutions out there. I recommend a few things. Make sure it's contextually aware. In other words, it has some focus on the travel industry. Number one. Number two, master your questions. It's like writing a contract with the devil. It goes word for word, okay? And give you exactly what you asked for. So make sure that you ask for exactly what you need. Third, save your prompts. Folks, over time, your list of prompts, your prompt book will become like my mom's Rolodex. She was a travel agent in the 80s. On the front was the business card. On the back was 3 colors of ink. Okay, red for your bad, green if you're cool, and blue if you're her friend. Okay, but that was her spell book. She had a phone number for everybody to get something done. Fast forward 50 years or 40 years, the same is true of your prompts. Get those things right, tune them, evolve them, make them better and better and better, and then don't lose them. No matter where you go. Now, ours is best. We have a built-in prompt system that helps you mature these things. But wherever you go, whatever you do, remember those 3 things.
That's awesome. Thank you. We had a really cool presentation at an event recently, and I learned a lot, but a lot of it's along that line of treating it like a buddy, like an assistant, like a, intern, but I like intern actually better than like a friend, but that's really awesome. We'll shift a little bit. When you're thinking of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
Authenticity, period. Look, we live in a world where perfect pictures, that's all we have, right? And everything's been spell checked and Grammarly and knick-knack, paddywhack, all that kind of stuff. The templates are perfect. They're off Canva, right? The best thing you can do is be you. Jackie, Steve and I have been a little successful by being a couple of goofballs that are trying really hard. You know what I mean? And people understand that, oops, I'll be right back. You know what? Be real with them. Share your boo-boos. Share who you really are. Be real with them. We're hypersensitive to BS right now. Business solutions, BS. All of us are hypersensitive to that, right? And we can smell it from a mile away. The best thing you can do is be the most perfectly imperfect you that you are with your clients. Number one. Number two, show them improvement over time. Just keep getting better. People respect that. That's what they want.
To see the growth. Love
Yeah,
that.
so social media, for example, most of our top agents haven't posted a perfect picture yet. They got babies with their diapers half off. They've got that picture where the camera was falling, and it just gets huge response.
That's awesome. When your advisors have these kind of big wins and big years or big quarters, whatever, what's one way that you're planning on celebrating them or that you do celebrate them?
If I could, just real quick, shift it from top agents, because God bless each and every one of you. We had more $1 million producers this year than ever in history, by almost 2 times. Thank you to those of you who put $1 million. My focus, though, is on the middle third. Those people who've hit the ground running. Maybe I'm a car guy, right? You can have this blown motor, but if you got these itty-bitty little tires, you're not going to get very far. So I'm trying to expand those tires. I'm trying to find ways to help that middle third grow up. So towards that end, we've created a Rising Star program that acknowledges agents that have demonstrated the most growth. You know how you become a top dog? By growing.
Growing.
So we're really focused in on that. So we're starting to do a monthly recognition of our top dogs, the best consumers of our training, the best sales. The one thing we're doing is recognizing people whose average transaction value is increasing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're inviting them in to share those with us in webinars. One of the best ways you can compliment somebody is to share their success. And so we're really trying to bring human into everything we do. Look, we've got lots of technology, right? Lots of AI. In about a year, you won't be able to tell the difference. But human to human, sincerity, authenticity, we still have a huge advantage over AI with that. And so we really want to give our agents a hug. Hugs matter. An attaboy matters.
Mm-hmm.
So we're doing that with the middle third and continuing to reward our top producers with FAM, ship charters, and all that good stuff.
Yep. Awesome. I love that. I love that. The middle third, I think, is really, really important because they will be your top, right? If they're treated right and rewarded in the right way. So, and everybody feels reward differently. So I think you're doing a good job. This is a fun question, actually, based on what you were saying earlier about personality. So if your agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
Somebody's going to get upset with me. It would be either a mongoose or a dolphin.
Okay.
Mongoose because I'm old and I'm a rickety tabby. And this little squirrel thing can take down a king cobra. That was pretty cool, right? And that's kind of us. Jackie, we started off with $10.62, $500,000 in debt. So we were the little guys, we were the underdogs, and we just kept on swinging for the bleachers. We just kept on trying. And that's what we want our agents to do. The other one would be a dolphin. Because, man, they're cute, and they're fun, and they're way smarter than you might think that they are. As a matter of fact, AI has been talking with dolphins lately, which is kind of remarkable, but that's a different interview. But they're brilliant. They're smart as heck. But you wouldn't think so. Being deceptively capable can be an advantage. And so humility matters, and kind of being smart but still being who you are matters as well. So someplace between a mongoose and a
Someplace
dolphin.
between. I don't think there's really an animal that's in the middle. You'd have to pick one.
Yeah, that'd be
Do
tough.
you think it would make the cutest little icon, right? If it had to be a mascot, you got to build that out. So you'll have to think on it and let me know which one you decide. And then last question, and this one obviously is important to everyone watching. So tell us about your special offer for Host Week that you're sending out.
Well, I've got two. I'll provide the link later. I don't have it right now, unfortunately.
We'll get it to 'em.
I think it's go.outsideagents.com/250, but let me confirm that.
Sure. Yeah, we'll get that.
And the other thing is I'll be hosting a general, non-promotional AI webinar that I'll invite everybody to who attended today.
That's
I
awesome.
won't try to sell you anything. I'm just going to try to, look, I don't try to hold anybody back, but I try to give you bumper cards. You know what I mean? I want to try to give you a direction so that you can get ahead of the pack. Folks, the most important thing you can do right now is embrace what's coming. I'll go all the way back to the late 90s when the internet hit. My mom wanted less than nothing to do with that. She was a traditional travel agent. Those agents that didn't embrace the internet suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Think now times 100. Embrace it, get to know it. If you don't like it, you don't have to use it, but understand what it is and how it works.
Awesome. Well, that's it for us today. Chad, I appreciate your time. Thanks for all that you do for the community, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Have a great day.
Thanks. Bye.
Well, thank you so much, Chad and Outside Agents. For those of you who I don't know, we have our Hosted Advisor Annual Report, which is our biggest annual research project. It's a deep dive into how advisors are actually running their businesses today. And many of the hosts are incredible survey partners. And Outside Agents is one of our wonderful sponsors. They're actually our platinum sponsor of the report for this coming year in 2026. So thank you, Chad and team. Totally biased, but this is one of my favorite Host Week perks. For the next 2 weeks, we are giving anyone who's here attending Host Week can grab the report for $99. So we've had nearly 3,500 advisors answer a 193 question survey. And it's really honest insight into what's working, what's changing, and where the industry is headed. You can also go watch Jenn and my keynote earlier today, where we give some insights and share some goodies from the report. We do have this listed on our deals page, along with the deal for Outside Agents that Chad mentioned. And Abby will link to that in the comments for you all. So moving right along to our second to last host interview of the day. Just a reminder that when the host interviews are completed, we have 3 amazing edu spots. So they're 20-minute educational sessions that are built specifically for you, the advisor. So stick around. Today's are going to be a lot of fun. Next up, we have Travel Leaders Market Square. So please take it away, Rochelle and Jackie.
Hey there, welcome back to Host Week. I am here today. My name's Jacqueline. I'm with the American Society of Travel Advisors, and we are with Rochelle from Travel Leaders Market Square. Rochelle, good to see you. How are you?
Hi, Jacqueline. Nice to see you too. I'm doing well.
Good, good. Tell us real quickly before we really get into the meat, just tell us your role specifically, and then we'll kind of get into the nitty gritty.
Sure. I'm the host agency manager. So I run our host program, and we currently manage about 112 independent contractors.
Very good. Awesome. Awesome. Well, thanks again for being here. We're going to kind of set our sights on the future and kind of talk about what's ahead this year. So when you're looking into this year, what do you think is sort of your unfair advantage, or maybe a support piece or some kind of tool or even relationships that you offer that many hosts do not? And how do you think that affects advisors for you, or what does that kind of produce for them?
So I think our unfair advantage is a combination of not only our highly personal support. There are two of us on the support team, but we also have a really strongly connected advisor community. So they know if they can't get a hold of me or Noreen, our awesome support person, they can reach out to our owners, or they can reach out to their colleagues and the other ICs, or we also have employees. So we really focus on that community over competition. And because of that, we feel like we have this really strong support that we can offer. And what I'm seeing in the industry is that as host agencies are scaling, they're losing a lot of that individual support. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. This has been a popular topic for a couple of years, but how is your network specifically embracing technology and or specifically AI to help make running a business easier and more fun for advisors?
Right. So we are really focusing on using AI as a support tool for us, not a replacement tool for us. There's a good value there for like help with trip planning, or for especially like if you're doing an FIT or something, to like gather different directions, ideas, inspiration. But then I think you need to layer that in with your expertise and not lose the human touch. So yes, it's a great tool. Is it a replacement? Absolutely not.
Got to blend it together.
Yeah.
This is someone with a sales background. I think this is a fun question, but what are some, when you think of your top advisors, right? The top sellers, what are some of the creative ways that they're sort of standing out and generating leads for their businesses?
So I had to reach out to our team actually and just say, what are you doing? You know, what's up there? And interestingly enough, the top response I got was referrals. And I said, well, how are you being creative? How are you staying in front of them? And so the second tier response I got was that a lot of people are staying on top of socials. And what's the newest, latest, and greatest? How do I stay at the top of the SEO? What do I need to do? And that has been most successful for them.
Very good. This could be top advisors, but not necessarily, right? It could be really anyone. But what are ways that you celebrate big wins within the network?
So it's kind of twofold for us right now. Once a year, we have a big extravaganza. We bring in suppliers, we have training, and then we do a lot of celebration. And as part of that, we recognize employees, independent contractors, and it's not only about sales. Yes, we recognize our top sales advisors, but we also recognize, hey, this person is a great team player. Hey, this person goes above and beyond to help out colleagues, to be their backup when they're gone, you name it. So we do that. And then additionally, in our weekly newsletters, I like to celebrate wins. So maybe it's a sales milestone, maybe it's a business breakthrough or a personal growth thing, something that gives that recognition and that pat on the back that, hey, we see you. And it's not always all about sales. Yes, I know that's why we're in the business, but it's these other things too. And so we really appreciate it. And not saying for sure yet, but a trip to celebrate some of our wins and is potentially in the making.
That's super fun. That's a cool way, of course. And then obviously it gives them like a neat experience too, especially if it's somebody kind of newer to the business who hit a milestone or whatever. So this is a super fun one. I've like really enjoyed hearing all of the answers. So if your host agency had a mascot, what would it be? And give us a big why.
Okay. So picture this. It's a globe-trotting octopus. It's got all these arms or tentacles. So we're just like us. We're juggling bookings. We're juggling clients. We have to know about all these destinations. We're smart. We're quirky. Sometimes we're sly, just floating through. And each arm could be a different destination or a different service that we offer. And picture the octopus holding tickets, a phone, a laptop, a drink, camera, a map, you name it.
I think you should have AI create this for you. It'd be cute.
And so, somebody who can manage it all.
Yep. I think that's really cool. I've heard some really fun answers. I think multitasking is definitely a skill of advisors. So that one makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
We've had some really fun reels that have gotten quite a bit of sharing, and it's usually surrounded around the topic of like how busy they are and pulled in like multiple directions. So totally, I think that resonates with advisors, certainly, based on our stuff that we see. So. And last but not least, obviously this is Host Week. So give us a little highlight of what your special is for Host Week this year.
So our Host Week special this year is a free sales and marketing consultation. Kelly is awesome and she helps you get down in the nitty gritty and depending on what your niche is, best ways that you can market yourself and grow your sales.
Awesome. Very good. Well, thanks so much for taking the time to be here today. We appreciate you and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rochelle. If you want to hear more from her, she was actually just on our Friday 15 podcast. So this podcast is 15 minutes and answers questions from you, the advisors, that you submit directly to us on so many different topics. We typically answer 3 questions per episode. So Abby will link to where you can both listen to the weekly episodes and where you can also submit your questions. And you can submit them directly from the page and they go directly to me. We have a co-host every single week, and we have a very special one this coming Friday, and we'll play that episode during Host Week, so you won't miss it if you are a regular listener. Okay, can you believe that it's already our last host interview of day 1? Yeah, neither can I. Incredibly exciting. To round out our wonderful day of interviews, we have Chris from Alternative Travel Services, one of our amazing weekly sponsors. So Chris and Rita, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Guess who's back? It's me from the Host Agency Reviews team. If you're new around here, if this is the first time you're seeing me, my name is Rita M. Perez. I'm the Special Projects Manager here at Host Agency Reviews, and I am so excited to be doing a Host Week interview with the President of Alternative Travel Services, Chris Russo. Welcome to Host Week, Chris.
Oh, thank you very much. Very excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, let's just go ahead, jump right in. As you're looking ahead to 2026, what do you see as Alternative Travel Services' unfair advantage? This could be like one support piece, a tool, or a relationship you offer that most hosts might not. And what outcome do you think that will produce for advisors?
I think it's a great question. And, we know there's a million great host agencies out there. And, I think for us, because we're a small boutique type of host agency, I think the one thing that we offer is really just one-on-one service and one-on-one training. And, I think one of the things I hear, when people do join us is, yeah, I was with so-and-so, but I could never get anybody on the phone. I couldn't get an answer to this question or whatever. And so, the thing is with us, with our small team, we're able to really customize a training program around what that advisor wants to get out of the business, right? Because not every advisor that joins wants the same thing. Some are trying to do this as a side hustle. Some are doing it full time. And some want to sell a particular product and others want to sell another type of product. Right. And so I think it's, that's really where I think we have the unfair advantage is that you call us, we answer. You text us, we answer. And so I think for us, that's really what we kind of hang our hat on. And I think what that does for agents is, because you said that, what's the result? I think the result is their business grows and they feel like they're really, we look at ourselves as a family. And just like any other family, sometimes we all get along and sometimes we don't. But, but we, I think as a family, we love to see everybody's success and celebrate their success stories. So I think that's where it really helps us being, having that ability to do the one-on-one type of training.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that because I know there's a lot of different hosts that you can go to, and that definitely is going to be a big advantage for some advisors to have that more personal feel with alternative travel services. How do you feel your network is embracing technology or AI to make business easier and more fun for advisors?
That's a great question. I have been in this industry for a very long time. I've always say since Columbus sailed the 7 seas and, so, and the tickets were a lot cheaper then, but, and they didn't have NCFs, but, I think that all through my career, there's always been something, right? There's been, the invention of the internet was going to wipe out travel agents. Right. And, so I think that what everyone has learned is that we're very resilient and, that we've learned how to embrace the tools to make ourselves more marketable and also make us a little bit different. And I think using today's technology, such as AI, is the fact that, they say when you could Google, a travel, let's say a trip to Mexico, you'd get 5 million results, right? Well, nobody can filter 5 million results. Yeah. We filter 5 million results, right? Because, that's what travel agents do, travel advisors. And I think that our team has used this technology. Of course, it's great for writing and marketing and stuff like that, but also it's how you differentiate yourself because now there's more technology and people are confused. They don't know who to trust, right? And so, you get your verified travel consultant from, ASTA and be different. And I think we're just encouraging our agents to embrace the technology, but it doesn't replace what this business really is, which is person-to-person relationships. And so I think for us, we're embracing it, but also knowing that it also creates a differentiation for us as well.
Yeah, I love that analogy of the filter. We normally hear like the matchmaker, travel advisors being matchmakers, but that's exactly, it's almost like putting puzzle pieces together. Like you said this, yes, you said this, no, and kind of like filtering that way to make clients' trips the best trips that they can be. Speaking of some of your advisors, when you think about your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
That's a great question. I think that, we're a member of Travel Leaders and, we really do encourage our advisors to spend a lot of time on their agent profile in Travel Leaders because they do get leads from consumers direct on that. And you really can be very, very creative with that as well. The other thing that we see some of our advisors doing, I heard a quote from a BDM of mine, like, probably 30 years ago, and it was, be where they least expect you, or they don't expect you. And, there's all of these travel adventure shows. There's all these things where every travel company in the world is there. But, we're encouraging our advisors to get involved. I can't give away all our secrets, right? I mean, we want people to join us to find out all this information, but take that quote and be places where people don't expect a travel advisor to be at. It could be a community event. It could be really just about anywhere that there's some conglomeration of people and you're there as, and they'll be surprised. Oh, look, there's a travel advisor here. You could be the, sponsor of Hole 9 on a golf, in a golf tournament, something like that. So really, that's really what we encourage them to kind of create their businesses. Now, keep in mind, we have people that are brand new to the industry and some that are $1 million agents. And, what they are trying to do is completely different. So when you say, the $1 million agent is trying to create a different type of business model than the one that's just starting out. And so it's really customized around, again, they get to, they can take an hour a week or 4 hours a week with one of us to go through all of that and figure out, okay, how's the best way for me to tap into the luxury market, or I want to sell more cruises or whatever. And so I think we just really try to focus on giving them the right tools to be able to grow their business that way.
Yeah, and that personalization, you're right. It's so important because people who have been in the business for a couple of years are going to do different things than the newbies are. So that's a really great point to make as well.
I think the other thing is that, we with the technology and everything that's there, I think we tend to rely on it a lot and maybe too much at times. And, so you've got to make sure that you intertwine that and make sure you still have that personal touch, because really that's what people are looking for.
Yeah. Especially they keep talking about this like AI bubble burst that might be happening in 2026. So if you've been relying on it too much, maybe lay off the brakes or put on the brakes a little bit with that too. That's a whole other conversation there.
Yes. I'm sure Har will have an AI bubble burst weekend. It's
right. Thinking about your advisors, what's one way that you're planning to celebrate them and their wins this year?
That's great. Another great question. I think the thing is that we already do, I think, a pretty good job, but we're expanding on what we do now, because currently what we do is for, people that are really active in the business. We put their profile on our website, and that way that creates more leads, and also we put any kind of things that they've accomplished on our Facebook page. And so if they it could just be that they just completed a particular training. It could be, as one was named top agency for destination weddings in upstate New York, and so we put her with her award on our Facebook page. And so we really do try very hard to celebrate our advisors. And again, being smaller, we don't, it's not like we have 500 that we're trying to celebrate, right? We have 30 that we're trying to celebrate, and that's a much easier task, to do and be more customized. Now, keep in mind, as I said, some people only do this, part-time, and they're not necessarily, we do it, we celebrate them as much as they want us to celebrate them, if that makes sense, because some aren't looking to get all these, 100 leads, or, they are just doing a small business on the side, whereas there are others that want to do a grandiose amount. So that's how we choose and pick and choose where we're going to celebrate those advisors. But we're excited about it because we think it's a great way to not just boost our credibility, but boost the agent's credibility as well.
Yeah. Now, I know we've been having a lot of fun, so we're going to get to the super serious question. If your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Well, as I said, I've been in the industry for a very long time. I started as a travel agent, and I was a BDM for ALG Vacations for 8 years. I was the president and CEO of Asta for 3 years. I was director of sales for Insight Vacations on the West Coast. So I've done everything. And my agents, actually, one of my top advisors, Christine Earls, once sent me a picture, and it's our mascot now, and that is a picture of Yoda. And so I would say that our mascot is Yoda / Star Wars, because I'm like Yoda. I gotta say, because they're all younger than me now. I mean, I'm Yoda teaching the young Skywalkers and Star Troopers or whatever they were, to be Yodas, I guess, because really, ultimately, even my goal is just to, and even when I was asked the president, I said I wanted to make sure there was an industry around for if my kids wanted to do it. Mm-hmm. Now, none of my kids have wanted to do it at this point, but I want to make sure that, the industry's strong, and that the advisors that we, help get successful, that's really kind of my goal in life now, is just to help other agents become successful, so that, maybe 15, 20 years down the road, they're sitting where I'm sitting today, helping other people.
Yeah, I love that so much. And I remember back in college, I took one of Yoda's quotes, "Do or do not, there is no try." And that's one of the favorite quotes that I like to live and work by too. So that's a really great reminder. To top off our conversation here, tell us about your Host Week special.
Yeah, so typically we have a $500 sign-up fee for our services. So we don't have renewal fees and all of that. But for Host Week, we are lowering that to $300. So quite a significant discount to have people take a look at alternative travel services, see if we're a good fit for them.
Perfect. And we'll make sure to link up all that information. It might be on this side. It might be on this side. It'll be a surprise for us all. But Chris, thank you so much for your time. This was wonderful getting to know a little bit about you and alternative travel services.
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful Host Week.
Thank you. Back to you, Steph and Shayna.
Well, I honestly, I can't believe it. I think I speak for the entire team when I say I'm feeling so grateful that so many hosts took the time to do these incredible interviews. Thank you, Chris, for rounding out our interviews for today. And thank you to all the hosts that participate in Host Week. Like I said, we've got 38 this week, so that was just the start. And then we've got the EduSpot educators, our keynotes, and the Consortia. So lots happening for the rest of the week. Do not leave. We've still got another hour of goodness. But a big thank you again to Asta for helping us with all of these interviews this year. You've all just been incredible. Remember that Host Week isn't your average industry event. It's where advisors really get the kind of access to hosts and Consortia that's really unheard of anywhere else. So like I mentioned, we have 38 host interviews. We also have 7 Consortia interviews. We had 1 today. We've got 6 more coming up this week. So this formally wraps up the Meet the Host segment for today, but we'll be back again with more hosts and Consortia tomorrow and the rest of the week. So stay tuned and make sure that you're registered for Host Week so that you can get our daily emails with the schedule and link to the live stream. We'll drop the link to register into the comments for you. Okay, I think Rita's very happy with me. We are running a little ahead of schedule, so woo-woo. Well, I want to check in on how everyone's doing out there. I am loving getting into the comments. It's so much fun. I wish I had time to respond to everyone. But please tell us how you're liking Host Week so far. Fantastic, super stimulated, overwhelmed, all the feelings. Or do you feel like you're going to burst like me? Please feel free to share in the comments. And while you do that, We are going to take a couple minutes to stretch because we are running a bit ahead of schedule. And we've been asking you for the last little bit and today to send in some photos of your super cute animals. So thank you to everyone that sent photos in. Keep sending them in. Juan, if we could roll the photos, we'll be back in a couple minutes to jump into the Eduspot sessions to close out the day. Please stick around. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Or I will. So many dogs. I love it. And cats. There were cats. All right, Juan, I know it's tough to pull the animals down and put me back up on screen. I totally understand. But we do have a great few sessions to round out the day. I promise you it's worth it. Next up, we have our Eduspots. So education is super important to us and why we love ending the day with our Eduspot sessions. If you are just starting or looking to set up your travel agency, we also do have a wonderful 7-day setup course that is all about getting your business set up and answering your questions. They are bite-sized videos and super easy to take in. You get to join a community with your other newer advisors. We will link to the course in the comments if you want to go check it out. And as always, please ask us any questions you have. We happen to be giving 25% off, so a nice little discount on the full course until the end of February for everyone attending. It's code HW2026. So we will also have that on the deals page for you all. So our first day of EduSpots is sponsored by our very own 7DS course. And we've got 3 incredible sessions for you today. Our first is with Korrine Johnson, founder of Travel Biz Boss, on how a free AI tool can make you look like a seasoned pro from day one. After that, we have Christine, owner of Modern Travel Professionals, who will also have their host interview on Friday. But today, Christine will be talking to you about site visits that sell and how to capture photos and video content that clients actually care about. And then to round out the educational sessions for today, we will have Kat and Tamara from Expedia Cruises of OVC talking about Herding Cats 101, the smarter way to sell groups. So you definitely want to stick around. They're all 20-minute bite-sized sessions, and they're going to be fantastic. So without further ado, it is time to dive into our first EduSpot with Korrine, and I hand the virtual floor over to you. Or we'll wait a moment to hand the virtual floor over.
Obviously, Gen X here, I did not unmute myself, even though Rita told me 47 times. So very good to see everyone today. My name is Korrine Johnson. I'm trying to find my, I missed my screen here. Oh, my camera is on. Can you see me?
I can see you. Yes.
Okay.
And now, Juan, feel free to take me off the screen. It is all about you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. If we have never met before, my name is Korrine Johnson. I'm the founder of Travel Biz Boss and Cruise Business Blueprint. The most important thing that you need to know about me is that my favorite thing to do is to help travel advisors make a lot of money doing something that brings both themselves and their clients a lot of joy. So, as I mentioned, I'm the founder of Cruise Business Blueprint and Travel Biz Boss. I am also currently a travel advisor. I have been for 19 years. I now sell only cruises, but I have done it all. I'm the co-host of the Tin Lounge podcast. Tin stands for Travel Industry News. And I also have a newer podcast called 7-Figure Cruise Business. If you're newer in the business, first of all, welcome. It's a great place to be, especially these days. Second, you may not have chosen your tech stack yet. And this also goes for some seasoned advisors. I know some top producers who don't have a tech stack. So I am here today to help make sure that you are presenting yourself very professionally, even if you are new or haven't chosen that tech stack. Woo! Life would have been so much easier for me if Gamma had been around when I first started out. You can use this QR code to start a free account with Gamma. At the end, I'm going to share another QR code with some free resources for you, including the slide deck. So don't worry if you can't do this right this second. You can grab it later. I think they're also going to put the link in the comments to the free resource later as well. So don't panic if you can't grab it. First, let's talk about why first impressions matter. Now, if you're newer or even if you're seasoned, you know what I'm talking about when your immediate network doesn't take you seriously. They are like, let me pick your brain, let me use your time. You feel abused. You really have to have a thick skin. So being able to present yourself super professionally is going to help minimize that. If you don't know yet, your friends and family can really hurt your feelings sometimes. But if you are ready when they say, hey, can I pick your brain, to be like, bam, here's my inquiry form, boom, here's my website, then they have to take you seriously, that you're not just their friend, you're an actual professional. Eventually, you're going to want to choose a travel industry CRM and some other tools, but it's hard to choose before you know what you actually need. And Gamma can help you avoid looking like an amateur in the meantime. What we're going to do today is I'm going to show you how to create a simple landing page that you can send people to, and you can link your inquiry form or link to get on your scheduler for a consultation, something clean and professional looking and branded. And then I'm also going to show you how to just take some information, throw it into Gamma, and create a branded proposal so everything looks super cohesive and professional. Looking polished and professional isn't just about vanity, it's about making sure people are perceiving you as an expert, as a professional. We want to build credibility, authority, trust, and we also want to attract our ideal clients. So I'm actually going to move into a live demo right now. And nope, yes. I had all of my tabs lined up here and it seemed to have disappeared. There we go. Now, I do use a paid version of Gamma now in my business. It's super affordable, but I opened a fresh, clean, blank demo free account so you can see how it will actually work for you if you start free. Always wear out the free version before you start spending money, but if you get to that, you may find that this is really a worthy investment at like $8 a month. There are some limitations on the free version, so you need to use it wisely. You'll see once you set up an account down at the bottom, it tells you how many credits you have, and it breaks down what the credits cost you in the free version. So if you're going to be delivering more than 4 proposals per month at this point, you may need to upgrade. I'm going to show you how to change the setting in the image area to save some credits, because anytime it creates an AI image for you, it takes 10 credits, and they're usually not very good, so I don't use them anyway. So let's start with creating the landing page. In the free resources that I'm going to send you, and actually I'll show you in my slides as well, there are some sections that should be on any landing page. And I'm going to provide you with a Google Doc that you can kind of fill out. You don't have to be perfect with the copy because Gamma is going to help you with that. But I'm going to show you what my prompt looks like here once I have filled out those things. So what we want to do is we'll want to create new with AI. We want to generate. No, we want to paste in text. Sorry, then we're going to generate. We want to do a web page. Oops, we did not copy properly. And I'm pasting in my prompt here. I'm going to provide you with all of this information in the free resource, so don't worry. And then we're going to click generate here, generate from notes or outline. Now keep in mind, Gamma is always improving, which is why I got confused there for a second. You have to kind of pay attention because they make different changes for how you're generating things. And we're going to continue to the prompt editor. And I guess it's going to take its sweet time today. Okay, so now it's got everything broken down. Cards just mean sections. So the first thing we want to do, because we want to keep this really clean, we want to make sure it's on concise. We don't want detailed or extensive here. And then we want to make sure who it's pointed at. We want to write it for leisure travelers seeking personalized cruise planning. I'm focusing on cruises here because that's what I do, but you'll focus on whatever your focus is. That's a pretty good description. You can update that if you want to. You can update your tone. I have made a theme, which I'm going to show you how to do in a moment, but they have tons of themes you can choose from as well. And this is what I was saying earlier. Instead of AI images, choose stock photos. They use pixels, which are free for you to use. For a landing page, it's important that you use copyright-free images. But if you choose that, then it's not going to create AI photos, and that's going to save you on credits. Okay, so just update these. You've got your prompt here, and then click generate. I did not choose the right theme there, but that's okay. I'm going to show you how you can change that. Oh, I haven't created, this is a brand new free account. Whoops. Okay, so this is just picking one of their default themes for me. But as you can see, it's taking the information I put in and it's really organizing it and building me out this beautiful website. So I'll show you how to do the theme in a moment. Okay, we don't need this. I'm just going to get through here, but you'll probably want to deal with that. Okay. Now, what you're going to want to do is go through here and make any edits that you want to. You can upload your own photos. If you double click here, you can go to image upload and pick something from your computer. You could also go back to Pexels and just like look for what you want, see if there's an image that you like better, whatever the case may be. But in order to brand this to you, you're going to want to go to theme and choose new theme. Build a theme, and you can either find something that they have that closely matches your brand, or you can customize to what you like. So I have, oops. Oh, I forgot I have text shortcuts for my hex codes, but they don't show up in here. But let's just pick some colors here. But you can put in your actual hex codes here. And if you want to change the text color, you can do that as well. Then you click continue, and then you're going to choose your font pairing. Now, if you upgrade, you can import your custom fonts, but they have a lot of pairings here that are really nice. And the one that I like is Prada and Railway. Then you can make some more decisions about your shapes and the way that you like it, and you can add your logo. Let's just add this one for now. And finish. And anytime you can come here and change your theme. Now, for some reason, this made my background still say lime green, which I'm going to change that anyway. You can edit at the card level, which is the section, and it's got your theme colors there, or you can edit at the entire document. So one thing I will automatically do is say, please remove all M dashes. And the reason I do that is because M dashes are like a dead giveaway that you're using AI. So, and they tend to go real heavy on it. And I want to show you, this is the one that I came up with for myself after a little bit of editing. That's nice and clean. There's no confusion here. If you follow Donald Miller, he says, when you confuse, you lose. We just want to get to the point of what we bring to the planning process. We don't care about inspiration. We're not trying to sell a particular itinerary. We are selling what we bring to the planning process. And this looks a heck of a lot better than many of the starter websites that I've seen out there. And this is a totally free thing for you to use. You can redirect your domain to this website, and you'll be all set. I just want to check in here. Okay. So in the free resources that I'm going to provide for you, there's a Google Doc where you can go in and kind of fill out each section of information, and then you copy and paste it and put it in Gamma as a prompt, and you are off to the races. Then you just fine tune from there and you are good to go. Now, another thing we are going to do is I'm going to show you we're going to pretend we want to propose this cruise to our clients. You don't want to send your client this link to Virgin Voyages because that's just going to lead them right into booking that cruise directly with Virgin Voyages. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy and paste a bunch of this information into a prompt. So normally what I would do is I would grab all of this. I would skip the cabins because I would want to put in the actual cabin information. So I'd paste that in, and then I would add this part as well, copying and pasting in. Now, I put all of that into a Google Doc before I grab the whole thing and throw it in, but I want to show you how I do this. Oop, wrong one. Let's get back here. So we're going to go back out now. We're going to go to create new. Again, we're going to paste in text. For a proposal, I like to do the document format. You could do a web page or a presentation if you wanted to, but I like the way it looks in a document. So I'm going to paste in that information that I was just telling you. I just grabbed that right from the Virgin Voyages website. You could grab this from an escorted tour website. You could grab it from a proposal that a DMC sent you. You can grab it from anywhere. But if you don't like the way theirs looks or it's not branded to you, this is a great way to do it. So let's go ahead and the other thing I did here is I went and priced out the cabin that I wanted to propose. So between the two things that I grabbed from there that I paste in, I just wrote in your Sea Terrace stateroom price is this, including all taxes and fees, okay? So we're going to generate, again, from notes or an outline. If you have exactly what you want it to say, you can preserve the exact text, and that does come in handy sometimes. Like for my my landing page prompt, I really did perfect the copy exactly the way I wanted it, so I could have done this, but it's going to help you with all of your copy and all of your wording and your verbiage, so you don't have to do that. We're going to generate from notes or an outline. Now we're going to go to the editor or prompt editor page again. So this is still all the same stuff I put in there, but again, I want to go concise. You could go more detailed if you want to on this, see how it looks. I might change this to like 40-something couple considering a premium Alaska cruise. We have this tone here. I do like that. We're going to pick my custom theme here that we just made. Select theme. And again, we're going to change this to Pexel stock photos, which we will then edit and change out as we need, but we don't want to spend the 10 credits on it generating a whole bunch of AI images. So we're going to click generate. I'm sad that I can't see your faces because this is the part where most people are like, oh my gosh, this is such a killer tool. So you can see here, now you need to go through this, make sure it didn't say anything crazy because AI can be delulu. Make sure everything looks accurate, but now you have a branded proposal. And what I want to do is I want to show you how this looks. Pardon me. Oh no. I want you to see how it looks on a phone. I can't show you in this screen, but if you click this, if you use your camera to grab this QR code on your phone, you can see how incredible it looks even on a phone. It is branded, it is shareable, it is professional, it is polished. This is something that can really give you a boost as you're starting out. I'm just going to give you a couple more seconds to grab that QR so you can just see how this finished proposal, and then I'll show you here. This is what it looks like on a screen. You see my logos in the left side. I have my fonts, my colors are all cohesive. And now keep in mind, you can put the prompt in 10 times and get 10 different results. So you're never going to get the exact same format when you use this. But you can see here, I went through and edited this. This is what I want it to look like at the end. And I am going to put some links down here to help people get in touch with me to get this locked in. Okay. Now with the free version, you're going to see Made with Gamma down on the right. I don't think that's a big deal. But if you ever do decide to upgrade, that goes away. So what is setting professional advisors apart? It's cohesive branding. It seems silly, but it really does make a difference in the way that a new client perceives you. Clear communication. You're sending them, everything's organized. They understand what they're getting, what they're not getting. That makes them feel comfortable. It helps them to trust you. And then your attention to detail, everything just coming together is what's going to help make that client feel like you're a good fit for them. Just to reiterate on that, when you're using proposals like this, you get a higher and often a quicker response rate. I know that my close rate is so much higher when I present something beautifully versus when I just piece something together and throw it at them. It also is super shareable, so they can show their friends, look what I got. Do you want to go on this with me? And again, you're being presented very professionally. And like I said, faster conversions is a huge thing. This is not just something that's nice to have. If you really want to be serious about this business and presenting yourself as a professional and being respected as such, then you need these things, okay? When you present yourself professionally, people perceive you differently, and this is how you lock them in as clients. I talk a lot about how to keep them as clients forever, but today we're just going to focus on getting them booked, getting that sale closed. And there's nothing deceptive about using this little cheat code to get yourself looking great right from the beginning. It's just a huge leg up that you can give yourself. You don't have to equate difficulty with value. You can use a shortcut like this to get you by until you feel ready to invest in larger tools, or you know the ones that you even want to invest in. This can get you looking shipshape until then. So this is a QR code for the free resources that I mentioned earlier. I believe they're going to put the link in the chat as well. Again, every established advisor started where you are. We all know how difficult it is, especially at the beginning. And like I said, I just wish there was a tool like this 19 years ago when I started. And I'm so happy to help people skip right past all of that drudgery and right into booking and booking and booking. So if anybody has any questions, I am happy to answer. But I can't see.
Hi. We don't actually have time for the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was zipping. Okay.
Oh, no. You took up all the time, which is exactly what we wanted.
Perfect.
So no, amazing. But what I am going to tell everybody is that QR code. We did also share the link in the comments to the free resource, by the way. I already downloaded it, Korrine. Thanks so much. It is fantastic.
I'm so glad.
Your contact details are at the bottom of that. So everyone, we had quite a few questions. Please reach out directly to ask your questions. And I know you'll be happy to answer them.
More than
happy.
happy.
We're going to have to love you and leave you. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Anytime.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, thank you for the love and the questions in the comments. Like I mentioned, go download that free resource, and at the bottom has all of her contact information so you can reach out directly with your questions. So if you're just joining us now, welcome and a big thank you. I want to give a big thank you to our weekly sponsors before I bring on our next guest. We've got alternative travel services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travify, and Travel Industry Solutions. I also want to give a big thank you to today's daily sponsors, Montecito Village Travel, Sava Travel, Travel Edge, Uniglobe Travel Center, the Wander Network, Cruise Planners, AMT Travel, and Andavo. Now, I am super excited about our next speaker and next topic. We have Christine from Modern Travel Professionals. As I mentioned, you will also hear from them again on Friday during their Host Week interview. So do not forget to join us again for that. Christine today will be talking to you about site visits that sell and how to capture photos and video content that clients actually care about. So Juan, feel free to take me off the screen and throw Christine right on.
Okay, it looks like I am there. Hey, everybody. As Shayna mentioned, I'm Christine Hardenberger, and I'm here to chat about site visits that sell. But I wanted to go ahead and introduce myself first. Again, Christine Hardenberger. I am the founder and owner of Modern Travel Professionals. I have been in the industry for 18 years, both as an advisor and then about 13 years as an owner. I specialize in experience-based travel planning, as do all my agents. And I spend a lot of time on marketing support and training because without a great marketing plan, all the rest of this doesn't happen. And that's what we're talking about today. Site visits that sell is all about marketing. And that is the part that I think people miss. Because here's what everybody gets wrong when they're doing site visits. They photograph everything. They have no niche in mind, no content plan, and no marketing strategy when they get there. I see it on every single site visit that I do. People literally taking pictures of everything, video of every room category, video of every ground, flower, whatever. I have an agent myself who I love to death, and they're a great agent. They literally walk around with their camera like this, their phone, just snapping pictures. They end up with thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures on their phone that they never do anything with. So it basically makes the site visit pointless. So we're going to talk today about how to get past that. And it is all about planning. It's not about just showing up and taking pictures. So what do you have to do first? You need to think about your audience. 90% of the problem is the fact that people go into site visits with no idea of who they are trying to attract to this ship, to this property. None. So before you go on a site visit, you need to think to yourself, who am I trying to attract here? I'm so sorry. I'm having just a momentary tech issue on my end. Sorry, but who are you trying to attract? Because if you sell mostly to couples, why are you filming the water park unless you have couples that love water parks? If you are selling to a luxury client, showing them freebies probably doesn't matter. So the first thing you need to do is actually sit down, write down everything you're about to cite. If you're on a FAM and you're going to cite 10 resorts, every resort and who you're going to market this to. Who is the audience you are trying to reach? And this is the key. If you don't do this, you're going to end up with a bunch of useless content. Your next step is to decide the end use. Do you need content for reels? Do you want to use it for emails, for newsletters? Are you going to put it in quotes? Are you going to do an FAQ PDF to use as like a lead magnet or to, inform your clients? You really need to understand what you need in terms of content. So, because if you want to do reels and all you get are photographs, again, you come home with hundreds of photographs that end up unusable for what you need. And again, this is another huge misstep that I see every time. So now, before you even get there, you understand who you're trying to attract and what you're going to do with this. What do you plan to do? And then you need to come up with a shot list. And this is where people get a little intimidated. And we're going to talk about this at the end and how you can easily come up with a shot list. But every photograph you take, every video that you take, every snippet of video that you take, before you take it, you should be able to answer, why would my clients care about this? So, for instance, I do mostly couples traveling without children, mostly empty nesters, but couples traveling without children. So I'm getting ready to go on a Disney cruise just with my husband. So I am not taking pictures of the kids club. I am not taking pictures of the water slides unless I'm on them, because I'm going to take pictures of things that adult travelers would care about. I've already come up with my shot list, and my angle for this is, why would adults without kids want to travel on a Disney cruise? And then the answer with every picture and every video I take will answer, here's why. Here's this awesome bar. Here's the shows, which are great for adults. Things that adults are interested in. We're going to Castaway Cay. We're going to go to Serenity Bay because it's adults only. So before you take that camera out, you should think to yourself, why would my clients care about this based on the preparation you did? So based on the audience you're trying to attract and the reason you're going to use this, the content you're going to create from this, why would my clients care? And if the answer is they wouldn't, you don't take that picture. So, and people are going to push back on me for this one, but this is my favorite example. Stop taking pictures of every room. Only if it matters to the client. Every resort, every cruise line has room pictures and they're better than yours. Or there are creators out there that get special access without 20 other people in the picture, and you can access those and use them as well. Send links to their YouTube or whatever. But I don't take pictures of a room unless there's something about that room that appeals to my client. Now, if you're at Disney and you want to show them, hey, that split bathroom, that's great for couples trying to get ready at the same time. Awesome. But just pictures of a standard balcony room, it's a waste. And I know people are going to say, oh, but it shows that I was there. You've already shown that you were there. And you can knowledgeably answer questions about the room just from your own information. You don't need the pictures. You really don't need the pictures. And again, what else do you want to stop photographing? Everybody photographs the lobby as soon as you get there. Again, they've got pictures of their lobbies. Empty hallways, buffets, okay? All the food. Everybody takes a picture of everything they eat. Random palm trees. It's all beautiful. There's better pictures that you can access on the suppliers' websites. Take a picture of the lobby bar if you are dealing with adults. I'm going to use this from an adult standpoint because, again, that's what I tend to sell. The buffet, not just the food. What makes this food awesome? If the buffet food isn't awesome, don't take a picture of it. And same with your meals. If it's a foodie resort, if you're going after foodies, definitely. I'm a vegetarian, so I will take pictures of my meals because sometimes my angle is, hey, this is great for vegetarians. I will show like everything a vegetarian can eat in a day on Disney Cruise Line or whatever. But not everything you eat. Random palm trees, unless you're a photographer and you love taking beautiful pictures and you just want to have that, that's never going to sell anything because there's 8 gazillion random palm tree pictures out there already. So you need to rein yourself in. And this is the hard part because you're used to taking pictures of everything and everybody is so worried about, what if I don't have a picture of this? You're fine. If you should need a picture, and I pretty much guarantee you won't, you can find it either from other people in your agency. When we go on agency fams, we all share all our pictures to a photo circle so that we can share, or the suppliers have pictures of what you need, or perhaps a friend. You can get a hold of the media. You don't need to be trying to manage 500, 700. I've seen people take over 1,000 pictures on a fam that just sit on their phone and never go anywhere at all. Another thing you need to think about, every photo you take, every video you take needs a job. when you are putting out content, and when I say content, I don't only mean social media content. That can be your newsletter, that can be a quote, that's all content. Every single one needs a job. You are generally travel agents are doing one of three things when they put out content. They're educating people, they are trying to evoke an emotion, or what we call proof, social proof of not only I was there, but why this is great for you, why this is great for vegetarians, why this is great for adults. So again, you need to think to yourself, what does this photo or video I'm about to take do? What is its job? Now, sometimes I get people who say to me, well, I'll figure that out later. You won't though. The problem is if you don't do this in advance or do it in the moment, you end up with so much on your camera roll that you never go through it. It ends up lost back 10 months ago and you never find it again. So it's better to start off with, this is what I'm going to use this for. Hey, I'm a vegetarian. This is an amazing vegetarian meal. I'm going to take this picture. I'm going to take this video and I'm going to use it as proof that this is a great resort for vegetarians. Or I'm going to take this photograph because it will educate my clients about this resort. My clients, not every client in the world, but the couples. It will show them that this is the best way for adults to do a Disney cruise, that sort of thing. And you need to know in advance, because if you don't, again, you end up with useless content that doesn't drive bookings. Now, shot lists. We talked about that a minute ago, and people go, oh my God, that sounds so hard. It is not. So here is, again, focusing on adults and couples. Here's a sample shot list for a resort. Educational, distance from a specific type of room to the pool. So you can show, hey, if you book this butler room, you are 20 steps from the pool. What are the adults only dining locations? If you're at a resort that is not adults only, what are the dining locations that would appeal to adults? A room layout showing the seating and the balcony. And I know I said not to take random rooms, and I don't. But if it's got an incredible view that would, you say, well, why is that room so expensive? Well, I found this amazing room with this amazing view. All of that is educational content. For emotional content, you're trying to evoke a vibe, a feeling, so that when your clients see the pictures, they're like, I want all of that. Empty loungers at off-peak times. So you were like, hey, look at how quiet this pool is. Morning coffee with your ocean view on your balcony. That one sounds generic, but again, if you have your clients in mind, you say, hey, I was at Secrets Wild Orchid, and this is my coffee with a view every single morning. Quiet corners away from main pools, away from crowds. If you're going for adults, empty nesters, not a party crowd, these are all the places where you can relax, reconnect with your partner after your kids leave the house. You're really evoking an emotion so that they think to themselves, that's exactly what I want. And then there's proof. Real room views, so that, again, when you're talking about, hey, I want to sell you this room, this is why. Also, this area gets loud after dinner. And that make notes. So you take a picture where you're like, hey, this bar looks quiet at noon, but in the evenings, it's crazy. Or really honest proof. This is not the resort if you want nightlife, and a video of the completely dead resort at 8:30 p.m. Or vice versa, this is the resort if you want nightlife, and a video of a packed nightclub for your adults who want a livelier atmosphere. But this is just a sample of the sorts of things you need to come up with in advance so that you know what you're going for and what the job is of each and every single shot that you're going to take. Or, and again, when I say shot list, I also mean video. Now, I know people are like, oh my God, how do I come up with all this? This is the easiest way to come up with your shot list, and it is to use hooks as your planning tool. And what do I mean? Well, we'll get into easy ways to come up with hooks, but what do I mean by a hook? A hook is whatever you use to grab people's attention. If it's social media, it's the text that appears on the screen. This is the best resort for party lovers. It can be the first line of your caption. In your newsletter, it's your subject line. It's whatever gets people to engage with your content, whether that is to stop the scroll, whether that's to get them to open a newsletter, whatever it is, that is your hook. And hooks will help, planning your hooks first will help you key in on what matters to your audience. It gets rid of the generic content and it keeps you focused. And now I know I can hear everybody groaning, even though you're all over the country. How do I come up with hooks? That also sounds hard. There's actually a super, super easy way to do this. Think about the questions you get all the time. You're a travel advisor, you get, and you specialize in a certain area or a certain type of destination, such as cruises, you probably get questions all the time. Sit down and brainstorm. Go back through your client emails, or go back through your social media, pull out the questions you are getting. Turn each question into a sentence, and then you'll photograph the answer. The shot list is the answer to the question. For instance, let's say you're going to be citing Secrets Wild Orchid. I keep getting the question, is it too romantic? What about if I want to go with girlfriends? Okay, that's a question I get all the time. Then the question is into the sentence, non-romantic Secrets Wild Orchid. And then I can photograph the answer. All the places that it's great for, friends to hang out. If I'm there with friends, I can take pictures of my people. Don't ever take pictures of people on a site visit. That's terrible. Having a great time at the bar, having a great time in the pool, whatever. You photograph the answer. So a hook, the best way to define that is simply the questions your clients are asking all the time. The hook is the answer. Because if you think about it, when you're scrolling through social media or when you get an email in your inbox, if the first thing you see is the answer to a question you have or a concern you have, you are much more likely to engage with that content. So it is a super, super easy way to get your hooks written. Take the hooks, the answer, you're going to photograph it. That is your shot list. And yes, this takes some time, but the preparation you do before a site visit is the thing that will make the content you capture be valuable rather than just an endless stream of random pictures. Plus, I will have for you in the chat two things. A bunch of hooks for common audiences. And what I mean is these are hooks that can be used for standard audiences, adults, adventure seekers, LGBTQ+, that sort of thing. These are a great sort of tool to, I would say, stir your imagination more than to be used right off the bat, because the one thing you want is your hooks to be very focused. And if you're not using ChatGPT, you should be. And there's a prompt in there that will help you generate a checklist, a shot list. Actually, that's just a shot list. I'm sorry, that was my own fault. My brain was in two places at once when I wrote this. Will actually help you write the shot list. You'll tell it what your audience is, who you're trying to attract to this destination, cruise line, whatever, and it will actually tell you what to shoot. Easy, that's the easiest way. And it can even help you generate the hooks. So, anybody have any questions? That is the best way to actually come up with content that you're going to use that will actually drive bookings instead of just more pretty pictures that nobody is going to look at. So,
Hi. I'm back. We just for everybody in the comments, we did share the resource. So please feel free to check the comments for the link. That was wonderful. We don't actually have time for questions, but we got a lot of love in the comments.
Awesome. And my email is there. Anybody is welcome to email me if you have follow-up questions, because apparently I talk too long. Shocker.
You do not talk too long. That was the whole point. Also, if you have questions, Modern Travel Professionals also has a directory on Host Agency Reviews. So if for whatever reason you missed Christine's email address, you can ask questions directly on there as well. So feel free to reach out and come back on Friday so that you can hear from her and the team again in their Host Week interview. Christine, that was fantastic. I actually already downloaded the resources. So
thank you. Awesome.
I'm terrible with photos and video. This was so helpful.
Well, good. I'm glad. And thanks so much for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. And we'll see you back later this week.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, wow. Incredible sessions. Thank you for all the love in the comments for everyone. And we're going to head into our final session of the day. I can't believe day one is over. It is starting to get dark outside. Apparently Toronto, we got the most snowfall in a day yesterday that we've ever had in our history. So fun if anyone was interested in that. But I think you're more interested in our next session. So final presentation of the day, I am going to hand it over to Kat and Tamara from Expedia Cruises of OVC. We'll also link their directory in the chat. This is a pre-recorded session, so if you do have questions, feel free to go directly on their directory and ask them there. So they're going to be talking about Herding Cats 101, the smarter way to sell groups. You do not want to miss this. Fantastic. I may have already watched the recording. So for the final time today, I hand it off to Expedia Cruises of OVC.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for Herding Cats 101, the smarter way to manage groups, presented by Expedia Cruises of OVC. I am one of your hosts today. My name is Kat Johnson. I am the Senior Marketing Manager over here at Expedia Cruises OVC, and I am joined with the group expert aficionado, Tamara Matulonis. She's our franchise director, and she is a great resource for finding and planning groups. So I'm so thankful that she's able to be with us today. I know the title of our presentation is a little interesting, Herding Cats, which if anybody owns cats or has more than one cat, you know that it's very difficult to have them all move in the same direction and get anything accomplished if you're trying to do it with a cat, which can sometimes feel like group planning. We have lots of different pieces, lots of moving parts, and it's hard to get them to all go in the right direction. But hopefully Tamara and I can give you some tips and tools today to make you more successful in selling your groups so you will feel more comfortable in adding them to your portfolio and make you more successful as a travel advisor. So some of the things that we're going to go over today are why groups matter, where to find your groups, how to coordinate your groups once you found them, then how to turn those groups and people part of those groups into repeat business. We'll give you a recap of some of the tools that we've offered to you and then some final thoughts. So I'm going to let Tamara start you off. Tamara, I will pass it over to you.
Thank you, Kat. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody, to our call today to discuss the benefit of group business and what it can do for you. So I'd like to start off today by discussing why groups matter and discovering how and where to find your clients. So group business, of course, allows for fewer transactions, right? So the fewer transactions we do, the higher revenue built into that, and the built repeat business brings us more and more volume for our agency. Of course, a lot of agencies are booking one-off bookings, which, they can cap your income. So groups are a great way to create predictable volume for your business. You're not necessarily selling a cruise, right? You're selling a community. So you're not just selling that one-off FIT booking, you're actually working with your local communities and groups and putting these wonderful groups together where everybody can come in and have a wonderful time. So another great thing about group business is the long-term success, right? That comes from this repeat business. So retention, rebooking, and referrals is always really important for your business. So with that, discovering the communities that are ready to cruise, right? So are you a part of a club? Are you a part of a church? Do you have any local associations that you may be a part of? These are the type of groups that we want to seek out. So normally these types of groups already have somebody who's what we call a group leader, somebody who's putting these events together. So you can look for these types of groups within your communities. You can use social media platforms such as nextdoor.com, Facebook groups, and start asking your current clients, are you guys a part of a group or a community who might like to cruise together? So once you find those niches and, that group that fits with you and your clientele, then there's your in right there. So your role is to plug into basically your existing community, not necessarily create a new one. So you want to lead with experience and not price. One of the benefits of booking a group is to be able to have that knowledge and that experience of being on board and what that can bring to your clients. So you want to focus on their shared events, right? So, or their shared interests. So is this a tennis group? Is this a pickleball group? Is this a basketball group? All of those things are things that are shared interest groups that you can start communicating with and bring those experiences on board a ship. So emphasize the convenience of putting a group on a ship. So everyone can spend as much time or as little time as they'd like together on a ship. We've got things for really active clients on board, gyms, fitness classes, yoga classes, or if it's somebody who may not necessarily be into all of that and they just want to go to the library and they want to read a book or they want to hang out in a lounge and watch the scenery. There is something for everyone on a ship, which is why booking groups on ships is so exciting. Educate your clients. Let them know about the event space. There's a lot of people that don't even know that there's meeting space on board cruise ships. Let them know that we can put together group dining, group shore excursions, and bring those groups together. Highlight the perks, highlight the gap points that you'll be using for those groups. So you may want to give them additional onboard credits. You may be able to want to host a cocktail party. There's a lot of group perks that come with holding space in advance and booking a group. One of the fun things that you could do for your group is create t-shirts, luggage tags, water bottles, brand your group. So that way, when everybody gets on board, they're all wearing their same t-shirts the same day. And everybody on the ship will be like, oh, I wonder who that group is. And it's just exciting to have everybody together on board. And the other thing you can do as a group leader is you can organize games, karaoke parties, etc. So the sky is the limit on board ships, which is really a fun way to bring these experiences on board our ships. All right, so talking about leveraging the cruise line and group programs. So group space typically opens when the sailing becomes available for sale. So it could be, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years out, depending on the cruise line. It's best to try to book your group space as early as possible because you're going to get the best pricing, inventory, and amenity points the earlier you book. So amenity points, like I said, can be used things for such as onboard credit, welcome reception, specialty dining. So the more amenity points you have, the better. Also, one of the things that I do recommend that you do as soon as you open a group is to find out who your group coordinator is. So the group coordinator is somebody who will assist you with onboard dining, onboard events. They'll help you with rooming lists, taking payments, coordinating with the ship and the staff on board. It's really important that you get linked up with this person and know exactly who is your support on the cruise line side. And also using marketing channels within the current group. So does the group you're working with have a Facebook group? Do they have a Instagram post? Working with the marketing that they already have to be able to promote and excel this group to move ahead. Okay, Kat, so I'm going to let you move on to talking about a little bit of tips for your groups.
Yes, thank you so much, Tamara. So one thing that would be a great opportunity for your group is to schedule some short excursions for them to do together. Now, obviously not everybody has to participate, but it's such a great idea if you have a homeschool group that's doing a Mediterranean cruise. Wouldn't it be great if they went and experienced the Colosseum together? Or if you have a yoga group that's doing an Asian cruise, maybe they want to go to a Buddhist temple together. That really adds value to what they're able to experience, and it gives you additional commission on top of what you're going to be earning for the cruise. So it helps both of you. It's not salesy, it's not pushy, it's really just adding benefit to your clients. And you can do this with insurance, with transfers, with short excursions. You can bundle that all together to make one large price for the whole trip. So you could have maybe cruise only pricing and then Johnson Family Vacation pricing, which includes these short excursions, this specialty dining, and this insurance and transfers. So in addition to that, don't be afraid to bundle a cost in for your time and coordination. Everything involved in groups is work. Even if you're the most organized and coordinated person, there is time that is spent that your time is valuable. So make sure to bundle in a cost to account for the time and energy that you're putting into the group, and just bundle that into the total cost that you're charging for these extra amenities. You might also want to add an onboard gift, maybe like Tamara said, a branded shirt or a cup that is bundled into that whole price so they feel like they're getting something special as well. And then don't be afraid about referrals. I go to the doctor, the dentist, the vet, I go everywhere and I see these referral QR codes. People like to or trust their friends and their family. So ask the people who've already registered for your group or who are interested in your group to give you a referral. Hey, do you have any friends and family that might like to go on this trip as well? I'll give you a $25 onboard credit and they'll get one as well. There's opportunities to incentivize referrals so everybody makes out well in the end. Now, if we are coordinating the group and coordinating marketing for the group, make sure that you are not the person that's answering all of the questions. There is probably a group leader already within the group. Make them or somebody else who's interested the single point of contact, and then you can talk to them and they can talk to the members of the group. That way you're not fielding calls from every single person that's in the group. That person can be rewarded with either a tour conductor or additional onboard credit, or the nice warm feeling of being able to put that group together for their friends and family. You can be the judge of what that person is entitled to. But motivate that group leader and then also provide them with tools to promote the group. So maybe social media images or email marketing or flyers with information. On the next slide, you can see one thing that I was able to put together for one of our travel advisors. It's a landing page. So I created a brand specific landing page. She's hosting an alumni cruise for one of the universities, and we put all of the information here. There's the ship information, there's the itinerary, the rooms and pricing. You can't see all of it here, but underneath this, there's information about onboard amenities and shore excursions. People can actually book directly from this page, or they can request information. And she took that, sent it out to her group coordinator, who then sent it out to the group via their marketing channels. And the group can see all the information about the cruise and then reach back out only if they have more information. So that's a really great tool. And I know you might be looking at it thinking, okay, how do I make that? So the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about some tools that are helpful in marketing your cruise. And my absolute favorite creative tool is Canva. I use Canva for flyers, for social media images. It can create emails for you. It has a lot of capabilities. There's a free version as well as a paid version. The free version is super robust on its own, and the paid version is not that much more. And it does give you things like images and additional templates and fonts and things like that. You can use it very simply and just take a template and plug in your information and download it and send it out, or you can create everything from scratch. But that is a great tool for creating these graphics and images to be able to give to your group leader. If you are getting registrations or if you're doing surveys, Jotform, Google Docs, those are awesome tools to use. They have predefined templates for you, and they're great tracking tools. If you're doing email marketing or those landing pages that we talked about, Constant Contact and MailChimp would be your tools for those. And then once you start getting interest, if you have bookings or people who have requested more information, definitely keep track of those in your company's CRM. or in an Excel spreadsheet. I would also recommend that you track your marketing, see when you sent out emails, what type of messaging you used, how your social media went, and which one of those was successful in garnering the most interest, so that as you move forward and do these types of things again, you know what your best efforts were. Create checklists and timelines. Use AI. AI is so your friend. You can make flyers on AI. You can make images on AI. You can get your text content. You could have it write social media posts for you. AI is super simple to use and it's super helpful. It'll save you so much time and energy. Please look into it and use it. It's very user-friendly. And I would also recommend scheduling automated emails and text messages to go out, because it really takes the pressure off you remembering everything. So usually in your cell phone, you have a tool that says like send later, or in your emails, if you're in Outlook, you can send stuff later. So you could do everything all at once, set it up to send later, and be able to take that off your plate. Now, moving on to actually organizing your group. Once you have those bookings or that interest, you can use Google Sheets, or there's also a website called Trello that's really great. It basically is bulletin boards that you can use specific for your group, and you can track things like marketing or bookings or shore excursions. You can have other people be a part of your group, and you can check off tasks. You can add more tasks. It's very user-friendly and super helpful. Another website that's similar to that is called Asana, and both of those I would highly recommend. And then again, if you have to do some email marketing for your group, I would recommend MailChimp and Constant Contact, and Canva can help you with those as well. When you're tracking bookings or tracking interest in the cruise, I would definitely recommend Excel, Google Sheets, or whatever your in-office CRM is, but please be sure to track, because that's going to help you as you move forward. I think I covered everything.
I think so, yeah. Thank you, Kat. I really think those tools are extremely helpful. I love the landing page. That's a great idea. It saves a lot of time for the agent, having to hop on multiple calls and give out the information over and over and over again. So if you have that link and you can just send it out, it's really a useful tool. So I do recommend those. So thank you for that. So moving on to some of the practical tools to promote your group. Like I mentioned before, use your group's current marketing channels. So their Facebook groups, their Instagram channels, meet up with the group leader, get your groups together, get your contacts together, get your flyers ready, and use their channels to promote this group. Also, try to get as much contact information as you can from these clients, and do regular email marketing, not only for your group, but maybe for the future, for them to be an individual client to come to your agency and book their own personal travel. One of the things that's really beneficial is speaking at their events or their group meetings. Host a cruise night. Get the excitement and the joy ready. Have your local BDM come in. They're more than willing to come in, do a presentation. You can even ask them to bring some cookies or donuts, and try to attract some clients in to have a nice presentation about the cruise that you're promoting. Use social media apps such as Hootsuite, Brandwatch. These are platforms where you can preset your social media posts, so it saves you time. Another platform is similar to that is Constant Contact. This saves you time and really is a great tool for promoting your groups. There's a lot of social media channels out there. So there are, one of the recommendations that I can tell you is to try to only use 1 or 2 social media channels. As you can see, there's a lot of different platforms out there, from TikTok to Facebook to Instagram. So learn your group, understand the demographic of your group. Is it a Gen X group? Maybe they're a little bit older in demographics, or a boomers group. Maybe they're in their 60s and 70s. You probably won't find them so much on a TikTok channel. So I would say, maybe Facebook or LinkedIn might be a good platform to use for that. So there's a bunch of different platforms you can use, but I definitely highly recommend social media, as it's really a great way to get your reach out there and promote your groups. So as you book your group and, time is going on, one of the really important things is to transform this into a tradition. So every group should have a brand. It should have a name, whether it's the Johnson family reunion, the Bates soccer annual cruise. Encourage photos, reviews, social media, maybe have a WhatsApp chat, within your group so that they can continue talking about it and make it a tradition. It's one of those things where, set the expectation of what's next, right? So I always recommend, if you have a group that's coming up, think about what's next. Maybe surprise them and announce the next cruise while you're on board the ship, and have a booking promotion ready and available so that you can even start getting those early bookings for that next group on your current group. Follow up promptly after the cruise to gather feedback. This is really important. There's multiple platforms that we'll discuss, and Kat's mentioned for surveys. A post survey is really important. It'll tell you what went well, what didn't go well, so you can make those adjustments for your next trip. Offer early booking incentives, and maybe offer discounts for clients who book personal travel after the group. So just a quick recap, there's some online tools that we do recommend. Google Forms and Jot Forms are quick and pre-post cruise survey platforms. Typeform is an additional survey platform. It's just a little more engaging with interactive surveys. MailChimp and Constant Contact, these are platforms used for follow-up newsletters, reminders for next bookings. Hootsuite, BrandWatch, Constant Contact, you can utilize these platforms for social media scheduling. Canva, create branded follow-up emails, graphics, and recap visuals. And Trello, where you can track responses and follow up with deadlines. So our final thoughts here, you can have everything you want if you will just help people get what they want. So the mindset behind smart group selling is focus on helping your group have an amazing experience, and everything else follows. Repeat bookings, referrals, and loyalty. So I just want to thank you today for joining us, and I hope you gained some insight on how groups can help grow your business.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being with us. If you need any more information about becoming an agent with Expedia Cruises OVC, please feel free to reach out to us at any of the contact information here. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thanks for joining us today. Bye, Tamara. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I know we do have some questions. That session was pre-recorded, so please go over to Expedia Cruise Ships OVC profile, and you can submit your questions directly to them. But we did it. Day one is under our belt, and we have so much more to come. So I hope you had as much fun today as we did. Thank you for joining us. I know that there's so much going on in everyone's lives, and we're so thankful that you chose to spend the afternoon or the day with us. I'm going to do a quick run through of tomorrow's schedule for you all, and then I'm going to let you go. So get excited. Don't forget, tomorrow we start with a Travefy coffee spot at 11 a.m. Central Time, but it requires separate registration. You can join us on YouTube, and then we'll have you register when you're there so that you can be entered to win one of the 10 coffee gift card giveaways. If you do want your daily email with the schedule and direct links to previous days' recordings, please make sure to register for Host Week at hostagencyreviews.com/Host Week. So tomorrow, like I said, starting off with a big bang, we've got Travefy, and then we're going to jump into our one thing like we do every day. We will have our keynote tomorrow. Very exciting, all about accessible travel. You absolutely don't want to miss this. And then we'll have our hosts and Consortia interview segment. So tomorrow we will hear from both Mast and Travel Savers. And then we're going to jump into Rainbow Getaways, Cruise Planners, Oasis Travel Network, Travel Planners International, Dream Vacations Advisor, Cruise.com, Dugan's Travels, and we're going to round it out with Avoya Travel. Then we're going to go into our educational spots, which you see up on the screen. So profitable proposals that win clients with confidence, why Google Business Profile is the most powerful marketing tool. And then finally, we will close out the day with an educational session about gifts. So before we turn in, we have to thank our incredible sponsors and partners one more time: Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travify, and Travel Industry Solutions are our wonderful weekly sponsors. And a big thank you to our daily sponsors today: Montecito Village Travel, Sava Travel, Travel Edge, Uniglobe Travel Center, the Wander Network, Cruise Planners, AMT Travel, and Endavo. From the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us for Host Week. And we will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time for the Coffee Spot with Travify, or at 12 p.m. Central Time for another day of awesome content. And now to take us into the eve with a local alumni Minneapolis band, Maestro oh my God, my words. They're all just words aren't working anymore today. Maestro Juan, if you please.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day and the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands